In this week's news, I should not be trusted with a. Oh, there we go. Just for a moment, I heard myself on YouTube. That was too fast to be YouTube. That was a feedback on Discord. Sorry. There's the YouTube audio. We have audio feeding to YouTube. Weeks ago, the storms tore a dead branch, or a very, very nearly dead branch, off a tree across the river, and it fell halfway down and has been hanging over the riverbank ever since. Storm Arwen finally put that branch in the water for me. So now I can go on the riverbank without having half a ton of wood land on my head. I waded into the river in December, slightly over knee deep in cold water, to cut this thing. Colder than a tropical storm.
Not quite Scandinavia land. What are you in Denmark or are you in Iceland or Scotland?
Yeah, in between Denmark and Iceland, there's a little island that it used to be inhabited by Picts, and they were replaced by Celts, who were mostly displaced by Britain.
me about the royal family is Duchess of Cambridge. The rest of them you can keep. Well, it's fun touring the castles. I've been to Windsor Castle. I've been to whatever that Kensington Palace. I've been to. We had a private tour of Buckingham Palace.
Oh,
Buckingham Palace.
we've got an echo at half speed there. Somebody somewhere is looping audio really slowly.
Well, that's weird.
Hey, maybe if I talk like this, the echoes will sound normal.
Well, it seems we're getting a little bit of an echo here.
Yeah, we bit. Well, we have a flat Earth pilot in here.
The Science Guy account that is looping the audio. A flat Earth pilot, someone who flies very low, very slowly, and only short distances.
Hey guys, we definitely got a bit of an audio loop going. I think this might be on the broadcast side.
Can
Okay,
you
it's
hear me,
actually
Judy?
clean on YouTube. I just checked, and the YouTube audio is fine. It's just us in the Discord that are hearing the racket.
I wonder if somebody's got a live mic that's feeding back. Doesn't appear to be. Nobody's showing a green circle.
On my screen, Bob the Science Guy with the plain orange Discord logo on plain orange background is the one that's producing the echoes.
Testing.
Play it being U-boats, can't we? Interesting. Whistles don't come back.
Well, I have tons of echoes.
Snapping my fingers does echo, whistling doesn't. That's weird. Anyway, Joe, you were saying you'd had a tour of some palaces and castles and stuff. Did you get anywhere outside London, or did you just visit that one polluted concrete monstrosity?
Do you folks have clear sound?
You've got the settings on loop. Change that.
Huh. Okay. Much better. I think.
Just muted Bob the Science Guy, and now it sounds perfect in Discord to me, which is something that's probably going to get clipped and used out of context if anybody notices me saying that.
Echo City over here.
The very top user in the Discord chat, Bob the Science Guy, with the orange icon. Just right-click on that name and mute. It sounds fine. Because that's the one that's echoing.
Test, test. Yeah, it's Bob, the science guy. He's echoing.
I think that's exactly what it is because I see him light up whenever somebody talks.
Bob the Science Guy, have you got YouTube on at the same time?
There we go. Sorted out, sorted out.
Much better.
What we're going to talk about now?
Bob the Science Guy's Echo, of course. Now it's Bob the Catman's Echo.
That's not an echo, that was actually Bob the Catman, but we're only hearing the half-speed roboty echo and not the original audio from it.
That's amazing.
I do not know what the hell you have done.
What a great effect that is. You could use that in a video, you know.
Deep Throat from the X-Men would be proud. X-Files, not X-Men. Good grief. Agent Mulder are getting closer to the truth.
Well, my question is, Dr. Bob the Catman, could you mute your mic, please? I think we're getting an echo from you.
If you could do that on purpose to level Earth Observer, it would be wonderful. Okay,
Are we in business?
we're working.
Excellent, excellent.
There ought to be a filter somewhere to do the Good Morning Vietnam thing, you know, just like rattling your hand against your throat. Hey Joe, well, we're currently flying low over the main Hanoi Road, and there's a lot of traffic down there. You play something for us with like really long notes so we can hear them between the beats of the rotorblades, please?
That was just excellent.
That was good. Still echoing. Something going on in Dr. Bob's computer.
Somehow it's playing back. Maybe it's a YouTube feed playing back. So my question is, how do these flat earthers get the Coriolis force so mixed up? Why are they so confused about that?
They're not
think
confused.
It's purposefully confused, eh? Fair enough.
Absolutely.
I hear ya.
Absolutely. You notice they'll never answer a direct question of any kind. They have to deflect, and that's because they know they can't answer the question. If they do, they'll look stupid.
Yeah, I ran into that yesterday. I was moderating live chat for Dr. Bob here. So I wasn't getting involved in debates. I was, basically listening. But I had to ask SC Montreal question before he ended up muting him because he was being a dipshit about
SC
what he thinks about Antarctica. And when he found out that I had been there, and he just deflects.
Hey Joe, was the Antarctica made of salt?
What's that?
Was it made of salt? As I've heard that people claim.
Oh, is it real? That's another claim? Well, there you go.
That's a new one.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, check the MC2 one out. I think he did a video the other day where this guy reckons it's all made of salt. I couldn't stop laughing.
Joe, where were you on Antarctica? Were you on the coast or at the pole?
No, I was on either side of the peninsula,
Ah,
and then I was on the coast. Trying to think how you would south of the peninsula. South?
okay.
Yeah.
You were close to sea level then, as opposed to on the plateau.
Yeah, we weren't our trip wasn't to go to McMurdo or anything like that. The next trip we take will.
Awesome.
But we wanted to go down there just to get the seventh continent under our belt. We've been to all 7 of them.
Dr. Bob, that sound effect is so good that you have to use it in a video if you can figure out how to make it happen on purpose.
Yeah, you're the only problem so far, Dr. Bob.
Yes. Yes,
Sounds
Dr.
like-
Bob, you are echoing. I think it's maybe feeding back from YouTube, from a YouTube feed, or it's hard to say.
Could also be OBS.
It
Is
kind of sounds
Dr.
like
Bob
your
the cat man?
bandwidth has
Sorry,
choked.
guys. Is Bob the cat man? Is he Bob the science guy? Is it the same person?
Yes, he is.
Right. You don't need 2 people in here, then only 1. That's probably not helping.
But
No,
he
let's-
has the mic echoed on one at a time, so there should be no feedback as long as both mics are not open at the same time.
But you know what? It could be the feed coming back on the other channel. You know what? I think whoever mentioned that has a great point. It could be feeding back on the other channel.
Yeah, there's 2 Bob Science guys sort of accounts in here, so it's probably getting confused.
Yep, agreed.
worked
Pacing's wrong as
yesterday.
well. To me, it sounds a lot like an audio feed that's trying to use more bandwidth than it has. So you're getting 1/10 of a second, and then there's a gap, and then you get the next 1/10 of a second. There's a 1/10 of a second gap.
Well, it
Getting-
sounds more like Dr.
getting-
Bob's trying to communicate to us from beyond the grave.
He is using an Apple, you
Yeah,
realize
but
that.
that isn't technology, and that isn't something we can fix. Whereas having too many audio feeds through a choked bandwidth is something you can fix by removing some of them or dropping the quality on some of them.
Exactly. Or switching to a real PC as opposed to an Apple. Har.
Yeah, we got another. You're gonna get a new role here. You're gonna get the Apple hater role there, Rockin' Robbins.
I don't hate him. I'm entirely ignorant of them.
Oh, that's all I use. I have a new MacBook Pro like Dr. Bob, although he has the M1 Pro Max chip. I've got the M1 Pro chip,
Okay.
and it's a fantastic machine. I only use it, as I've been saying before. I only use it to process audio files, my 2-channel system, and my DAC.
Nice.
But it's sounds fantastic.
Awesome.
It doesn't take that much processing power and memory to process Redbook and 2496 and 24192 and even DXD kind of stuff. But the computer has less noise. I think it's fantastic. I love it.
Awesome. Very good. Of course, Apple's now our PCs. They just have different software. The difference between a Mac and a PC now is basically software.
Yeah, probably. But I've been in enough recording studios in my life. They're all using Macs. So, not all of them, but most of them.
Right.
some places use I did a live stream, a Zoom interview, which you can view on audio file style, which is where I write about audio. And, we had Patricia Barber, the jazz singer, piano player, on with two engineers who recorded their last album, and um, Ulrich Shores was the wife of Jim Anderson, and they did the album. She talked
Yes.
about this laptop that she had built specially to do DXD recording in multi-channel, and that was interesting. That was quite the machine, based on a gamer machine platform.
Yes, absolutely. It's interesting how the audio world is a different universe. It's a parallel universe to everybody else, and it's so involved and so technical that you almost speak a different language. But it's an essential language because otherwise our sound would not be what it is.
No, you're recording 32-bit, 352.8 EXD files in 5.1. That's a lot of needs a lot of storage.
Yeah, that's
space.
like the Niagara Falls of data.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I have the 32-bit files on my laptop that they sent me. It's a humongous file.
Wow.
I think it's well over 10 gigabytes.
Yes. And of course, you have to have a multi-track situation for you to be able to mix that sound. So therefore, you have a lot more data than just the ending song will be.
Yeah, they did all the mixing at what's Lucas Sound. Whatever the what's the name of that ranch out in California where they do, they've done all the Star Wars. I can't draw on a blank on the name of the studio. So interesting subject. Oh, by the way, the album is great and sounds fantastic.
All right. You know, I think that's one reason why audio people tend to use Apple, and it's a pretty tightly knit community, and it's important for people who are part of a community to share resources, use the same assets so that they can actually communicate back and forth. Sometimes communication between an Apple guy and an Android guy, for instance, or an Apple guy and a Windows guy, or an Apple guy and a Linux guy, the translation doesn't work. Yes, you
Dr.
are.
Bob.
It's a very interesting distortion there.
Sounds like a billy goat.
Yes, process of elimination. That's a tough thing sometimes.
This takes a while.
Well, I
He's
read.
running two.
Oop.
He's off his main. He's running the Bob the Science Guy. That's his old laptop, which he had basically stripped all the software out.
Yes.
And that's running this. He's trying to run the stream onto YouTube, 12 hours and then 24 hours. So that computer's basically, I guess, upping everything onto YouTube.
Got it. So it's just a dedicated computer for that purpose. Good idea.
Yeah.
It's not easy being a ball smacker. You need a lot of tech. You want to smack balls, you're going to have to get a lot of tech.
Usually they prove the case for spherical Earth.
That's right. You just got to wait long enough.
Rakia Life in one of the other on one of the other text channels here is very busy doing that with photos of the sun less than a minute from touching the horizon.
Too funny. What's the explanation? What do they like to say?
He likes to say that the sun is a local sun. It's closer to us than the cloud. So what he has is he has a clear horizon with a cloud with a low cloud deck, and of course that cloud deck's very close because essentially it's fog that hasn't descended all the way to the ground. The top half of the sun is obscured by the cloud. The bottom half is 1 minute from touching the horizon. You know, now if you believe in Flortopia, the sun at that point should be millions of times smaller than half a degree. but he shows the full-size sun out there and doesn't call any attention to it at all.
These guys ever been in an airplane?
I don't think they have. And how's the echo on this one?
Hey,
Perfect.
the sound is fixed. The sound
All
is
right.
fixed.
No echo, Dr.
All right,
Bob.
so we've established where the problem is because this is my phone. So the problem's with the M1. So I've
Oh.
restarted it, and we'll go back into that in a minute. There may have just been something corrupted on it real quick.
Welcome back.
And I've been in planes millions of times, and the sun is always above the clouds. I've never seen it below the clouds.
Exactly.
Fun
You know,
fact,
if you take a photo of the sun at takeoff and it looks like it's below the clouds or whatever, it may be below the clouds if it's close to sunset, and then you ascend above the clouds, you see right away that the sun's much higher than you are.
Took off
Fun
from
fact, though.
Manchester
Well, I've been fortunate.
pre-dawn
I
once.
was
Winter, climbed up above the cloud deck, and at cruising height, saw the sunset out of the left side windows. Sorry, the sunrise. And because we were so high up, this is actually sunrise somewhere in Poland. You know, so it's shining through twice as much atmosphere as it has to shine through, viewing it from the ground.
Really, it's
sun-
much more than twice the atmosphere. When you're looking
Not
at
only
it,
along the bottom bit as well, yeah. But
when you're looking at something that's 30 degrees high from the horizon, you're looking through almost exactly twice as much atmosphere. Below 30 degrees, it's a logarithmic curve that gets much more thick
No,
as you get
not
lower than
twice as
30
much
degrees.
Robbins,
It's-
not twice as much atmosphere as it would be if it was directly overhead. Twice as much atmosphere as you would see, as would be between you and it. If you were
30
standing
degrees
on the
is
ground,
30 degrees
not
is
30
is twice
degrees,
as much.
fucking eye level!
No.
Twice as much atmosphere as you would see if you were standing on the ground and seeing the sun come up over the horizon at sea.
I get
Sun is
that. That
having to
makes sense.
shine from space down all the way down to the surface and then all the way back up to above the vast majority of the atmosphere to get to me. Is doing the
Well, I
same
blame it all
journey
on-
twice. Once from so high up there's barely any air between you and the sun, down to sea level, and once from sea level to so high up there is barely any air between you and the sun. For twice as much atmosphere.
Okay, now you're comparing two different vantage points. That's a different thing. I'm saying that when you're on the ground and you're looking straight up, you're looking through half as much atmosphere as you are when the sun is 30 degrees high off the atmosphere. I mean, off the
Right,
horizon.
you carry on telling people that. You go right.
I'm an astronomer. I know what I'm talking about, and I am correct there.
It's true what you're saying.
You can graph it. It's not difficult. Just draw it out, make a graph, and you'll see that at 30 degrees, you're almost exactly double the amount of atmosphere that you're looking at the zenith.
You know what drives me crazy is
You using
guys
the
like Neil
cosine?
deGrasse. You're working, Dr. Bob.
Are you using the cosine of 30 degrees? And is my audio good now?
Your audio is
Audio's
perfect. No, I'm
Perfect.
using a graphical solution. Graphical solutions are better than arithmetic solutions because they're internally validating.
Math is the language of the universe. Always trust mathematicians.
But if you can't explain it in English, then it's useless. That's why astronomers love to sneer at Neil deGrasse Tyson and Carl Sagan because they don't speak scientific; they speak English, but they perform a vital function of translating the arcane language of science into easy to understand concepts that capture people's imaginations. That's why science has support from the public, is from those people they make fun of. Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Science educators that speak people. All right, guys. I'm sorry about the issues that I had with my audio. I just took a restart of the M1. And we managed to eliminate it. I appreciate your help with it.
You did well.
Well, the thing
That's-
that drives me
That's the way you
crazy about-
diagnose people. You try and figure out what's wrong with them and make a good guess. And if that doesn't work out, you make another good guess until you finally get the right guess.
This is true, and logic has little to do with it. You find what's you didn't anticipate before, which is why you had the problem, and then you eliminate it.
Sounds like you use science to fix it.
Yeah, the flat earthers quote Neil. The flat earthers quote Neil deGrasse Tyson all the time, saying you can't see the curve at 70,000 feet.
Right.
See the
Neil
curve at
deGrasse
30,000 feet.
Neil
You can
deGrasse
see the curve at
Tyson's-
21,000 feet.
Yeah, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson's never been to 70,000 feet because I was in a military airplane. A buddy of mine was a pilot in the Air Force, and he took me up in one of those planes. You know, we had oxygen, the whole thing. We got a dome on top of us, and when you're at 70,000 feet, you can clearly see the curve of the Earth all around you. I don't know what the hell Neil deGrasse Tyson's talking about.
I don't know, but he does make mistakes, and so does everybody else. A mistake doesn't invalidate everything you say.
No, I know. I wish I wish he'd get it right, something like
Yeah.
that.
He's purposely provocative sometimes too.
Yeah, that's how he makes his money.
Well, his whole idea is capturing people's imagination, getting their curiosity going so that they'll actually do their own investigation of science. A lot of that is posing weird questions that people think sound strange.
See, I always thought he meant like the space station curve you would see, and that you won't. I think that's what he's referring to, maybe.
No, but you can clearly see it's a ball below you.
Yeah,
That's actually not true. You can actually see the side-to-side curvature at about mid-30s. You just need a nice horizon, and you need a level to compare it with, so you can see the curvature. I have a great picture. Once I get my posting privileges, I'll post that up.
yeah, I think you really got to be looking for it. But I think that's all he was saying. You're not going to see it like the people in the ISS or from the moon or anything like that. The planet's
but-
pretty big.
The first photo of the curvature of Earth was done in 1929, December 31st, 1929, by an Army pilot named A.W. Stevens. He invented a camera, a lens, and an infrared photography process that would penetrate the haze and show a clear horizon. From 21,000 feet in a biplane, he took the world's first photograph showing longitudinal horizon curve from 21,000 feet, and it's very clear. The photo's still available.
Come on,
That's
CGI.
awesome.
CGI.
The weird thing, when the New York Times published the photo and the story, there wasn't a single person saying that the Earth was flat and the photo was faked, because there were no flat earthers in 1930.
Well, I blame Al Gore for inventing the internet.
There you go.
Wasn't there still that?
Hey guys,
Sorry.
Surrender Monkey mentioned that was the Skywalker Ranch.
Skywalker, that's it. Yeah, I couldn't.
Ah,
Yeah, the name. I just couldn't remember the name. Thank you.
Well, that was that was Surrender Monkey.
Thank you. So
audio
much.
is an amazing science.
But there was like it wasn't as common as these days, but wasn't there that small village called Zion, I think, that had this flat earth cult? Like, wasn't that in the early 1900s?
There were little pockets of cults that did the flat earth thing, but they were definitely outcasts. There was no popular adoption of their ideas.
There was no GoFundMe around then.
I wonder if they ever saw that picture and what was the excuse they made.
That would be interesting. They probably just didn't look at it. It was in the New York Times, though, so millions of people saw the photo, and nobody said it was fake.
This is ironic. Most of the flat earth community live off PayPal donations. Who invented PayPal? Not ironic.
That is very funny.
By the way, my upstairs neighbor is playing music really loud, so I was wondering, like, does my microphone catch it?
I'll turn it up. We
I don't
can't
hear
hear
it a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
hint.
well, anyway, I mute anytime I'm not talking, so.
All right,
haven't heard
Alan, you
any
doing the slideshow again today?
I just started it, Bob.
All right, there you go. Hey, I'm working on a couple of things here. It looks like, we've got a stage on this channel for presentations and such. I think that I'm going to be able to schedule events on that stage, and you guys will get notifications. So that'll give us. And I'm also going to be working on some background stuff for the chat to make it a little bit more interesting than just watching our little boxes light up.
There you go.
And Alan's got his lovely slideshows that he shares with us, and that's wonderful. I'll probably put together some myself.
All right.
Actually, Rockin', you probably have an absolute boatload of astrophotography that you could probably share if you would like. If you'd like to put together 200 of them or something and run them on a continuous slideshow, I'll go
Ooh,
ahead and
that'd be
show
neat.
those. Yeah, that would
course.
be really cool.
What I personally do is pretty much confined to cell phone astrophotography. And because I had some guy pop up somewhere else and said that ISS was fake, that kind of jogged me into breaking my YouTube silence. And it looks like I'm going to make a series of 3 videos about cell phone photography of the International Space Station.
Excellent. Make sure you catch it when it fades out, into the Earth's shadow. That's the best part.
I've got 2 examples of that, actually.
Yeah. Well, you make those videos, if you can put them together in a decent fashion, I'll go ahead and I'll mirror them on my channel if you'd like and send a few people your way.
All right. And if I have problems with it, I may just package up all the stuff and send it to you.
Yeah, I'll put it together for you if you want.
Could you post your channel? Oh, sorry, Dr. Bob.
No, go right ahead.
I said, could you post your channel in the chat? I'll subscribe right now so I don't miss it.
You got a squeaky chair there, Rockin' Robbins.
And the ball's in your court. Put that thing up there.
All right. Okay. Hold on just a second.
Oh, can you hear me okay or not?
Hard to believe.
Hey, Alan, there's
people,
a satellite that doesn't exist.
well, it's hard to believe people say that the ISS doesn't exist or it's CGI because I've seen it go overhead here. I don't know, 10 times. It's like, wow, that's doesn't exist. What is that up there?
And the prediction weren't good. I have an app that gives me a 5-minute warning when it
Oh,
comes before it comes overhead.
Yeah,
Oh,
my-
yes.
My son got into astronomy, so we've been. He says, "Oh, the ISS is coming over tonight." And we're out in the yard. There it comes. Just when they say it's going to go and it zooms overhead, I mean, the speed is ridiculous.
It really is. Although I'm real close to an airport, so in my area, airplanes go 2 to 3 times faster, depending on their distance, than the ISS goes. So it's kind of fun to you see a bunch of airplanes zooming around, and you pick the ISS out. Which one's the ISS? And of course, you can discover that by if it disappears into the shadow, you see the transition.
Oh, I live right under the flight path, in the Philadelphia International Airport. Well, I see plenty of planes around here
Awesome.
at night, and nothing compares to this watching the ISS.
Oh, no.
It's tiny, and you can see it's way above where the planes are.
The crazy thing about the ISS is that to the naked eye, even it has width and length. If you're looking for the first time, you'll look at the ISS and you'll look away because you think that that's not a dot. That's something different, and you're looking for a dot. So it doesn't meet your search pattern, and you don't notice that it's really the ISS until it's basically at the zenith and you've eliminated. I couldn't have missed it. It's at magnitude -2, and you suddenly realize that's not an airplane. That's the ISS.
I look forward to seeing that in February and March. I'm getting cataract surgery, so right now something like that just looks like a little blob.
Oh, you're going to love it.
I can't even see detail on the moon. It looks
Has
like-
anybody is there any tracking available for the Chinese space station?
Yes, on heavensabove.com, and that's why I use it. It's not only good just for the ISS, it's good for all the satellites. The cell phone app does not have a dedicated Chinese space station tracker, but the PC website has a button strictly for Tiangong.
And that's what they call it, Tiangong.
That's what they're calling it. Tiangong.
I think
right.
Tian means sky or heaven in Chinese.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right.
I have no idea how to pronounce the tones.
I'll ask my wife. I'll ask her how to pronounce it proper.
That's
Get back
okay.
to you on that.
My daughter's in Japan, and we all think we know how to pronounce Japanese words. So she's in a town that's spelled Matsushita. And I asked her where she was. She said, Matsushita.
Yes, Mashuta.
I said, oh, no. And I always thought that company was Matsushita. It's Matsushita.
Yeah, I knew that from my times doing stuff in the electronics side.
Absolutely. No, the Japanese is not always pronounced according to what we think the rules are.
It's like
What about
French.
Mazda? How do you pronounce that? I
It's like
wonder in
French.
Japanese.
Mazda.
Ah,
And Honda. I never could learn French because the words don't look like they sound.
They look totally different from what they
I
sound.
can't get my head around it.
How do they learn to
Yeah, I
spell?
I've been studying French and I still have lots of trouble when trying to read, trying to read it and trying to figure out how to say it.
Well, they
When I
learn to
was in-
spell exactly like science is done. You know, we all get together for lunch, we come up with some bizarre ass story, and we all agree that that's the truth.
I
And
like
then
it.
That becomes the truth.
Oh, I thought that was religion, Dr. Bob.
Well, it's all the same group. They just,
Oh,
religion's on
It-
Thursdays.
Yeah, it is the same group. It is how they control the French language, though, pretty much. Just get together. The people just some fancy people get together and decide whether words should be allowed to be used in French or not.
once
Exactly.
when I was in Russia for a little period of time, I didn't speak Russian and couldn't read the Cyrillic alphabet. But once I figured out what some of the letters were, the English equivalent, you could kind of figure out what this store was or what that store was. French, I can't make heads or tails of French.
Yes. No, Russian is decipherable.
Yeah.
Nice
German,
comic picture, by the way.
so's German. I mean, you know what you can figure out what's going on, but France, I'm just, forget it.
it's
I
a
always say
Hades
about France would be great if it wasn't for the French. Hope there's no French people in here, but
Well, I'm a Francophile, so
well, I feel sorry for you.
the Ariane
Lol.
Space, the Ariane Space launches are just comedy heaven. They spend more time congratulating each other than they do launching a rocket.
I hope that I assume they have plenty of wine and cheese available as well, right?
I hope so. They could send us some, though. It's interesting that,
for some strange reason, I suddenly feel like wine and cheese.
yes, absolutely. Especially cheese.
Damn cheese! I need to go shopping tomorrow.
Oh, it is late in the it is late in the afternoon where you are, Tessa.
Yeah,
Nice Milky Way photo there, by the way, Alan.
Thank you.
Sorry, did someone ask? I thought I heard my name. Did someone ask me something?
Yeah, I said it's it is it is in the afternoon there, so have as much
Oh,
wine
yeah.
and cheese as you want.
Yeah, I'm planning to go shopping tomorrow.
A little early to be drinking alcohol in this part of the world.
If it's the wrong time, you just change time zones.
Well, I don't drink alcohol anyway, so
There you go.
my wife is the alcohol drinker in this house.
Aha.
She likes her red wine.
I usually drink spirits.
Excellent meteor. When was that meteor shot taken, Alan?
Sorry?
When was that meteor shot taken that's on YouTube 24/7 chat right now?
The meteor was Neowise, so last summer.
Really?
I wasn't able to get the one that's currently up there.
Got it.
The one clear night we had was so cold it would not have been good going out in a wheelchair to photograph it.
Oh, that's for sure. Absolutely. You don't understand cold until you're an amateur astronomer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind.
I live in
I don't
Finland.
mind cold when I can stomp. I didn't mind cold when I could stomp around and move about, but being sat in a wheelchair, you get so cold so quickly.
Absolutely. I can understand that. We don't realize how much heat we generate by moving, and of course, when you're standing at a telescope looking through the eyepiece, you're not moving. You really have to dress twice as warm as you think is appropriate.
Yeah. The big orange streak that was diagonally across that last picture was a meteor from the is it the Pleiades shower that's in August time?
Okay.
That was again last summer. Because this year we've had absolutely rubbish weather. Can't remember a clear night. I can't remember a clear night in the summer where it didn't have cloud.
In Florida,
one
we've had
reason.
a fall like that.
Yeah, that's why you run the telescope from inside the house next to the fireplace. You set
You
it up
got it.
during the day, and then you run it all remotely.
Now, a friend of mine, David Brewer, live streams meteor showers and comets and that kind of thing. He actually live streamed this comet, and he had several really decent videos in the last week. This comet is over. It's too close to the sun. Although the comet is intrinsically at its brightest in the next couple of days, it's not going to be visible.
Yeah. Oh, bugger. Brain fart. I get them, unfortunately.
Comet visibility as opposed to brightness.
I have popped out. Why can I not see it?
You can only see it on YouTube or Discord. You can't see it in Discord. Strange, isn't it? That.
No, it's all right. I see it in Discord, I believe.
No, I can't see it in Discord. I can see it on the YouTubes, but I can't see it in Discord.
There we go. That's Neowise, is it not?
That is
Yeah.
Neil.
Yeah, absolutely.
For some reason, every time I try and pop the chat out, it doesn't open the window properly.
Wow. I just got it to do it. So
Yeah, it's normally not a problem. It's just really weird. My computer's being what's the word we're looking for? Difficult.
there you go. It's being peaky. Very nice. Must be the Sagittarius area, or at least that's what it appears to be, but I don't see Sagittarius.
I have absolutely no idea with that one, I'm afraid.
You know, there is a website called astrometry.net. You can upload your photograph, and it will identify the constellations and deep space objects that are in your photo.
Yeah, because that's actually a single frame.
Excellent.
Shot with my DSLR because I shot that while I was out. That night I shot Neowise, although I had to go out again because I cocked it up.
Okay.
Saturn and Jupiter. A not very good picture of Mars. Some of the Moon.
Very
and the
nice. You've
ISS.
got, and you have M31 in this shot.
I do indeed have M31 in that shot. That is a 7. That is a 7-image stack,
Very nice.
and I did that on my front porch.
Very nice. And Cassiopeia is very prominent in there. I wonder if anybody can pick it out.
Not me.
It's a bit difficult. You know, I found that out when I went to the Florida Keys to a star party down there. I spent a night in a lawn chair with a pair of binoculars just learning the sky because all the stars in a pristine night look the same brightness. You can't pick out constellations. You can't pick out the Big Dipper. So
Yeah.
you have to relearn the sky.
There you go, the satellite that doesn't exist.
There it is. Smile for the
Wi-Fi.
camera.
I shot that handheld. Camera.
That's handheld?
Yep.
Fantastic.
With a 6. I shot it with my airshow rig. So it's a Canon EOS 50D with a Sigma 150 600mm zoom. Obviously at 600mm.
Yes. That's a nice lens.
It is, and then and I have it mounted on a shoulder pod rig, so I can hold it like a gun and point.
Sure. And then the image stabilization is good enough to let you do this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can shoot with the shoulder stock thing set up right. You can shoot. I can shoot at 300mm. At 160th of a second. I can do that without image stabilization.
Okay. Now, David Brewer uses that lens, and he says he doesn't ever zoom all the way to 600. He goes to 600 and backs up a little bit because then he can go both sides of the focus, too far in, too far out, and get the precise focus spot. He says when you go to 600, infinity's right up against the stop, and it's not perfect a lot of the time.
Because I don't often shoot stuff that's at infinity properly because the the hyperfocal distance at 600mm, even at the maximum aperture of f6.3, is something like 1800 meters.
Okay.
It's a long, that hyperfocal distance is a long way away.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a nice chart. Which app is this off of?
I can't remember that one. That's one of the ISS trackers.
Yes.
See, that's a good pass for me to. In fact, I think that might be one of the passes I photographed.
68 degrees high is pretty good. I'm finding that. I'm finding that. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Saying it's minus 3.1 magnitude as well, so I can use a pretty damn high shutter speed to get that.
Yes. Now, are you sharing your screen to show us this?
No. What I'm doing is I'm using OBS as a virtual camera.
Yes. Okay. I've got to get proficient in OBS. I've been procrastinating.
So I basically I've got a scene that's lots of slides that takes lots of potential slideshows, and I can just pick which one and then switch between them.
Perfect.
Hang on, let's see. F-stop on my camera is 6.3.
Do you remember what the time exposure on this particular shot was?
I can. What, the EOIs or the ISS ones? Right. There's pictures. The wide views of NEOWISE were 15 seconds at f3.5 at ISO 3200.
Aha. Okay.
And let me just scroll down. And it was shot at 18 millimeters on a Canon EFS 18-55 on my 50D.
Very nice.
And the other, because there's two, the lighter of the two Neowise photos was 30 seconds. So yeah, there's a stop of exposure difference between the bright one and the darker one. And the close-ups of the thing were shot f5, 15 seconds, ISO 3200, at 150 millimeters with my 150-600.
Very nice. The star trails, it's very difficult to tell from the star trails what the time exposure is on a photo with some magnification to it. I'm so used to a field of either 85 or 105 degrees that my eyeball calibration is not right.
Oh yeah. Oh, and I have a photograph that many people will say is impossible.
Oh, really?
I have a photograph of. I have a correctly exposed photograph of the full moon with stars visible in the background.
Very nice. Very nice.
You know how I got that, don't you?
A layered photo.
No, it's a single exposure.
Oh, really?
It's right in the center of a total lunar eclipse.
Of course. Oh, that's nice. I like that. That is excellent.
Well done on that picture. That's really good thinking.
Oh, Neowise was a great comment.
That's the 30-second exposure, that one.
Yes. Beautiful. And you've got about 100 degrees of sky there, so 30 seconds doesn't kill the stars.
No.
There's that non-existent satellite up there. It seems to be smiling at us.
Yeah. The biggest issue with the pictures is I'm using a 15 megapixel camera, and I'm cropping it down to 15 kilopixels.
Gotcha. Yeah, to get some image scale.
To get a little bit of digital zoom out of it.
Absolutely. Well, that's what high pixel counts are good for, is because you can do that. And of course, you're a little bit challenged, but heck, these are good shots. This moonshot here has really good definition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just I just go out there and shoot the easy stuff, really.
Nobody does the easy stuff. So really what you're doing is pretty exceptional.
Yeah, I've managed to get a nice shot of Earthshine on a fairly newish moon.
Yes. Yeah, I was trying to explain to somebody I was trying to explain to somebody on Discord yesterday that the best way to see Earthshine is on a very early moon that's setting just after the sun, and you need a very thin crescent. When the moon is nearly new from the moon, Earth is full, and it's about 35 times brighter in the sky than the moon is for us.
You know, it's mind-boggling that somebody can look at a picture of a moon and then say they're not sure what it is. I mean, trust your own eyes. It's a giant hunk of rock up there.
Oh, even more bizarre is the ones that say you can see stars through the moon.
Well, that's because the moon is made of cheese, Swiss cheese, and of course, Swiss cheese has holes, so of course you sometimes see the stars through it.
Yep. I'm gonna have to go with that one. That's actually a really good one.
I like it. Most of them, though, say the moon is partially transparent. Most of them say the moon is partially transparent, which is really bizarre. That's my favorite photo right there. That's really good.
Showing terrible lateral chromatic aberration, as far as I can see. And I think maybe the reflections coming off the solar panels are not helping.
I agree. They would shift the color of the image, I bet.
I think some of that color aberration is just, just possibly having just the right or wrong angle on because it's weird that you've got the red both ends and the green in the middle. Another
thing, you don't know how soon that is after it crossed the terminator. Now, if it's low, that's sunlight going through the atmosphere and being reddened. That's lighting it up.
Yeah, if it's low on our horizon.
Well, low on its horizon. If from the space station it just rose, then that light is going through a lot of Earth's atmosphere and it gets refracted more and is more likely to be red, just like the red eclipsed moon.
Of course. Oh, and I just checked, and it happens to be in freedom units, so that's good. Hyperfocal distance of the 600 millimeter f6.3 lens on my on my APS-C size camera sensor is 9,922 feet.
Wow.
So nearly 2 miles.
That's pretty good.
The trouble is the near limit. That gets you far limit infinity, and then the near limit is a mere 4,960 feet.
Right. Okay.
The thing is, I tend to focus on stuff that's a couple of miles away in order to get infinity focus.
Yes. Okay.
But
yeah, that's better. It's really hard to focus on astronomical objects anyway. Even in a telescope, you basically have to look at a star that you're not looking at to get your focus, and then go to whatever you're really trying to look at.
Yeah, or use a Bahtinov mask.
Exactly.
What I tend to do with the camera, because the lens is autofocus, is I like it if there's a moon because it will focus on the moon.
Yes.
And I figure if I can get focus at roughly 250,000 miles, that'll do for infinity.
Yes, it will. Sufficiently close to infinity not to matter.
Yeah.
As far as the camera is concerned, that is infinity. Or indistinguishable from infinity.
Infinity, yeah.
Let me see here. See if I can't pull off something here. I'm going to try to share my screen once I find some photos. Photos are nice to find.
Yeah, it's always handy finding the photos. My biggest problem is the number of photographs I've got in my catalogue.
Digital photos are a double-edged sword.
Yeah, nearly 166,000.
Woohoo!
Well, I don't like throwing anything away, so I keep all the shots, even the ones that are useless.
Yes, of course.
Just in case there's anything in them that is useful.
There you go. Or you get an idea. I think I'll process this to show this, and then of course you don't get around to it.
And then I started doing time lapses. So of course I was shooting time lapses of the night sky. I
Oh,
was
time
shooting
lapses are fabulous.
time lapses of sunrises and sunsets and stuff. Well, yeah, but my biggest problem is that I did a nice time lapse down the seafront in town with the big wheel going around,
Yes.
and it's 30 seconds of video, right? The raw data off the camera, so the video off the camera, 30 gigabytes.
Yes.
because I'm doing time lapses, I'm using a still camera and I'm shooting a still camera in RAW for every So
Yes.
I've got a 18 megabyte RAW for each frame.
Been there, done that.
So I can shoot at 1 frame a second for 30 minutes on my 32 gig card, and I get 30 seconds of video out of it at 60 frames a second. But I could quite easily. I mean, it doesn't quite get 8K off the sensor.
Got it.
But that 15 megapixel sensor will.
Hello, Annie.
Interpolate up to 8K without it.
Okay, will do. Yep, will do. Okay. All right. Yes. Sorry about that. I disappeared for a minute.
Oh, don't worry.
No, actually,
is
you
that-
didn't. You were streaming your
No, I was
telephone
gonna
call
say-
to us.
Oh no.
Go ahead, caller.
Not good.
Go ahead, caller. You're on air.
There you go.
Hey, it's not as bad as your daughter walking in while you're live streaming and asking if you're talking to backwards people again.
There you go. There you go. Now I'm
And
at
it going out live over air.
Yes. Okay. I'm sharing my screen with a photo of NeoWise taken with a cell phone.
Ah, that's pretty good for a cell phone.
It's not bad, and you can see the sun is just barely below the horizon. I've got pretty good exposure latitude there.
Yeah.
But behind me, let me see. No, that's not behind me. That's in my. There, behind me was something really magnificent with Sagittarius. You can see Sagittarius right here. There's the spout. There's the Milky Way star clouds. You've got Scorpius over here somewhere. There's the end of Scorpius right over here. And up here somewhere is Ophiuchus. But there's the central Milky Way right there.
Oh, nice.
And again,
Yeah.
that's a single exposure from a LG G4 smartphone.
At least you're sensible enough to put your smartphone in on a tripod.
You got to do it. Although with my new phone with the Google Pixel 4a 5G, I can take a handheld photo and show stars pretty good. I don't think I'd get the Milky Way handheld. But I haven't really tried it. Now let's see what else I got going here. I got to go to the.
That sunrise, over with the cloud over that one and the one a bit down. That was pretty damn good.
You talking about this one here?
That one, and there was another one that was like a block of garages.
You're talking about this one, right? That's a sunset, actually. But
oh well, It's
That's
it's hard
called
to tell. The sun goes near the horizon, then you don't know which way it's going in a still picture, do you?
Yes, but you can also see the stars are underlit there very clearly. It's pretty heavy HDR in the photo, but it brings out the underlit clouds really well.
Yeah.
See if I can pick up some other good stuff. Oh, here you go. Is that the new phone?
You might not want to put. You might want to be a bit careful with that. I think you were just showing stuff you don't want to show.
Well, it's stuff. It's stuff you might not want to show, but it's unidentifiable, so people don't know what it is. Okay, here's a photo with the LG G4 where I went to a dark place in Florida, just northwest of Ocala, and got the Milky Way coming up. And this is another single exposure, 15 seconds.
It's a shame that pushing it through apps like Discord can reduce the quality a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I forget what Discord told me it was doing. I'm really afraid to look at what Discord says it's doing to the photos. Here's another photo. This is a layered photo of Orion. Yeah, is that Orion? Let me take a look here. Oh, here's the Pleiades up at the top. There's the Hyades right there, Taurus with the horns right there. So over here we have Orion. Here's and there's the belt right there, and there's the Orion Nebula right at the end of my little pointer there.
It's really weird. I'd recognize. I can go outside and look at the night sky and recognize Orion.
Yes.
But I was really struggling to see it in the photograph.
When you get too many stars, constellations disappear.
Yeah.
It's easier to pick out something like the Pleiades than it is to pick out Orion. The other thing is the image scale here. This photo is 100 degrees wide. So that's like a third of the arc of the sky. So Orion, you think of, it's a giant constellation. Here it is taking up less than a quarter of the field of view. So your search pattern doesn't work. Matter of fact, right there at the tip of at the tip of the arrow there, you can see a hint of the Flame Nebula, which is kind of a companion to the Horsehead Nebula, which sits up in this area. But of course, it's invisible in this shot.
Yeah.
But you
Sorry.
But you can see the hint of the Flame Nebula there, which is really surprising.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm also more used to seeing seeing Orion at a different orientation.
Absolutely. Yes, Florida's a weird place. We're way south.
Obviously.
Yes, we're at latitude 29.
Oh,
here.
Yeah, I'm 53.
Yes, big difference. And of course, Bob is up there around 45, 46, 47, somewhere around there. I forget his exact latitude, but here's my very first layered photograph where I got photos that didn't quite overlap completely.
Yeah.
One thing about
the sky is rotating as you do it, unless you're on a tracking mount, isn't it?
Yes, I'm strictly on a tripod. I don't use equatorial mounts. I don't cancel out field rotation with fancy rotators. I let the software rotate the photographs and superimpose them. What I'm finding is with the LG G4, if that camera is not totally equalized in temperature with the outside, what you get is the camera cools or it heats up during the exposures that you take, so the stars on the outside of the photo don't perfectly line up, so the stars become streaks. You can see in the upper right hand corner there, you see some streaks. That's because of thermal expansion of the camera, because the focal length in a cell phone is so short that a little bit of thermal expansion becomes visible. So it almost makes photography with that particular cell phone into a crapshoot, where you don't necessarily know what you're going to get, which That's kind of fun, really. All right,
That
where's my?
might be my issue with some of my photos then, because some of my photos, I get the stars streaking, the stars go weird, funny shapes in the corners. And I just
Yes.
thought that was my lens being funny, because my f2.8 lens, which is fairly wide angle, got
Yes.
dropped, and I think it might be a bit decentered anyway. Ooh,
Okay.
what was that going up?
That is the launch of a Falcon 9 with a spy satellite. So it's going into a more polar orbit, high inclination, than your normal shot from the Cape. And you can see the exposure latitude this LG G4 has is pretty outstanding. We've got the moon out there, and it's not destroying my image.
Oh, that's the moon, is it?
That's the moon. It's oversaturated, but it doesn't destroy the entire image. In the LG G4, the moon in the photo automatically meant that the glare covered 2/3 of the field.
Yeah. But I thought those high polar orbit shots usually went from somewhere a bit further north, the military launch site.
Occasionally, for some reason, they launch them from the Cape. Of course, all of the high inclination space shuttle shots came from the Cape, and those went basically straight up the coast. And you could see the rocket for 15 minutes after it took off. It was really amazing. Falcon 9 does the same thing if they do a high inclination shot. What is this? Well,
Oh, that's
no,
nice.
nobody knows what that is. This is probably the Beehive Nebula, but I can't say for sure. Good question. I don't know what it is. I'd have to. Now, that site, astrometry.net, you upload your picture, and it actually draws in the constellation lines, tell you what the constellation is, gives you a list of deep space objects within the field of view. It's really great. And it's free. Free is good.
Free
All
is
right.
always good.
Absolutely. I need
I
to go
might
to
have
my.
to try. I might have to try those ones of mine, mightn't I? See what it says about them.
Absolutely. There's a
Now
little There's a little telescope that I spent some
that's a
time
little
with.
one, isn't it?
That's a 36-inch telescope. While it was set up in the Florida Keys, it was the largest telescope in Florida.
Huh.
Let's see here. A bunch of old film photos that were scanned. What I'm looking for.
For some reason, I don't really associate Florida with dark skies and astronomy.
Florida is probably the best place for planetary and lunar photography, and that's because we have such high humidity. In the desert, for instance, the sky is more transparent, but it's much less steady. Humidity in the air, it conducts heat, so that it equalizes the temperature. You don't have bubbles of convection going through your field of view, making everything swim
Right.
around. When we have a clear, high humidity day, and you look at the stars, it's like looking at a photo. They're just rock solid. And when you're making photography of the moon, you've seen high magnification video of the moon. It's awful. From Florida, it's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Ah,
Okay, let's see. Here's one where I was. This is a time lapse at about 6 times actual speed. I went out with my with the Google Pixel phone, and I took about a 4-minute bunch of 5-second time exposures, 6 seconds apart. And I never saw this with my eye at all. As I came home and I was all discouraged, I never even saw it. How can you not see the ISS? Well, there's a reason for that. Clouds. So, but if you notice up here in this cloud, the ISS is not. It's not obscured by the cloud. It's actually vanishing into the shadow right there.
right.
So there it is. What I'm doing for my videos, I'm slowing these down to actual time length. So this is a GIF that's automatically made by Google Photos, and it's just not adequate. It's too fast, and there's no way for me to slow it down. You can see what streetlights do to your photography there. That's kind of interesting.
I used to be lucky. I used to be open my front door and see most of the eastern sky.
Oh, that's nice.
Without any bright lights, because I'm like a couple of miles from the coast, and there's nothing between me and the coast. But then there's a house about a quarter of a mile, maybe a little bit, maybe half a mile across a couple of fields that was renovated, and I think they are city people that have bought it.
Wow!
Because they've put a bloody great big strip light completely across the length of under the eaves, which they leave on all night, and they got a couple of the brightest security cameras you can imagine on.
Oh no!
On really sensitive sensors that go on and off randomly all bloody night long. It really pissed me off.
No kidding.
I mean, you move into the countryside and then you bloody ruin it because you put all this light pollution up.
No kidding. That's one great thing about the site. My friend bought a piece of property a little bit northwest of Ocala, and Ocala is the town of hoity-toity horse farms. Now, horses don't want any light, and the horses are rich, so they're never going to sell out to real estate developers. So he's got a wildlife preserve to his west. It is dark. It's darker than the Florida Keys were.
Oh, lovely.
Here's what I deal with. This is a time lapse sequence, and in this sequence is the space shuttle. Almost everything you see is airplanes. Now, it is possible to pick out the space shuttle. You can see how the airplanes are dotted lines because the navigation lights flash once per second. So that's real easy. The things that look promising turn out to have dotted lines. Those are airplanes. But the space shuttle actually disappears into the shadow here, so you can see it fade out. So check out, just watch the sequence here. It's just repeating. The space shuttle comes out of this bush right over here and goes up on a diagonal and disappears into the shadow right about here, which is Polaris.
Okay. So.
Hey, Bob, what's it like to see Polaris that low?
I can't see Polaris that low.
No.
I usually have the problem when I'm trying to do Polaris with the wider. I can't if I center it in the field of view, the 18mm lens, I get a chunk of the house in the way.
Exactly.
So if I think because if I think that there's a chance it might cloud over and have a shower or something, I'll try and see if I can get the camera under the porch.
Yes.
But of course, you can't do that and have Polaris in it because 53 degrees.
Yes.
He's pointing it up quite high, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it is. Here's my first ISS shot ever, and instead of doing time lapse, what I did is I superimposed all of them, and that came out with a real interesting trail there. And again, you can see it disappear into the shadows.
Yeah. So the one I've got there now that's up is a meteor from the I think Pleiades shower, is it in August?
Okay. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
That's one corner of the frame that I caught that in, And I mean, I was sat there. Yeah, I set the camera up, pointing in what I thought was going to be a good direction.
Yes.
I was getting I was getting meteors at about one a minute.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I know. I got one. I caught one of them in frame.
That's about how luck goes. And you have to have a wide angle view to even get that, because these meteors can appear just about anywhere. The best direction to point is if the radiant is in the sky, point 90 degrees away from the radiant, and you'll get the best chance of getting a nice meteor from that shower. But have you ever noticed that when you're looking at meteors in a meteor shower, the brightest and best meteors are sporadics?
Yeah.
The best meteors don't belong to the shower.
Yeah, I tell you, I had one come over that you could hear.
Yes.
Most of them were silent, but one was enough that you could actually hear the as it went over, as it was doing whatever it was doing to the atmosphere and itself.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe not as spectacular as the one that happened over Russia a few years ago that blew all the windows in when it exploded. But
well, that was a once in several lifetimes event.
Yeah.
And that Russia, the land of the dash cam, was the place where that happened, and dozens of dash cams caught the meteor. That was amazing.
Yeah. Well, have you seen the state of the driving in Russia? I'm not surprised you need a dash cam.
It is the jungle. Survival of the fittest.
I'd want dash cam front and back.
No kidding. No kidding. And you know, in the U.S., if you have a dash cam, you use it for a few months and you decide, well, this is kind of worthless.
And we live right next to them. Think about it. That's why we are so crazy.
Yes.
I think it's time to change the folder of images that I'm showing, isn't it?
There you go.
Because we're now repeating images.
I just have to learn to use OBS. I'm just going to have to buckle down and do it. I've been procrastinating now for almost a year.
It's not difficult, and I wouldn't say I'm brilliant, but if you want some advice, I'm always willing to help.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I got to know enough to ask questions, and I don't.
Well, sometimes it's handy just to know enough to ask the right question, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's half of learning. It is knowing just enough to ask the right question. If you can get to that point, it snowballs. Until you get to that point, there's nothing that you can learn. What aircraft was that last photo that you showed?
Hang on. I've just discovered that I can do the back button. There's a back button and a pause button for this.
Beautiful.
That is a very nose-on shot of the Blackburn Buccaneer. Also known as the Banana Bomber.
Why was it called that?
If you look at the side, if I had a side profile photograph of it to show you, you would understand why it's called the Banana Bomber.
Okay.
It looks somewhat
Blackburn Buccaneer.
Yes.
I will search it.
If you want some, actually, I'll find. I think I might even find it in my history. Oh no, I can just search it, can't I? That's right.
It does kind of look like a banana from the side.
Yeah, it does kind of look like a banana from the side, doesn't it? Right. Copy link address. Go back to make sure I'm watching the stream. Oh yeah. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
There you go.
But I shall stick the link to a right. That's a link. I've stuck it in the thing. I'll stick it in VC text as well. It's a link to a YouTube video of a low-level attack by Buccaneers on HMS Liverpool off Gibraltar.
Wow.
There's two scenes. There's two bits of it I like. One where there's a Buccaneer taking off, and he takes off and he retracts the undercarriage so that he can fly a little bit lower.
Right.
Down the runway. And then when they fly past HMS Liverpool, which is only it might even be a frigate, destroyer or a frigate, so it's not a very big boat, and the lead Buccaneer is below the main deck, the main weather deck.
Oh, amazing!
At about 450 knots.
What I want to know why the British, who had the world's premier aircraft industry, just committed suicide and quit producing anything aviation or space related.
Our crappy Labour government during the 1960s, and the fact that even when we amalgamated the companies to make them bigger, they just weren't big enough to compete with the money available in America.
Yes, but you know, everything that we learned about supersonic flight came from the British.
Yeah, I mean, we were close to having a supersonic aircraft at the time that Jaeger broke the sound barrier.
Yes, exactly. As a matter of fact, Jaeger only did it thanks to the data that came from Britain.
Indeed, and I think they pushed that through a bit because they were worried that we were going to beat you.
I think it was a Jaeger thing. I wonder if Jaeger was meant to do the attempt then. Jaeger's a kind of a loose cannon type of flyer. He would have tried it anyway. I don't think Jaeger cared one bit about politics.
Oh, I need to push play again to make the pictures go round, don't I? I'm terribly sorry.
There you go.
But yeah, no, the Buccaneer was something special. It was actually built for the Royal Navy.
Okay.
And designed to carry a standoff nuclear weapon.
Wow. And carrier based?
And carrier based.
That's incredible.
When we got rid of Ark Royal, the Royal Air Force ended up with the RAF bought some as well.
Yes.
But when the Navy lost Ark Royal, the last proper carrier we had, the RAF ended up with all the Buccaneers.
Yes.
And they really knew how to fly them. In fact, I mean, they were second generation jet bombers, so designed in the late 50s.
Yes.
1960. They were used in the first Gulf War.
Mm-hmm.
Not to carry weapons, but to carry laser designators.
Okay.
Because they could get down low to do the laser designator stuff.
Yes. Fantastic. Nice B-17 photos there.
That's Sally B, the only airworthy B-17 in Europe.
Wow.
It's it's actually painted up as Memphis Belle, obviously.
Yes.
Because they used it in the movie.
Okay.
Although personally, I prefer the previous polished aluminium finish that she used to wear in the 70s.
Okay.
But I don't have any pictures of her in that state.
Mm.
Well, I might have to scan some. I've got. Unfortunately, I lost all my film photos because my flat got flooded and they were stashed in boxes under the bed.
Oh, that was the problem with film. It was fragile.
And they basically the room got filled with a couple of inches of very unpleasant water.
Ugh.
And of course, they got classified as contaminated waste.
Right. Wow. Ugh.
So
not good.
So yeah, it's
That's a nice shot there.
yeah, the of course. I got to make sure I look at the right picture because
Yes.
there's a bit of a delay in the YouTube stream.
I had no clue the British used Corsairs.
We were the people that figured out how to land them on aircraft carriers. Thank you.
Yes. Absolutely.
You know, before that, you guys were like, this thing will never work as an aircraft. You know, as a off carriers.
Yes.
Why they carried on using the Wildcat for so long? Because
absolutely, and the Corsair was a very superior aircraft to the Wildcat.
Sorry, not the Wildcat. I'm thinking of the. Hang on, I get confused.
Hellcat.
The Hellcat.
Hellcat, because
yes. The successor to the Wildcat.
We had Wildcats, but they were called something else when we had them.
Yes. The Canadians did the same thing. They renamed all our aircraft.
Oh, yeah. Well, look,
but they all
as well.
But they also heavily modified those aircraft. So in reality, the different name was appropriate.
Well, that for example, you have the North American AT-6 Texan.
Yes.
The rest of the world has the North American AT-6 Harvard.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to us calling it the Harvard.
There are a surprising number of Harvards flying in the United States.
There are a surprising number of Harvards flying everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
There were a surprisingly large number of Harvards built.
Oh, that's a beautiful aircraft there.
That was the twin-engine biplane?
No, this is a single-engine biplane. Looks like a puss moth.
That's actually a Royal Air Force Tiger Moth.
Ah, beautiful. That was a pre-World War II trainer, and actually was used sometime in World War II as well.
It was used right through World War II and right through into the 50s.
One of the greatest learning aircraft ever produced.
There is a puss moth at that museum as well that also is airworthy, because all this stuff is airworthy.
That's beautiful.
So that's the Tiger Moth again, and that's a DH-51 Moth in the back. And actually, they didn't call it the Moth yet. That was the DH-51 in the background.
Got it.
The two-bay one with aircraft transport painted down the side. That starred a few years ago in a British Airways commercial.
Wow!
As they move through all the from the early types up to the Monster, and of course, here's another one: the Douglas C-47 Dakota Mark II.
Yes.
Because again, we called it the Dakota, while you called it the Skytrain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I never knew that Dakota was a British name.
Yeah, we called them Dakotas, and of course, again, a lot of the rest of the world call them Dakotas, while the US they're Skytrains.
Yes.
Yeah, even in Finland we know them as Dakotas.
Yeah.
So is there, Mustang, and what else is there?
That's
No.
a P-47.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's a Thunderbolt.
yeah, that's a P-51C and a P-47G.
gotcha.
There you go.
And that's a Typhoon from Number 6 Squadron.
Beautiful.
I'm kind of attached to Number 6 Squadron because when I was in the Air Training Corps, I belonged to Number 6F Squadron of the Air Training Corps.
Wow.
Which was founded in 1937 under a slightly different name.
That is a beautiful little fighter there.
It is.
Something to say about small planes and their maneuverability.
Yeah, and it was so funny when the anti-aircraft gun of the Bismarck were set up to engage faster aircraft, so they couldn't hit this.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, of course, the one you have to remember is it was Swordfish of the Royal Navy that basically informed the Japanese Navy that you could indeed drop torpedoes into a shallow harbour and sink all the ships at anchor.
Yes.
Oh, there was the raid in Italy. I forget where in there, but
Well, the Italian raid had something to do with it, but the Swordfish attack techniques were what informed the Japanese on how to get a handle on modifying torpedoes and flight regimes for shallow harbors.
Do you want to know the funny thing? The Royal Navy didn't modify any of the torpedoes for shallow water. They just went with what they had.
Yep. No, the Japanese did, though.
Yeah. But we were about as successful in attacking Taranto as the Japanese were at Pearl Harbor.
Absolutely.
The
And
thing
you
I
did it
like
first.
about the thing I like about the Swordfish is
There you go. Telephone.
yeah, it's a good thing that the Japanese missed all the aircraft carriers in Pearl Harbor. I mean,
Yes.
that's why Admiral Yamamoto or Yamato was it called? Yamamoto, like all the others Japanese big guns were celebrating. He knew, like he was like, yeah, no, not good.
Well, he knew that even if they had got the aircraft carriers, it wouldn't have made any difference.
Yeah, and he predicted quite well. Like Anthony Beaver mentions this in his history book about World War II. Like Yamamoto had said that, well, if we engage, he was totally against engaging America, but if we do engage, well, I'd say for a year I will go from victory to victory, and then I don't see much success. And yeah, pretty much.
He was dead on. He was dead on. Interestingly, he was out to sea because in Japan he would have been assassinated. There were a bunch of military people who were totally opposed to Yamamoto, and he was
I didn't
changed.
know that.
Nope, he was assigned to a sea assignment to save his life.
Huh, didn't know that. I mean, I knew that there was lots of rivalry, especially between the Navy and the Army, but I didn't know that.
Absolutely. Navy and the Army in Japan did not cooperate at all. There was absolutely no communication. And interestingly, in the Navy, the captains of destroyers were kind of outcasts because the Japanese military ethos was that of attack. And of course, destroyers defended, and defense was dishonorable.
Right. Yeah, that's really fascinating to learn about the decisions, especially they made in Japan. Like Beaver starts his book about Second World War from the Battle of Khalkhin Gol because it had such a huge influence later in the war. Like that was because that was basically when the Navy won the argument of the let's strike south. And when you think about it, like, yeah, maybe United States wouldn't have gotten into the war, or it would have gotten there as a divided country. So, yeah, good thing that Khalkhin Gol was an Allied victory.
Yes. And of course, the Japanese had no idea what the effect of attacking Pearl Harbor would be. They thought that that was just an outlying, insignificant base that wouldn't really
Yeah.
resonate with the American people. And instead, it was as if they had attacked Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and of course, I don't want to say his surname because I suspect that's one of those things the YouTube algorithm will pick up. But Adolf, when he made that really big mistake as well, when he declared war against America, and he wasn't obliged anyway. Like the pact he had with Japan was that defensive pact. Like if one of us gets attacked, we will defend. But it was the Japan who attacked, so he had no obligation to declare war, which of course was a big mistake from his part.
Well, the die was already cast. What happened was he declared unrestricted submarine warfare, trying to starve England. However, the British weren't dependent on their own fleet to bring supplies to them on the British Isles. They used the shipping of the entire world. So the Germans had no choice but to sink the shipping of the entire world. As soon as they did that, it was the world against Germany, and the war was over. The use of German submarines in World War II was entirely unjustifiable militarily and guaranteed their loss in the war.
Yeah, I mean, you have to face the fact that the US were waging war against German submarines and sinking them before the 7th of November 1941.
Absolutely. And they had no choice because with unrestricted submarine warfare, American ships were being attacked, Brazilian ships were being attacked, Argentinian ships were being attacked. Any ship in the ocean was fair game. So that opened the door for the I forget how many destroyers that were lent along with their crews to Britain to help defend the convoys. We were in the war a long time before the war was declared.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I think the American patrols were mostly sort of limited to your side of the ocean before the war was declared.
Well, the Lend-Lease destroyers were actually under Royal Navy command, so they served wherever the Royal Navy wanted them to serve. I believe they had American crews, but those American crews didn't have any American control.
Hello. Are we happy today or sad?
We're happy.
Pretty happy.
So
We're
the
always
flat
happy.
Earth is doing good today then.
Actually, it hasn't really come up.
Oh well.
The what?
Well,
Yeah.
how can things fly without a flat Earth?
Well, we're just talking about interesting things, and flat Earth
Okay.
isn't all that
World War
interesting
II.
right now.
World War II planes?
Vintage airplanes, you betcha.
Yeah, and a little bit of World War II history in general.
Yeah. I don't know. It's my opinion. I don't know, guys. It was my opinion that had Hitler not declared war on us, we would have been really happy beating the shit out of Japan. That was a big mistake that he made because they actually attacked us.
Oh yeah, we
Yeah,
were very busy.
Yeah,
America
we were
wasn't
busy.
really into the Germany first policy.
Well, that didn't really start until we were in the war too. But we would have really been happy concentrating our efforts on Japan because there was a lot of support for that. There was a little bit less support for the war against Germany, other than on moral grounds.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if it weren't for Hitler, Japan wouldn't have declared war on us because wasn't he part of the catalyst for Japan to attack?
Oh no, Japan wanted to
Not
declare
at all.
war on it. Japan wanted us, but they wanted to make sure that Germany would support them, and as a result, Hitler declared war on us too, which was his bad judgment.
He
But,
would have ended up at war with us anyway.
He
Yeah,
would have,
it's-
but if it had delayed a year, what would have happened? You know?
It's kind of crazy because like he already has so many wars going on all sides of his front. What makes him think he could handle a war across the ocean?
Well, he kind of imagined that Japan would totally keep America occupied.
Well, you know, the biggest problem that they ran into is that unlike all of the European powers, we had internal line, you know, we were pretty much untouchable. I mean, the aircraft factories were in the center of the North America, you know, in the center of the United States, and he couldn't reach us.
Yeah, that's very
I mean,
difficult to sink an aircraft factory in Kansas with a submarine.
yeah, exactly. And the problem is that the resources and the money that we had to bring to the table, you know, I mean, there were two different thoughts of the schools of thought on how to build an atomic bomb. So we said, screw it, we'll build both of them and see which one works. You know, we had the ability to do that. The United States by no means won World War II. We had a much bigger role in the Pacific than we did in the Atlantic. It was won by Britain and the Soviet Union. We just ended it.
Yeah, and
because we brought the
American
resources.
Lend-Lease trucks and jeeps did have a pretty good impact on Red Army. Like that was one of the reasons they were able to cover so much ground so fast, because they had lots of jeeps and trucks from America.
Well,
And
the
they were-
P-63s and everything else that came in through Alaska and over the seas. But, you know, I mean, we brought the resources that they needed to win. And, you know,
Yeah.
that,
I mean,
that was the big contribution we made.
Well, our
I mean,
P-39s were tailor-made for Russian use on the Eastern Front. They loved that airplane.
What had that big
everybody else
honking
hated
cannon
it.
in the front of it?
But yeah, I think it was the American ability to produce stuff. I mean, we even literally moved some of our radar research to the US, complete with all the scientists, just to stop it getting bombed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same with the Enigma decode process was moved partially overseas to keep it away from possible bombing.
Yeah. They built quite a lot of bombs, and I think they even built another Colossus in the US.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had Canada, but we had so many more resources down here, and
Yeah,
so
yeah,
and
you
a
had-
much greater
you had all the
population.
You had all the factories. I mean,
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
face it,
exactly.
the P-51 wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the Royal Air Force,
No, it wouldn't.
No,
because it was designed and built specifically to an RAF requirement.
Yes. You know,
and then
if
they
it-
didn't even like it because they had the wrong engine in it. They had to put their own engine in it, which worked better.
yeah, the Allison was not suitable for high altitude at all. It was great at low altitude, but above 15,000 feet, it trailed off like nobody's business.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you only have to look at the P-40, because I mean they stuck Merlins in P-40s as well, and that was a much better aircraft for it.
Well, only at high altitude. At low altitude, the Allison P-40 was in some regards superior to the Merlin P-40. But again, you had to be below 15,000 feet, and that's just not where the European war was fought.
No. I mean, okay if you're doing ground support, I suppose. You know, being a ground attack aircraft.
For some reason, the Japanese liked low altitude. They didn't use high altitude craft like the Germans did.
No, and I mean we had bombers that would. I mean, we tended not to bomb as high as you guys did, because you know.
Well, we had no
mostly
choice.
Yeah, I mean, mostly we would go up to about 20,000 feet at night, whereas you guys were having to go up to, you know, up another 4,000 or 5,000 feet during the day.
Yeah,
And
when
that
you're
wasn't-
when you're a visible target, you tend to get as far away as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that didn't necessarily work out so well for you until you had the 51D and the later Thunderbolts that could make it all the way to Berlin and still have some fight in them.
Absolutely. No, range was the key.
The other thing that gets me is that the F model and earlier, the Mosquito could carry a heavier bomb load to Berlin than the B-17 could.
It was an amazing aircraft.
Yeah, and of course the other advantage of the Mosquito was it could do it at about the same speed as a Mustang.
Yes. The only problem was the Mosquito tended to be a little bit fragile, and that could be a problem, but the Mosquito was so darn fast and also largely invisible to radar.
It would be less visible to radar. I mean, you've still got two bloody great big Merlin engines on there.
Yes, you do.
And they make a very good radar target. And the rest of it would give, there's still enough stuff in there to give you a return. The systems I worked with would detect an F-117A at 250 nautical miles in low power.
That's good enough.
Yeah, if they'd fly it high enough, we could have seen it. All the way out to 450 kilometers.
Yes.
Which I'm not quite sure what that is in nautical miles, but it's 300 metric miles.
Got it.
Yeah, but of course it has to be over 60. It has to be about 65,000 feet to see it.
Mm-hmm. One thing about this photo of the P-47, when you say a photo of the P-47, it's so well proportioned that you have no idea how huge this airplane is. It was just a totally outsized fighter.
Well, they didn't call it the Jug for nothing, did they?
No, it was tough. There was one that was hit by flak over Berlin that came back, and he was just kind of limping at low altitude. He had a Messerschmitt on his tail all the way to the English Channel, and the Messerschmitt was just pumping magazine after magazine of machine gun fire into this P-47. The German ran out of ammunition, saluted him, and left. That's a rugged aircraft.
No, that's a rugged aircraft. It's a SBAC 300.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, at the factory, they like to, when they're selling it to you, they like to stand on the tailplane and jump up and down on it just to show how much strength there is in it. But they are rated to, I think, plus 6G and about minus 5G.
That's good enough.
Yeah, and it'll roll at 540 degrees a second.
Wow. That's a roll. As a matter of fact, that's too much for human endurance for more than one or two rotations.
Probably.
You thinking a second or a minute?
A second?
Yeah, 720 degrees per second. That's unthinkable. That's amusement park ride.
540 degrees a second, actually, but
Okay, still a rotation and a half.
Rotations a second.
Yes, it is.
1.5 rotations a second.
Some of these aerobatic aircraft are basically just torture devices.
Yeah,
I couldn't fly one of those. I can't see with vomit all over my windshield.
Really?
I've got a local airfield. It's about 1.5 miles from me, and one of the guys there has got an extra 300L.
Wow!
Which is the two-seater.
That's amazing.
175 quid gets you the full Monty trip with all the video and the smoke for the aerobatic display he's doing while you're sitting in front. Although two up it is actually a bit G limited. you can only go to +4.5 and -4.
Oh, still enough to induce air sickness.
Oh yeah,
What I liked was Haley Arsenault, one that went up in Inspiration 4, was taken up in I think it was a Blue Angels craft, and the pilot decided he would do the entire aerobatic routine just full out. And the video of her, she's just laughing and tossing her head around, saying, "Oh my God, this is so great!" And most people at that point would have been just reduced to nothing.
yeah.
But there's two kinds of people.
I quite like aerobatics. I've not done much. I've flown loops and stall turns in a de Havilland Chipmunk T-22.
Oh, that's a great aircraft.
Yeah, I can still remember the loop entry speed for that. I think it was 120 knots. You had to point it downhill somewhat to get it up, to get it going quick enough to get it round the loop.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of people think aerobatics is just total freedom, and what it is it's total discipline.
Yeah.
Much like most of aviation is so counterintuitive to what the general public thinks that they would instantly be uninterested if they were actually going to fly an aircraft.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I tried to learn to fly. I did it when I was lucky enough to be in the Air Cadets and get a gliding scholarship.
Yes.
That gave you enough training to go solo in a well, I say in a glider. It was
Sure.
At the time I was doing it. The training was in the Kirby Cadet T21. The Kirby Cadet. It was basically a derivation of a German design from about 1930. 2-seat open cockpit, built by Slingsby, known by the cadets as the Brick. They had two gliders. They had a side by side that they used for air experience flights. That was the Sedberg, and that was known as the Barge.
Okay.
Because it looked like a flipping barge up there. And then the somewhat more streamlined looking one we were in was the Brick.
Wow.
But I had an issue with landing, unfortunately. I just couldn't quite get it right. And after I've very nearly broke an aeroplane.
Well, ground effect on a sailplane is just shockingly effective.
Or not. I did when I was in the RAF go a couple of times to the gliding club and have some lessons in a proper, a fiberglass glider. And I have to say, yeah, that definitely did seem to be easier.
Oh yes.
You got it down right by the ground and it just wanted to float there.
Absolutely. Yes, bricks are a strange experience to fly as a glider.
Yeah. But because the biggest problem was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, was the time I very nearly put the landing wheel through the top of the wheel box.
That would be bad.
Because the problem was that the top of the wheel box was like 8th ply, and the only reason that it didn't go through the top of the wheel box was the fact that the other side of that sheet of 8th ply was the instructor's seat.
That'll stop it.
So it had an instructor strapped to it. He didn't like the wheel whacking him in the arse like that.
I can imagine.
So yeah, that was. And they had to take the aircraft out of service for a heavy landing inspection.
Oh yes, absolutely.
So yeah, I wasn't popular that day.
Well, sailplanes and gliders are prone to that because wind shear at the runway is brutal to them because their airspeed is such a large percentage of the of the motion that's caused by the wind shear, that they don't just damp it out. I mean, that they can be slammed to the ground with a lot of force, and with no real way to avoid that.
Yeah. Oh, and just to say to Surrender Monkey commenting the thing, the air cadet, I liked the air cadets better than the army cadets, mostly because the air cadet squadron I was in pretty much did everything the army cadets did, plus we had flying.
Wow.
But we had guns and stuff too, which was great.
Right. Amazing.
Yeah, and I want to get myself down to Macleneth to the Mac Loop, but unfortunately, I haven't figured out a way to get myself to the top of the mountain because it's a bit of a walk, and I'm a wheelchair user.
Yes.
We had a British air cadet out at one of our encampments one year. You know, his radio call sign, of course, was 007, but you knew that was going to happen. You know, had an interesting uniform, blue with brown shoes, but other than that, he really enjoyed his work in the Air Cadets there in the UK, and told us an awful lot about it. It was very interesting, similar to something, you know, some of the stuff that we do, but it was a fascinating time.
I mean, the cadet organisation over here is very brilliant. You know, it prepares the youngsters for life. You know, it helps if it's good if they want to go into the military, but wanting to go into the military is not what it's about. It's about giving the kids a great experience, getting them to learn some self-discipline.
Yes.
You know, yes, there is a bit of discipline involved. You know, that's basically forced upon them. But
now, there's one of my favorite aircraft of all time, the Avro triplane.
Yeah, the Model 12, I think that is. Hang on. Now I need to go look up. Now I need to go look up and see what that one is.
I like the gas can right over the pilot's head. That's really it.
Nothing bad could happen there, could it?
No. Do you want a safety briefing? Because that's how you get a safety briefing.
There you go. Not a very long one, but that's not a military airplane, so that's relatively safe up there.
Yeah, I mean, 1910, I think that is.
That's about right.
Although, of course, that was a replica that was built in 1963 for the movie Those Magnificent Men in Their Flying Machines.
Yes, what a great movie. That was fun.
Sorry, guys, I had some connection troubles, and even when I managed to get them fixed, the Discord still wouldn't.
I'm sorry, but connection problems are not acceptable on this Discord channel. We need perfect audio every time, all the time.
Oh, and it's a Model 4.
Okay.
So it's an Avro Model 4 triplane. Back in Avro's very early days. This and the Bristol box kite that comes up were the replicas made for the movie. But they also used the collection, and then they donated them to the collection afterwards. But they also used the collection's 1909 Blériot.
Yes,
which
I
is
remember that.
Which is the world's oldest airworthy aircraft. Because there's a collection somewhere up in northern New York State, I think, and they've got a Blériot 11, and it's like 6 weeks newer than the one that the Shuttleworth have got.
Wow.
And they've also got a 1910 Deperdussin, which they used. The Blériot and the Deperdussin now only do hops. They don't do full circuits.
Blériots are tough planes to fly.
Yeah, and then they've also got a Blackburn Model D from 1912, which is the oldest flying British aircraft, and that flies like a modern aeroplane, even though it's using wing workers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really weird because you see it fly around. It's got a huge, great big steering wheel, and I'm not quite sure how they do it because it's not
Yes.
standard controls.
Well, those
But-
wings were pretty stiff, and it took quite a bit of power to warp them. It wasn't like an aileron.
Yeah, oh God, yeah. And then this collection's also got some original World War One fighter aircraft
Yes.
and a number of replicas. And they used to have on loan an LVGC-6, which was the only airworthy World War One German aircraft in existence
Really?
in the 70s and 80s. But unfortunately, they had to give it back to the RAF Museum to go on static ground display. So
Wow.
now there isn't any original World War One
German aircraft.
German aircraft.
Wow.
Because, of course, part of the armistice agreement was basically that they had to break everything up
That's right.
because they weren't allowed an air force. So very little of it survived.
I wonder if any German bombers from World War One have been reproduced. The Gothas were amazing.
I don't know. I mean, there's...
Well, Goring had quite a collection of World War One fighter aircraft that didn't fare very well by the
This
end
is
of the war.
true. Well, they were targeted, but some of his aircraft are still around.
Yeah.
On a different note, not about a World War One or World War II planes. Sorry, I'm a little bit off subject. When I lived in Oregon, I got to go and see the Spruce Goose. That was pretty cool. I didn't realize how large it was.
Oh yes.
Did they fly it to Oregon?
No,
No,
they
it's just
cut it up.
in there.
They cut it up and transported it in pieces. Actually,
It was all put together. When
That
I
was
saw
a
it.
joke.
Yes, they actually did fly it there, Bob, over the flat Earth, and it was Quantum Eraser who flew it.
Oh,
The whole
25
way.
feet up.
trouble. He was really headed for Japan with it, but his navigation was off, and he ended up there.
That was
Well,
epic.
he had to dip his nose to keep level with the Rocky Mountains, so he only could make it to Oregon.
That could be a very short proposition there, with a sudden stop at the end. Impact with the Rocky Mountains is discouraged.
No, I didn't say he hit the Rocky Mountains. He flew over the Rocky Mountains, and he had to dip his nose to keep level so he wouldn't fly over, hit the
In
Rocky
the
Mountains.
time-honored war between aluminum and granite is still batting 1,000.
Yes.
I would say it's batting over 1 million.
We've tried it a couple of times with military aircraft with not very encouraging results. I am going to switch this over to my speaker here. See what happens here.
Do any flat earthers come in here, Bob?
Sometimes.
On rare occasions, and they're welcome. But unfortunately, most of them can't help themselves. They become assholes rather quickly and get booted. But
Yes.
yeah, I mean, we encourage folks to come on in here, and if they want to have a discussion, we'd love to have a discussion with them. But that's the requirement here: is you have to make a contribution to the discussion, and you have to be adult.
That's a good way to handle things. I mean, that doctor or that Bob the science guy jerk, you should kick him out because Dr. Bob the Catman's way cooler.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of in timeout right now. He's in the woodshed.
There you go.
Probably literally, right? You have a computer out there in the woodshed.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, over on the Raw Space Channel, they banned Nightbot with a permanent ban, and then they tried to get it back. That was fun.
They banned Nightbot, isn't? How do you
They-
ban a bot?
Well, Apparently, it's possible, but you know, when you're moderating and a stream is going by really quick, it's so easy to click on the wrong one and ban it. So that's what happened. Nightbot was banned. Nightbot's been cross with us ever since.
So I thought the only one
Apparently,
with the
Nathan's
computer.
upset I recorded a stream the other day and caught him ripping Harp a new butthole. I'm in the permanent woodshed over there now.
There you go.
Then again, I didn't release it until he released it publicly, so it's not like I was part of the conversation. So
Sure. No, you had a
You
right
know.
to that.
you don't be a dick about it. You don't release something that they don't release. But he released it, so I released mine.
All right.
Hey, Bob, you want to know the most interesting flat earther, I think, in my opinion? It's Kyle Adams.
Kyle
Really?
Adams. I've heard about him. I've not seen any of his work.
He's a flat earther that believes in the dome and believes there are planets and the sun are solid objects outside of the dome and they are spheres.
Hey, now that makes lots of sense.
And the moon is also outside the dome. And he's from the same religious background I am, which is crazy.
Wow.
Because I sent him direct quotes from our leaders. Obviously, they didn't declare it as the official position of the church, but they specifically said the Earth is a sphere in these articles, and it was taught in the General Conference. So,
Well, now.
but there's a difference between something being taught and something being ratified as the official position of the church. I'll put it that way.
Well, when it comes to flat Earth, you get to pick and choose what parts of religion you want to accept.
There you go.
That's true.
And if you don't accept any of it, you make it up and then attribute it to the church.
What's interesting is his position is, well, that's his opinion. And then I said, well, what about Joseph Smith teaching the same thing?
Really?
Yeah. And he's like, well, that's his opinion. So now he's saying Joseph Smith stated his own opinion when he said the Earth is a sphere. He didn't necessarily say it in those words. There was a Reverend Deacon Hopkinson that was preaching flat Earth in 1819 or in the 1820s, and he basically mentions him as, in no plain words, he says that it's a joke. It's not flat. He doesn't necessarily say it's a sphere, but he says it's not flat.
Well, now. All right.
Church fight.
Those are always fun. Okay, is my microphone working or not working?
Not working.
Yeah, can't hear
hear
you.
what you're saying.
Okay, so you're picking up my webcam mic. That's not good. I'm trying to turn on my back on the headset. Trying to turn on the headset microphone and the speakers. Difficult thing to do.
That's actually exactly how I'm running it right now.
It's a great way to go as long as you get it balanced right.
Yeah.
Is Rockin' Robin saying something? Because I can't hear him.
You can probably. Can you hear me now?
No, are
Yeah.
you saying something?
I'm screwing with you, Tampa boy.
I love it.
Yeah, is my audio okay?
Is that Alan?
Yes, it is, Alan.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Is this Alan from Down Under?
No, I'm not a man from down under. I don't eat Vegemite either. I'm a big lover of Marmite. I'm sorry, but you know, Marmite is the boss.
Aha.
I thought you were from Australia, Alan.
No,
Where are
I
you
might
from?
hang out with all the Aussies a lot, but no, I'm definitely not a man from down under.
You have a accent, but I can't It kind of sounds Australian, but what is it? Where are you from?
I am originally I am from the very easternmost suburbs of London,
Okay.
within the Greater London area.
Is that like the Australian suburbs?
No, not quite that far out. Well, next to Tower Bridge, we have the cruiser HMS Belfast as a museum ship. Her main guns have a range that would have dropped the shells about 300 meters short of where I grew up. So sort of about 25 miles from the centre of London.
So you can say you're the bomb.
Hey, quick
And in
bit of
fact-
trivia. You know, the USS Constitution is the oldest warship in the Navy, right?
In the
Yeah.
U.S. Navy.
In the U.S. Navy. And what they did was they had converted that after its days as a warship, they converted it to a barrack ship. And they took all the armament off and they melted down all the guns and made new guns out of them for other ships.
That was a very British thing to do, actually.
And what they did was, well, when they decided to restore it to its former glory, you know, what are we going to do with these guns? Do we have to make new ones? And the Royal Navy came out and said, you know, we got a bunch of them in a warehouse. Would you like? So all the guns on the USS Constitution right now are Royal Navy guns.
Oh, right.
Ew.
They just kind of gave them to us, which is a pretty cool thing to do.
I'm not quite sure which is older, Constitution or HMS Victory.
Victory's older.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Cheers.
Victory is old.
Alan, which is older, the U.S. Constitution, Victory, or Bob?
Victory.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
We're still talking about the document.
It's close, but the Victory wins by a whisker.
yeah.
Yeah, but I always thought that was kind of amusing that all of the guns on the USS Constitution are English.
Why not?
They speak English or they are from England?
They're from
No,
England.
they're marked as they've got the GR on them. They're all British guns.
Yeah. Surrender Monkey. Victory might have been used during the Napoleonic Wars, and that's where she's most famous for. But I believe she was built in like 1730 something. She was already an old ship by the time the Napoleonic Wars came around.
Was she Nelson's flagship, or do I remember that wrongly?
Sorry?
Was she Nelson's flagship, or do I remember that incorrectly?
Yes,
She was Nelson's flagship.
And of course she is actually still a commissioned warship.
But, by the way, don't try to search for U.S. Constitution without putting Navy ship. It won't work very well.
Really?
Well, using our alma mater wiki, it says that the HMS Victory was their keel was laid down in 1759.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Then it's closer than I thought. But still, clearly first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
not
yeah, they're
quite as
contemporary.
old
Let's see when the
as it was,
Constitution.
but,
1797. You know why U.S. Constitution doesn't find the ship? Is because it's the USS Constitution.
Yes.
It says the USS Constitution, also known as Old Ironsides, is a three-masted wooden-hulled heavy frigate of the United States Navy. She is the world's oldest ship and the type still aloft. She was launched in 1797, one of the original 6 frigates authorized for construction of the Naval Act of 1794.
Yes. An interesting thing about the history of the Constitution was that the Constitution survived because it could run away from larger British ships.
yeah. You know, being able to run away is a good thing at times, isn't it?
Absolutely, they had the ability to pick their battles,
Yeah.
and they chose wisely.
That would explain why it's still here.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, their biggest and most famous battles were with French ships. Make of that what you will.
Well, you know, we operated an awful lot of French ships at one point.
Oh yes, the French and the British had this trade policy of capturing each other's ships, and both sides learned a lot from the other.
Yeah, I think I have a sneaking suspicion we might have captured a few more of theirs than they caught of ours.
Yes, and what they caught were port raiding ships, which tended to be smaller and older than the blockade ships. So they didn't get the big ones.
Oh God, no! And of course, how embarrassing is it to find out that most of the blockade that's blockading your ports are ships that we captured off of you?
That would be bad.
But during the Revolutionary War, the French were our ally, right?
Yes. Matter of fact, the French actually won that war for us by blockading Yorktown. So when Cornwallis was defeated, of course, the fallback plan was to board the British ships and go back to New York City. They were unable to do that, so they had to surrender.
So when did the Constitution engage the French in naval war?
This would have been, this would have been after the year 1800. So this was 25 years after the Revolutionary War that the Constitution actually got into service and found itself in some scraps.
Do you know who the captain of the USS Constitution was back then when it first got sanctioned?
I don't.
Well, don't be saying my name. Don't be saying my name.
I'm gonna substitute your name for a better name.
It was Simon Dan.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
There you go.
Is my microphone working?
Yeah,
I hear it.
pretty
Volume
bad.
is low.
Any better?
And I think
No, you're in
having
pretty bad shape there, Chief.
I think having British guns on the Constitution is actually a military accuracy because, of course, if we captured a British ship, we would take its armament and use it against them.
As they did with ours.
Yes,
Yeah.
they
Well,
did do
usually
that, but the Constitution had American guns on it originally.
Oh yeah, but during the fog of war, he's like, yeah, just you retool with whatever you got, capture ships. So seeing British guns on a U.S. ship doesn't make it, like some sort of fake stage. It's potentially could have been rearmed with captured weapons.
That's very true. The cool thing about it is these captured weapons they gave to us.
Oh yeah, that part was clear.
And the Constitution did not engage British ships. It ran away from British ships.
Or occasionally ran them down. I mean, it goes both ways. Attack and retreat,
Yeah, only if the battle was not a fair battle. If you find yourself in a fair fight, you didn't plan well enough.
Here. I like that. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting a war, you never want to be in a fair fight.
Never. And in that time, if you had ships of equal armament and size and number of guns, if you had an American ship as opposed to a British ship, it was about 2-1 in favor of the British ship because British gunnery was developed to such a high state of perfection that no country in the world could achieve the firepower that they could. They could fire twice for every once any other nation on Earth could fire.
I've got to pop away for a bit. I'll leave my slideshow running. and I'll be back in an hour or so. Okay?
All right. Good to talk to you, Alan.
Yeah, Andrew, mate.
Take care. Thanks for stopping by, man.
Bye. I read that in the Napoleonic Wars, it was a little bit same in the infantry, that the British, whereas other nations, they really wanted to save money, so the soldiers didn't get to fire that many live shots during practices. But the redcoats, they really they laid it out. They spent a hell of a lot of shots even during the practice. So when it came to the real thing, they could have a really good firepower with the muzzle loaders.
The other thing the British did was they held their fire, and they all fired at the same time at very close range, and that was devastating. It was similar to the Navy, where disciplined fire had much more effectiveness than random fire.
Unless you were the 95th Rifles, then it was.
Well, it's the music lyric. Fire all your guns at once.
You got it. Or don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes. Well, I'm going to follow Alan here and take off out of here. I'll just mute everything and stay present just to continue testing the stream. But except for that one guy earlier who had strange sound effects that I thought were great, they should be applied to flat earthers when you do a rebroadcast of part of a flat Earth video. That would make them make more sense.
There is no such thing as flat earthers. They're called derp earthers now.
Oh, okay. I always call them flirtopians, but
Flirtopian, that's good.
yeah, I call it flirtopia because utopia is a community you wish for but can never exist. So flirtopia is exactly the same way. Their whole organizing concept is the contents of their imagination command the universe to obey.
I'm thinking of Zootopia, the Disney movie, and now I suddenly think that Flirtopia actually suits Mallory very well.
Oh, yes. No question. But I'm going to take off here for probably better part of a couple hours, but I'm going to leave going to mute everything and just leave my connection on.
I'm also going to pop out just for a moment to make some tea.
No tea allowed in this channel. Ooh, Bob's gone.
Oh.
there an echo when I spoke?
What was that?
I just wondered if there was an echo when I spoke.
No, at least I don't hear any. And it suddenly went awfully quiet.
Yes, we're the only two here, I think, that are talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that there's 2 people left, but
and heard someone say it went quiet.
Indeed, it did.
So I thought I'd hop on and say hello.
Well, hello there.
Hello, hello. I've only come on the voice chat once before, and that was on Friday night, and I was a little bit worse for wear, but following the streams quite a bit recently. It's the Discord, to be honest.
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm struggling to get used to Discord, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm quite new to it.
Yeah, it was same to me early days.
It's been funny watching these and listening to these streams because it makes me feel like I have no knowledge on anything at all. Fun to learn though.
Yeah, I sometimes have that feeling when science or computers are discussed.
Yeah, that was quite heavy on that last night, and it's like talking about cameras and computers and stuff. It's like I don't understand that at all. Funny when the flat earthers turn up in here, I must say.
Yeah, it would be really fun if some arrived.
Oh well, I wouldn't be the best person to take them on, to be honest. They'd tie me in knots. Someone in the voice chat saying we're waiting for them. Nice. Ready and waiting. Well, I'm not ready, but I'd give them a good go. Oh, yeah, true. They are wrong.
Sorry, I was still laughing at the video I posted, so I didn't quite catch that.
Oh no, I missed that. I think I have seen that video actually before. Cats get angry at anything. Doesn't take much.
Yeah.
We've just about 6 months ago, we got a kitten, and he's a bit of a toe rag. Like we're trying to sort of keep him inside as well, but he loves getting out.
Yeah, my cats are just kept inside, but they're used to it. Even the previous owner kept them inside.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this guy we've called him Clement. And yeah, he just loves to break free whenever he can. And it's not great when it's dark and you can barely see him.
Oh yeah. That's why I don't keep them outside, because I would be too worried. Like there's a road right next and everything, and also there are dangerous animals here as well. Like apparently people have seen lynxes.
Oh,
and I have
really?
seen lynxes here, so yeah.
Right, blimey. No, we don't have anything quite like that here. Maybe foxes are here can sort of maybe not be too kind to cats. I've heard that happen in the past, but I think it's rare.
Yeah, I have heard also that they can be dangerous to cats.
You'd think a cat would have the attitude to take on a fox, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Yes,
especially as they can even take on bigger dogs.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe he's turn this into a cats versus dogs debate.
Well, I like both just as much,
Yeah,
so I
I'm,
can't really debate that.
I'm the same, but I've never owned a dog. I have owned a cat. So
Well, we used to, when I was a kid, we always had a dog, but now as an adult, have cats. But
cats just
I would like to have both.
cats just seem easier to deal with, to be honest. Like, I don't really fancy picking up poo, so cats just take care of that on their own.
Well, I have worked in the stable, so I'm used to picking up.
Well, yeah, more than you've ever dreamed of.
Like those are my three favorites, like cats, dogs, and horses.
Yeah, I think that's probably like most people's. Or maybe it's people like a rabbit. They're also easy to deal with.
I'm just gonna go get some tea. So if you say something, so that actually I'm going to mute my ear sets just so people know when I'm back, when I turn them
Okay,
back on.
No worries.
I know this.
I just went into the presentation thing by accident because I really don't
Ah.
understand Discord at all. Whoops. I don't want to
I
be
noticed
present.
that.
I don't want to be presenting anything. I haven't got
Yeah.
anything to present.
I noticed that monochromatic light shows just a borrowed joke from Monty Python about burying a live cat. Like,
I remember that one.
No, Bob, you didn't. At least I don't think so.
Hearing everyone here.
Hmm?
Right. I'm not sure if I'm just being an Egypt or is it like something I've done, but I can't. I'm only hearing you, Tessa.
No, it's you can see those microphone marks next to our names. Those give away like who's muted and who's not. So everyone else is
Right.
muted.
Okay, gotcha.
And then yeah, like Rockin' Robbins and Bob the Catman has that. Anyway, and Ellen has that. What the heck's that word? Earpieces with also the crossover, like meaning that they can't even hear.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Got it. Got it. Eventually, it's sunk in.
I remember when I was first trying to get to Discord, Bob was having a live video, and I could just like hear myself cussing in Finnish in the background, like because I had managed to almost got there, just not quite.
I tend to come in muted, so I don't want people hearing me garbing on in the background, making no sense.
Yeah, I hadn't even noticed that I had actually managed to get in.
Bob will be polite though. It seems when people do kind of step in if they're not sure what's going on. If you keep going on about it though, then you'll get the boot.
Yeah, he's really polite, and I mean, heck, he's even usually really polite to flat earthers. So
Yeah, which sometimes they don't really warrant, do they?
yeah, some of them are really nice. I
have come across a
then
couple.
there's Nathan Thompsons and people like that.
Yeah, they're just misguided.
Like I still remember when the first it wasn't really a debate, it was more of an interview. The YouTuber Aren Ra, he was interviewing a flat earther, and that was really the first time I have heard one really talk about his beliefs, and he was a really nice guy. So after that I was kind of surprised like how obnoxious some of them are. Like not all, still not all, but yeah, like Thompsons and Oakleys and these people, like it's just amazing how horrible they can be.
It's weird because it's like what he was called. I think he was called SE on last night, and like kind of saying, I don't believe in pseudoscience and this, and then he's talking about the flat Earth, and it's like, well, do you not hear what he's saying, mate? Like. I don't want to be taking anyone down, like, specifically, but, flat earthers kind of do that thing where it's like, oh, yeah, I don't believe that's all rubbish. This is what I believe in, but I believe in the flat earth, which is patently false.
Yeah, and then they make some of them make really, sorry.
Sorry to jump in. Like, I've almost got like globe proof evidence on the doorstep because where I live is like it's a big valley, pretty much like a big geographical valley. So it's not like it's not like Loch Ness or whatever where you can see the hills, but you can see really far into the distance, and the fact that you can see so far kind of proves that actually, if you can see the hills going up, but they sort of drop off a little bit in the distance. So you can kind of see that if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see them going absolutely miles away. But actually, they do kind of drop off.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, I have never because I live in Finland, and this is such a wooded country. I have never in my life really been on a really big like plain or something. Like it's always wherever you look, almost everywhere, it's trees are going to get in the way. So, but that's kind of funny because when some flat earthers say like, "Come on, it looks flat, doesn't it?" Like I can honestly say, no, it doesn't. There are trees in the way all the time.
Yeah.
I can't say one way or the other based on my personal experience.
The kind of thing is like when people say, "Oh, it looks flat." Well, yeah, it kind of does, but it's not. It's the scale, isn't it? It's if you were up further, if you were up higher in the sky, you'd be able to tell better than if you were just down on ground level.
Yeah, and a really easy like thought experiment is simply like just take any kind of ball and have a picture that zooms right into microscopic level. Suddenly, it looks flat
Yeah.
as well.
Oh, but the water doesn't stick to it though, and oh dear.
Yeah,
What's
because
that?
they have.
Sorry,
Hmm?
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm
Sorry.
just about to say how they have this fundamental misunderstanding of gravity. And granted, like I'm not a scientist, so I have trouble
Yeah.
grasping some scientific contexts, but concepts. Sorry, but I'm not arrogant enough to pretend that I know better than all the scientists.
Exactly. Well, like one of the first things I've said when I've come in here today is like, I'm definitely not smart, but it's nice to kind of try and learn something new, as long as it's not anything to do with flat Earth, because that's bogus.
Well, even with that, it's kind of interesting to. Well, I don't know. I find it interesting to learn what people actually believe and why.
True. I think my main my main area of sort of expertise is politics, probably. And even then, that's not a good it's not a good conversation amongst strangers and polite companionship.
Yeah, probably not. It can be so divisive.
100%. Yeah, best to steer clear. Unless you're in like a Discord group where people agree with you. But then
Yeah,
that's
or maybe a
again,
channel that was dedicated to that kind of thing.
yeah, I'm in a couple, but yeah, I don't know. It's still not really like, I don't know. When you just agree with everyone that you're talking to, it's almost a bit boring, isn't it? You want a bit of a challenge. I'm glad I'm not
Yeah.
in it. Like amongst amongst sort of my friends, not everybody agrees on politics, so it's kind of nice. You can have a bit of a debate about it. It can get a bit feisty, but yeah, that's just the way it is. Especially in Britain, we're well divided in this country.
Oh yeah, like people keeps talking about how the United States is divided, but yeah, Britain too.
We're heading that way. We're heading to like
Yeah.
US style politics in this country, unfortunately.
It has happened a little bit here as well, but fortunately not in anywhere near as big as the US.
Yeah, it's like it's catching on. Like, what do they say? Like, Britain's always 10 years behind the US anyway. So yeah, give us like another 8 years. What is it? Another 4 years? How long would it be since sort of Trump got in? So 2026. Give us 2026 and see what we're like then. I've been well, yeah. I won't go into it actually. No, I won't, because it's not what anyone wants to hear.
Yeah. At least, well, if we are going to have a debate here, it's probably better that we have it about flat Earth.
Yes, yeah, scientific stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Or young Earth creationism. That would be interesting as well.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a creationist sort of. There was a bit of a creationist sort of discussion last night. Essie again, and sort of saying that I think he was Dr. Bob sort of said knows for a fact that the Earth isn't 6,000 years old, and yeah, it didn't go that well. he kind of got a bit tetchy, trying to prove gravity and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Is it Cavendish experiment? Someone was kind of mentioning that, and it was just like, it doesn't. You don't know if they're being genuine or not. If it's a lack of understanding, or if it's like a knowing sort of obfuscation of the facts.
Yeah, and then there's of course the whole phenomenon with posts that who just pretend to believe something crazy.
Well, yeah, that's just It's like con artistry, isn't it? It's bull.
Mind you,
Right.
I know.
Sorry,
I
go
know
ahead.
someone
Sorry.
who does. I know someone who does that just for the humor of it. I won't say who because it would ruin the shtick. But some people probably will guess. But yeah,
Well, I
it's
follow a.
for humor.
I follow a I follow an account on Twitter called Dinosaur Shaped Earth, which is quite a humorous one.
Oh, I can imagine. I'm thinking of Sir Bedivere in Monty Python, like, and that, sire, we know that the Earth is banana shaped.
Yeah. So yeah, this profile's called Dinosaur Earth, basically. They've got a society and everything, so it must be legit.
Yeah, I think like some people who were in the whole Christians against dinosaurs thing, like, yeah, I think some were serious, but I think that I don't remember for sure, but that this was this one woman who was quite well known in that movement. Like she admitted later that it was all a joke. She was even interviewed by Aren Ra again, and she even rage quit. But later she admitted that yeah, it was a hoax. She was kidding, but she was
Yeah.
really believable.
Maybe that's just like people sort a bit like, oh, well, yeah. I don't want to kind of guess at people's motives really because it's hard to say. But like when they're making money out of it, that's the weird thing, isn't it? Like you've got your sort of followers and stuff, and when you don't, if these people know for a fact that what they're talking is wrong, and they're getting paid to do it, that just seems like fraud to me. It's like getting money out of it, like bull.
Yeah, I'm immediately thinking of Kent Hovind.
Yes, and somebody with a daily flat Earth debate show.
Understand trying to get money by misleading people.
It's as old as time itself, like.
In case anyone's interested, I put in VC text the link where Aren Ra interviews this woman who later admitted that it was just a hoax from her part.
Kristen O'Clair.
Yeah, she was quite well known in those circles, and I think she was running for some kind of political office, if I remember correctly, and that at that point she would have admitted that this was all a joke.
There was like it was some. I'm on this Twitter account. Hang on, where is this? In the age of disinformation and pseudoscience, there's only one organization that you can trust: the Dinosaur Earth Society. Be one of these into the chat. Hang on. Yeah, this is a recent image from the.
Nice.
That's what they say, like when they show that sort of weird CGI dinosaur that's covered in a globe, like, and they say it's like real life Earth picture. Right, anyway, I'd best be hopping off because I need to feed the cat and I've got some stuff to do.
Okay.
So nice speaking with you all again. Yeah, yourselves too. And I may be on later on. It depends. I am planning to go to the pub, so it's probably a good idea that I don't come on later on. But yeah, um, nice to meet you all. And
I have
sorry, go
been
ahead.
a couple of times here.
Yeah, it's not great. Look, I had to listen to myself back, and it's like, what on earth are you talking about? Right, but yeah, nice to meet you, and I'll be sure to see you all again sometime.
Bye.
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 Tessa, do you have snow?
Yeah, a little bit. Unfortunately, it was on the plus side today, so some of it has melted, but there's still a little bit out there.
Yeah, some has melted here and then frozen on the ground and made ice.
Yeah. I really hope that we get a good snowfall again, at least for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I still remember when I was a kid, like, we used to take it for granted that there's going to be snow at Christmas. So, yeah, not anymore. Not here in southern Finland, at least.
Where you live, did they do anything for Lucia Day?
I think so, at least in Helsinki, but not really in this town. I'm hoping to go to Helsinki at least a couple of times still before the Christmas to watch all the Christmas lights and stuff like that. Maybe do a little bit of shopping.
You have good lights in the center of the city here. And in the
Yeah, and
shopping
then
center.
I was watching it in the news how Turku got this really big Christmas tree right there next to that really big church. I don't remember what its name is, but pretty neat.
So everybody's just quiet right now. I got it.
Hello?
Hey, Miss Judy, what's up?
Yeah, I
Hey, Miss
just
Judy.
haven't been in that much, but I saw that you were here. Just wanted to
Yeah.
say,
Yep. Are you hearing an echo, or is that on my end? That's on my end. The echo's on my end. Sorry about that.
I just, I put it on mute.
Yeah, I've had an internal echo on my end. Yeah, I just got done making a video. I'm getting ready to edit it real quick and release it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
are you using a dedicated streaming computer now?
Yes. And that's kind of nice because it gives me an opportunity to actually use the laptop. You know, I used to either stream or I had use of the laptop. I didn't have both. Now I use the old computer. I wiped it, and it is now a dedicated streaming computer.
Okay, good.
So that'll be really nice. Plus, I can remote control it from wherever I am. I am running into one little problem, and that is that YouTube seems to kick the stream after 12 hours or 10 or 12 hours. So I don't know if there's something that I have to change in order to make it a 24-hour stream, but the computer seems to be holding up well with it. You know, it's got enough power to do it. The other thing that I'm going to do today is I'm going to take one of my other old computers and I'm going to see whether or not it may be better suited to running the telescopes. I'm trying to really increase the technical capacity of this channel.
I like what you've done so far.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing a big improvement in the quality with the new computer, and it's becoming a very useful channel. Oh, shoot. I've got to go get my phone. I've got a work call coming in here in a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Yes.
I'm going to do some work here in a minute, but I just wanted to stop in and see what was going on. Looks like everybody's taking a little bit of a break right now.
Is it possible that I could talk to you for just a few minutes in Lego?
Yep. I'll head right down.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just listening to some music here.
I'm there. I do love echo and delay.
Good evening, Gary.
How are you?
Oh, not bad. Just letting the dinner go down.
The dinner go down? I just had.
Oh, yeah. I've just eaten my evening meal.
I just ate my morning meal. Actually, it was closer to lunch.
Yeah. And it was closer to 2 hours ago when I finished eating it than I thought.
All right.
It's almost like the world is round.
Yes.
Yeah, it's morning for you and it's evening or afternoon for me. How about
Yeah.
that?
Those different meal times are certainly food for thought.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that you could physically be there while I'm physically in this one is there's just so much out there.
Yeah, but that's due
Yeah,
to parallax.
Sorry, I didn't mean to keep over talking you.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's been talking for 20 minutes, so the fact that somebody is talking is a change.
I was just going to say, it's also very, very, very dark here. The sun definitely went down below the horizon. It didn't just bugger off into the distance.
Well, it's dark here, but that's because we got clouds. It's supposed to rain.
Alan, the sun went into a tunnel. Don't you know that? Clearly, the Earth can still be flat.
I don't know. I've been walking this earth for 75 years. I got 75 years of practical experience and observation that says you're wrong.
Oh, excuse me.
I've just had the misfortune to spend a few minutes watching Fight the Flat Earth's latest dumpster fire.
Uh-oh. I gotta go watch that.
Listen, it was a dumpster fire before the intros finished.
Whoa.
That's how bad it was. Like the guys, all they had to do was introduce themselves, and it was, yeah, that was fully alight when the first two had got part way through their intros. That's how bad it is.
It's just play.
That bad?
Yeah.
Who was it? Who was he going against?
Stephen Hawking, according to the voice I heard.
Stephen, not the Stephen Hawking.
No, I said according to the voice I could hear.
Yeah.
Someone was using sorry, making a noise here. Sorry. Just some random guys that we'd never seen before, I think. So it was a real yeah. I just couldn't be bothered to watch any more of it after about 5 or 10 minutes. It was just it was like nothing to see here, you know. Not because of Craig, but because of the idiots that were on the other side trying to gang up on him. It was quite hilarious.
Yeah. I can imagine the feeling.
Craig,
how about that? A helicopter flying upside down.
Yeah, that happens.
Well, now,
occasionally.
and I guess when I was in 1972, that only happened by accident.
Oh no, there is. I'm not sure if it's. Let me just check to see if it's in there.
There's a scene in an old G.I. Joe comic where two characters are falling from a tall building, and Chopper does a barrel roll. I don't know. Is that the correct term when a plane does that turn around and catches them?
Hey, well, he can roll to the side, but yeah, that was just recently done in, I want to say one of the Avengers movies, where the helicopter comes in and basically banks to the left, and the character falls through the door, avoiding the meat grinder rotors. It's called Hollywood. It's called Hollywood bullshit.
Yep. Although the fact that helicopters have been upside down is something that has happened intentionally and successfully on multiple occasions in the UK.
Oh yeah, it does happen now, but it wasn't something that was common way back when I was on active duty, and that was in late '60s, early '70s.
Yeah.
That Wessex Lynx helicopter was actually halfway through a loop. It was the first helicopter that could do that, although they now fit the same rotor head. I think they fit the same rotor head in the in the latest AH-64s, the Apaches.
I think the Cobra was one of the first. Well, it was the first attack helicopter, and I think one of the Cobras they modified, and it could actually do that. Why they would want to do that, I'm really not sure. Unless just to look cool in an air show.
I've got limited helicopter experience. The longest I've spent in a helicopter is all day. We were doing a shoot for the British Sugar Corporation many years ago. We had to go and photograph various properties, so we had a Jet Ranger for the whole of the day. That was quite expensive.
I don't know. Helicopters are too noisy for me. I did some single engine pilot flying, and they're noisy enough. You're talking about a Cherokee 181 for several hours. I mean, you step out on the ground and your ears are still ringing. I mean, it's flying is noisy.
Yep.
Unless you get in the aircraft, get up to about 7,500 feet AGL, and then step out. And then flying is very quiet.
Yeah. I was talking to a friend of mine who was sergeant aircrew in the Royal Air Force for a very long time, and he was on the Nimrod fleet, and they offered him the parachute training course in case they had to bail out. But of course, their final jump had to be into the sea, and he said it was fine. So it was fine. They were jumping from Hercules, and he figured out the thing. So he got himself set up so he'd be the last one on a stick going out. Well, they got them to come the opposite way around the aircraft than he was expecting. So he became number one in the stick, and he had to stand with his toes just over the edge of the ramp at the back of the Herc while it circled round to come back over the DZ. He said he wasn't particularly happy about that.
Hey, what was the jump altitude? 4,000 feet?
Yeah, something like that.
You're at 4,000 feet, moving it for Hercules, probably 120 knots.
Probably.
What's the difference whether you're number 1 or number 10?
Well, if you're at the back of the stick, you're stood up waiting at the back of the aircraft, not stood with your toes over the edge of the ramp looking at nothing.
Yeah, I get it. You don't have all of that time spent pondering the great unknown.
Exactly.
I don't know. I made a lot of jumps where I was either first in the door or not many that I was the first in the door because I never got that good as far as being in the being able to spot the LZ I wanted to go to, but it was something. You finally get in that door and you just fall out, and everything else just takes care of itself.
Yeah.
I have it on good authority that nobody has ever died parachuting.
No, they died from the sudden stop.
That's it. Because at that point, you're not parachuting anymore.
Yeah. There you go. That's a full montage of what the Lynx was doing.
Yeah, but the question is, other than for an air show, why would you want to do that?
I think it was to show that we could do more than the Americans could do. Just saying.
Yeah, you know, and
okay, you can do pretty loop-de-loops, but I'm looking at if you.
Yeah, I think they also had the speed record at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it still is the fastest operational helicopter in the world, as against stuff that's been modified for speed record attempts. But you do have to say, you know, because remember, it's a positive G maneuver all the way round. So
yeah, you wouldn't really want to go negative G and chopper, would you? That would be a silly thing.
Yeah, but I mean, it does at least mean that you can get the F out of the way if something nasty, if something bad your way is coming.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying.
In ways that people wouldn't expect a helicopter to do.
Yeah, the point is that you have the option if it's necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, there's records of people looping and rolling Lancasters to get out of the way of nasty things coming their way.
What, other Lancasters?
Oh, other Lancasters, yeah. And you know, I remember the story of Roland Beaumont when demonstrating the Canberra at Farnborough. He got told off because he did aerobatics in it. because it's a bomber. You don't do aerobatics in bombers. You do aerobatics in fighter plane.
I'm not sure whether it was a Hollywoodism or whether it actually happened and the reports came out. I do recall an incident where a 747 actually did a barrel roll with passengers.
I don't know about with passengers. I don't know about with
No, there were
passengers.
people on board. They weren't. I don't think they were regular passengers, though, were they?
They weren't regular passengers. Was that a true incident or is this a Hollywoodism?
I read about that fairly recently.
I believe it is true. I've seen the Avro Vulcan. I've seen an Avro Vulcan pulled up into a half loop and roll off, half loop and half cube and 8 in fact, from about 200 feet. Yes, it's impressive, and yes, it's hell of a heck noisy.
Well, I tell you what's impressive is when you have, because I've been at a couple of air shows, specifically when I was on active duty and they were doing air power demonstrations. And they would go for the vintage guys, and here would come this Hawker Hurricane, turbocharged, pumping smoke. And it's between that and an F4 making a low pass. I think the Hurricane definitely has the awe factor.
Yeah, that sound of that engine is something else, isn't it?
What, the old Hawker Hurricane with the Merlin?
Yeah. Hey guys, I got a friend coming in. I'll be gone for just a few minutes.
Cool.
No worries.
So another impressive thing to see is a Warthog doing square loops. Oh, I tell you what happened to me in Germany once. I was driving in Germany, and I was on a road that was on the top of a ridge, and then all of a sudden an A10 appeared to my left, and it was inverted, and then it went back down again inverted. I was like, what just happened? So I think what he'd done is he sort of come up the ridge, started to roll, so that by the time he appeared over the ridge to my left, he was already inverted and completing that kind of a maneuver. And it was like, whoa, quite spectacular.
Yeah.
Just sort of randomly seeing a plane come up next to you upside down was weird.
Oh. So I was just doing. The trouble is, there's so many Discord servers that one's got to keep up to date in the texting. I'm looking at them as well, and I sometimes get confused having to have multiple conversations on the go at the same time. Most of them in text.
Yeah, I tend not to have too many active ones, so it gets a bit much.
It was interesting what Max Hastings mentioned in his book about the Korean War, on the section what talked about the air war. Like some of the pilots were veterans of World War II, so they were used to flying rotor airplanes. So when they got the jet fighters, they were really like, it felt so bizarre for them, like because it was so silent in comparison and all that. It was kind of interesting. Like,
I remember reading one. I can't remember which RAF fighter pilot's autobiography, and his first flight in a Meteor. And remember, at this point, there weren't any two-seater Meteors, so his conversion to jets was somebody sitting him in the cockpit, and as they say, showing him the taps.
Right. Yeah.
And going and having the pilot's notes and setting it all up and getting them two engines running, and basically just taxiing out and doing it. And the amazing thing was, like you say, the silence, and most specifically, the lack of vibration.
Yep. But also the Hunter was very well behaved, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're talking about. I mean, the Hunter was a second generation jet. You know, this was most definitely the Meteor. So.
Oh, sorry, the Meteor. Sorry.
Which was because this was during
Sorry,
the war.
I misheard you.
Ah, no, this was conversion from Typhoons or Tempests. Typhoons, I think. So this was a conversion from the Typhoon to the Meteor. You know, but stuff with big gas, V12 power plants, and zero. And
Yeah, I think that the Hunter was a bit easier to jockey, wasn't it? So.
And talking of bizarre, you have the oh, come on now! I know I've got a photograph of the air. I know I've got a photograph of the damn aircraft that I'm looking for. I know you're in there because I've done you in there before. Sorry, I get frustrated looking for photographs because there's so damn many of them, and they end up looking really tiny when you've got so many in the file picker. Oh yeah, F becomes before G and H, doesn't it? This thing that's now on the screen which is a Farnewerk F&W C3604.
I have to open the YouTube stream to see your stuff. So.
Ah, okay.
So hang on. Otherwise, it just blocks my. There we go.
Of course, it does. I forgot.
Oh, it's an advert running. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. It seems that. Oh, hang on. Oh, there we go.
What the?
Yeah,
that looks like a Pilatus.
Well, it's made by Farnewerk, and I'm sure they are. I'm sure they must be partly related to Pilatus.
Yeah.
However, the Schlett,
right?
You might have guessed it. This was originally built in the 1930s as a two-seat fighter,
right,
with a big V12 Spano-Suiza V12 in it,
right,
similar sort of size to a Merlin, but it quite quickly got reused, and they ended up using it as a target tug. In this, and you're obviously told from the markings it's Swiss Air Force.
Yep.
And they used them and used them and used them and used them. We're going to replace it, but couldn't find anything suitable. We're going to replace it and couldn't find anything suitable. And in the end, what they did was they just took the V12 out of it and put the turboprop from the Loach helicopter in it. But because but because the engine is so much lighter, they had to basically just build this big long framework, 6-foot framework out the front to extend the nose of the aircraft to keep the center of gravity in the right place. So there's like a 6-foot section from where the firewall would originally be out to where the engine actually is. Hence the really long nose.
It's not a good look.
I was looking at the proportions and wondering why I've never seen a proportions like that.
Yeah, it's just how do you because it might be a tiny little turboprop, but it's still got more shaft horsepower than the original big V12 that it had in it. Because obviously Hispano-Suiza didn't develop their engine like Rolls-Royce developed the Merlin.
Is it a trike or a tail dragger?
Oh, hang on. Hold hard. Let me.
I've got a horrible feeling it's a tail dragger.
Don't scroll down too far. The trick to finding this is to not scroll down too far. Does that answer your question?
It's a tail dragger.
Yep. Taxiing is what's the word I'm looking for about taxiing?
Fraught.
Interesting.
Panic-inducing.
What do you guys mean when you talk about tail dragging? I'm not familiar with that term.
There's two ways you could. Most aircraft have 3 wheels. They have the main undercarriage, which is usually around the center of gravity on the wing, just a little bit in front or just a little bit behind, depending on where you place the third wheel. If you place the third wheel on the nose, then the main undercarriage is a bit behind the center of gravity, so that when it's stood on the ground, it's naturally got weight on the nose wheel. And that's a really good way of having an aircraft because you can see forwards out of it pretty easily. However, if you've got, in the early days when aircraft, up until the end of World War II, really.
Yeah, now I actually figured out what you mean.
Yeah. So Alan, the answer was a tail dragger has a small wheel at the back.
Yes, I know. People should yell "stop" at me a lot sooner. Why did you not yell "stop" at me a lot sooner?
I'm kind of glad I asked because this is not something I never really thought about. Like, oh yeah, with modern planes, it's fighters. It's usually on their nose, and with the old ones, it's in the back. Like, I never really thought about that before.
So it's actually a different skill to take off with a tail dragger.
They're a lot harder to fly, or at least handle on the ground, should I say?
Yeah, but some things are easier.
Well,
like
yeah,
ground loops.
Yeah. What you mean? Stuff that you don't normally do in a nose wheel aircraft.
Yeah, unwanted things are easier.
Yeah. A ground loop is essentially where you make it rotate around one of the 2 main undercarriage legs. Usually at such a high speed that it breaks the undercarriage leg off.
Yep.
Yeah, and correcting for all that torque swing that you get from that 2,000 horsepower engine turning a damn great big air screw.
That is the other thing, isn't it? You got to wonder, is that why it's got that weird, tail arrangement? Because when you put all that spinning mass so much further forward, the torque has got to be even worse than on the standard one, yeah?
I don't know. I mean, the tail arrangement is actually from the original sort of 1,000 horsepower V12.
Right.
And I think what it's got in it isn't that. I mean, it's not that much huge. I think it's about 1,200, 1,500 shaft horsepower.
Yeah, I know, but it's not that. It's the fact that it's so much further forward.
Yeah, I know. It's
away from the CFG, yeah.
Yeah, it gives you it a lot more potential torque, doesn't it?
Yeah. We're talking about it's one of that. I'm just trying to think how that works. So, I'm just wondering if it significantly changes the moment of inertia around the vertical axis significantly. Well, then again, it's probably got the same CFG, hasn't it? So,
yeah, I mean, hence the reason why it's got that 6-foot metal extension out the nose.
Yeah, and you can't use it as a luggage compartment because it would affect the trim too much.
Yeah. Well, they kept it because they still needed an aircraft they could use as a they still needed an aircraft they could use as a target tug. So I think it served up until the late 90s.
When they did the right thing and retired it.
Yeah, and sold them off. Anyway, my pictures are going to carry on in the slideshow, but the subject matter might have a little change. These are all stitched panoramas, by the way.
Yeah, my camera just does that for me.
Oh, I do it myself with that, but yeah, that's about 150 exposures, that one.
Hang on, when you say you do it yourself, you mean you just tell Photoshop to do it, surely?
No, I tell Lightroom to do it, actually.
Well, Lightroom,
yeah.
Okay, well, it's the same bit of code, right?
Yeah, I know. But I like it because it does it with the raw. It does it with the raw images.
Yeah.
And gives me a raw DNG file at the end of it.
Yeah.
And it's really, really good. It's the best panorama stitcher I've ever used.
V Bomber and a Shackleton in the same room.
Yeah, it's a Victor tank, obviously tanker configuration by that point.
Yeah.
And anybody who's a target shooter might know that panorama. It's the 1,000-yard range at Bisley. In fact, technically it's the 1,200-yard range at Bisley. But only half of it goes back to 1,200. The other half only goes back to 1,000.
Yeah. I was there once, but I don't remember much about it. I remember there was a sort of a pavilion there of some sort.
Yeah.
I'd never been to a firing range that actually had proper buildings.
Well, yeah, but they're all sort of Victorian era colonial, aren't they? Because they're all sort of like temporary. They're almost all temporary wooden buildings that have been there for like 130 years.
Yeah.
Because the association moved there in 1890, and of course they were the obvious buildings to use.
Yeah, because you don't want buildings that will actually slow bullets down.
Look, the buildings aren't on the ranges.
Oh my god!
So,
Did you need to say that? Come on, seriously.
Well, you know. And anyway, the RAF clubhouse was fine. The RAF clubhouse was brick, but the bar area did have an awful lot of those classic 1930s Crittall windows. That's the bridge in Great Yarmouth over the River Yare, looking down the port.
Yep. Yeah, we went through all this a few days ago.
Oh, all right.
I'm just having a little blender problem. Any blender experts in the house?
I don't know about blenders, but I do know about blended whiskey.
Which one do you like?
Scottish mostly. Mostly that was a joke, but I do generally like whiskey.
Famous
Yeah.
grouse.
Oh, yeah, but like blended. Come on, you've got to drink the single malts.
The single malt is the best, but I don't usually afford them. I can't afford them that often.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Alan, that's just a sweeping generalisation, right? Because I like, for instance, Talisker Sky, a single malt, right?
Oh, that Talisker is so delicious.
Right? But you put certain other single malts in front of me, and I'm over the horizon because I do not want to have the taste of sucking a rotting tree stump in my mouth from a swamp.
We're gonna have to disagree on that because I do like the Skies.
No, I'm completely up for Talisker Sky. That's excellent stuff.
Yeah, there's the stuff that comes off the Isle of Skye. I tend to like that, but a lot of people don't because of its peatiness.
I absolutely love the peated taste.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
Talisker Sky
I-
doesn't have much of.
I love the Lagavulins and the Lefroigs and
I'm
the
out. Yeah, I'm definitely out on that one. Lefroy, no thank you. What's the one that begins?
Lagavulin.
Oh,
Lagavulin is similar.
yeah. Well, most of them really.
As
I'm
far
a
as
heathen.
blended, one whiskey that is quite cheap and also something that I really like is the Highland Cream. I don't know which distillery makes it.
Heard of it, never tried it.
Same here.
Teachers used to be okay, and then they ruined it.
Actually, I think it might have been Teachers Highland Cream, yeah. But at least Highland Cream is still good. Well, in my subjective opinion.
Yep, and that's the issue. It's like when people, say, "Oh, this is the finest wine in the world." Nope, no such thing.
I do also like the Balvenie, which is Highlands, Speyside.
But as I say, if it tastes like a rotting tree stump from a bog,
Oh
I'm not
no,
having
it doesn't.
Yeah.
I visited the Balvenie distillery in
Glenmorangie.
yeah, again, not one I'm actually that super duper
God, that looks like it was parked out in a field for a long while.
yeah, I mean it's halfway through it's halfway at that point it was halfway through a restoration. Again, that's another 100 and something odd. I think that's about 150 odd photos to make that panorama in multiple rows. Lightroom is so good at it. In fact, Lightroom is so good it even managed to remove a lot of the people that were walking around.
Just buy a Hasselblad with a super wide lens on it for £70,000, and you can just do that in one
Oh,
shot.
what you mean the 50 whatever the 50 whatever it is super wide. One of which they used on the lunar surface.
I think the SWC had a 30mm lens on it. So
Yeah, I believe they used an SWC on the lunar surface.
Yeah,
on at least one mission.
in fact, I've used SWCs. They're kind of weird because they don't have the mirror box or anything like that in them.
No.
Well, I've got to resolve this issue. So why is that not displaying?
This is where you need Dean, isn't it?
Dean?
Stingray.
He's probably never run into this.
Ah.
And I can tell you why. Because I was there when he used Blender 3 for the first time.
All right.
Which was yesterday.
Oh, was that the first time you used Blender?
No, Blender 3.
Oh, okay. Is there a... Am I missing something here, am I?
What do you mean?
Well, you said Blender... I take it... Oh, he's used earlier versions, has he?
Yeah. I think yesterday was the first time he opened Blender 3. I'm not sure. But what I do know is this image empty is just pink for some reason. And I don't know why. So why is it doing that? Let's reload it. No, reloading's not working.
Okay, I'm back. Did I miss all the good stuff?
Always.
Oh, darn it.
You missed some whiskey talk.
Let's see if I can see that as a preview.
I think I was being accused of being a whiskey snob, but I don't care.
A whiskey snob?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong about being a whiskey snob.
You like what you like.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
I mean, if you don't like old sump pump, you don't like old sump pump.
I have a preference for the single malt Scotch whiskies.
That was really weird. All I did was select the image for a second time, and the problem went away. That's odd.
That's what happens when you use free software.
I will have nothing bad.
basically does
I will have
weird
nothing
stuff.
bad said about Blender.
I wasn't saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying that's what happens when you use free software.
No, that happens with any software. Stuff like
Oh,
that.
all right. Correct. It does. It's just,
Having written a few million lines of software, you're absolutely right.
There's no such thing as software without bugs.
True.
I mean,
There is
just the same
software
way
that just has fewer bugs.
Indeed.
Yeah. Just the same way that DaVinci Resolve does weird stuff.
There you go.
And you can even choose to pay for that.
But I can remember having released a few products to customers, and the customers distributed to their customers. And next thing I know, I'm getting back reports of weird and strange things. And we're sitting in a meeting and we're talking about this, and all of us developers are looking at each other and saying, because the customers weren't complaining, they were just talking about some things that they had discovered that the software could do. And us developers looked at each other and say, I didn't know it could do that.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's better than having designed systems in a product that's then been shipped to a customer who then moans that the product doesn't work properly, and you find out that instead of using decent quality 12-volt lead acid batteries designed to be deep discharged, they're using old car batteries taken out of scrap cars.
What's that got to do with software?
That's called cheap.
What's that got to do with software?
It's the same problem with hardware.
No. What are you talking about?
People break stuff.
Oh my gosh, hang on.
People make stuff not work properly.
Or people write software that think that, I've got a really super good idea, and this idea that I got is probably the best idea since sliced bread. So you implement it into software, and 20 years later, you realize that piece of code you wrote 20 years ago was a piece of crap. And then you have people coming back to you and asking you about how to fix that piece of software you wrote 20 years ago. And you tell them up front, it's a piece of shit. Replace it. No, we can't replace it. Yeah, it's cheaper if you just replace it. Write it right. Get out of my arrogance. I wrote it. I was the arrogant asshole that did it. It's wrong. And they still wouldn't believe it.
Yep.
Of course not.
If anyone's going to criticize my bad code, it's going to be me.
Oh, and I've criticized my code many times.
Yeah.
I got used. In fact, got to the point where I really like to sit down and have a code review with some people that knew what was going on as far as the code goes. And so, number one, I could find out what was going wrong, so I could fix my code, so I could make my code better. So code reviews became an excuse to make things better.
Yep. Oh. That's good. Look, okay. Right. Yeah, I've done quite a lot of QA and stuff as well, so for various people, and a couple of code reviews. I haven't done too many code reviews.
I'm getting an echo. Is that on my end? Actually, it's a delay.
suspect that's going to look bad.
Oh,
Subdivision surface. Oh yeah. Oh gosh, I was near myself on the stream. Oh no, it's muted. Getting feedback from another user. See who that is. Let's see. 1 2 1 2. Oh, it's Alan. I'm getting feedback from you.
oh, this is really weird because it's been working fine up until now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, Discord is screwing around, and I'm going to have to put my headset on, aren't I, to stop the bloody echo? Because
So it was your fault,
been nice.
huh?
It's been nice not having to wear the headphones.
Boggs put in Craig go boom boom.
Right, has that fixed it?
No, we can still hear you.
Doggone it.
Bastard.
Yeah, I'm rude like that. So. Oh, what am I doing? Amateur time.
You're trying to see if you can make an echo. Echo.
I think we're going to go and extrude from there. I'm making Sir Six sword.
You're making this a 6-arm, complete set of armor for him, are you?
Yeah, just as a bit of fun. That's annoying. That's not wide enough. There's a way around that. Oh, one moment, please. Yeah, let's go into symmetry mode. Oh, that's not gonna work. Bugger. Let's try that. Let's get rid of that face.
Oh, there were times that I wish I'd not paid any attention to Quora whatsoever.
To what?
Quora. It's the question forum that you can ask questions and get answers, but some of the questions, I'm sorry. Yes, Elizabeth, there is such a thing as a brain dead question.
Indeed.
And here's one that's it's just right on the edge. How do people in space communicate without a radio?
Okay.
What?
Well, you can wave flags. Heliography works.
Touch your helmets together.
You touch your helmets together, that's true.
And if they're inside the space station, like they can just talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's always WhatsApp.
I haven't tried WhatsApp. I mean, I have enough stupidity encountered on Quora.
Oh, that's horrible. What I just did there. Stop. Okay. Oof. That's scary stuff. Okay.
How many tons of metal do we dispose in space when we astronaut?
All of them.
I just want to know how you astronaut. I
Ah. I'll probably work. How am I going to do that? I think I need to capture that little point there. Dang, that went wrong. Go from to yeah, I didn't think about that, did I?
Who sings bass?
Sorry?
I say, who sings bass? Do we have
Are
a
there
bass?
still Oh, hey everybody. Sorry for interrupting you, Gary.
Oh, I was just BSing. You did not interrupt anything.
I have a question for you guys.
Came in.
I hate this. I have a question, and then do you guys ever have like a mind blank right when you're about to ask a question?
I'm 75 years
Yes.
old. It happens all the time. So
I'm in the
what's
middle
new?
of one right now.
Yeah. Get on with it.
I wish I could, but I forgot what the question was.
So, bro, leave, come back, and reappear.
Now I remember the question. The Earth has a magnetic core, right?
Yeah.
Or a metallic core, metal core.
Well, it has a molten core.
Iron.
It's molten metal, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, iron.
Iron.
believe.
Is iron magnetic?
Yeah, but you have a Curry point that once you get it too hot, the magnetic effect goes away, but there's an interaction with the outer core that causes and generates the magnetic field.
Okay. Second question. Is there a magnetic core, or is there the same type of core in the moon?
Not that we know of. I don't think there's a magnetic field associated with the moon.
And the reason I'm asking this is I've started reading a treatise by George Airy Biddle on gravitation. He talks about the attraction of bodies in that document, and he talks about metals and stuff. So I was just curious if the moon itself had that.
So gravity and magnetism are not really linked.
No, they're not linked. But if I were an electric universe person, which I'm not, and the moon did have a magnetic core like the Earth, then I could potentially posit the idea that that's the reason they are attracted to each other and orbit each other.
I think they just like each other.
There you go. Actually,
I would ask that about the sun, but that's a stupid question because the sun is so hot that it would just melt, and the liquid would, or the metal would just be liquid.
Actually, it would be a plasma.
The metal would turn to plasma? So electric universe is true?
The sun is plasma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
The sun is at such a temperature that anything that was to enter it would become a plasma as well.
You guys are so helpful. I just came up with a new scientific term because of you guys. Magnetic displacement disequilibrium.
Excellent. I'm buying that for $1.
MDD, huh?
Yeah, I haven't decided how to word that in a scientific paper yet and show that it's real, but it has to be real because it sounds really cool.
Oh yeah, no, but you don't get to choose if it's real. That's what peer review is all about.
I understand that, but I haven't devised a way to show the peer review people that it's real.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Can you record their laughter when they read the paper?
I can record their laughter when they read the title.
That'll work.
I think they would read the title, Magnetic Displacement Disequilibrium, and just like throw the paper away.
Or actually, they'd send it back with the correction. It'd say magnetic displacement disorder.
Oh, thermodynamics. I get it.
Is that thermodynamics or thermal dynamics?
Second line that. Second law of thermodynamics. Disorder.
Yeah.
It's part of the disorder disequilibrium.
Yeah.
I just always, my entire life, I have been overweight, mostly morbidly obese, right? And I get into this flat earth nonsense and the RDD, relative density disequilibrium, that means that I'm fat and fat floats in water, right? So when I walk through a heavy fog, I should be on the top of the damn cloud.
That's true. Have you ever walked on fog before?
No.
Dang it. That'd be a really cool thing to witness.
Actually, I've actually ridden a motorbike where my head was above the fog.
Oh,
and all the
that's
cars,
gotta be so cool. Oh.
all the cars were in it. It was. I've actually experienced that. That was once. It happened to me once, and it was super cool. It was a ground
really
fog.
big head.
I've been at the top of a tall building.
No, literally, the fog was about only 4 feet high. Just like, that was it. It was like a really dense fog in a low-lying area near the marshes. And I was just kind of cruising along, and you could see the roofs of the cars moving slowly. Oh,
one of the coolest things I saw was being at the top of the mark in San Francisco in the late 70s. And the fog was coming in. And that was the coolest. It was like literally a river of cloud flooding into San Francisco. And of course, at the top of the mark, I was well above everything. And it was just one incredible sight. It's beautiful. I always wanted to punch a cloud when I was skydiving, but I never got to that level of stupidity.
Is there anywhere on Earth that you could fall and have have that place be diametrically opposed to the force of gravity?
Well, if the plates were diametrically opposed, how would that affect your fall? You're trying to come up with some type of diamagnetism that would slow the falling body, the skydiver.
Well, listen to this sentence and maybe you understand what I'm trying to say. I don't know if I'm wording it completely 100%. For when we can, he's talking in the context of the Cavendish experiment. For when we consider the Earth is round, and that on all parts of it, bodies, as soon as they are at liberty, fall in the direction perpendicular to the surface, and therefore fall in the opposite direction at places in which they are diametrically opposite. We are compelled to allow that there is a force, such as we call attraction, either directed to the center of the Earth or produced by a greater number of small forces directed to all different particles composing the Earth. So the question is kind of in relation to that part where it says diametrically opposite. Is there anywhere on Earth where we could fall that would be diametrically opposite in that instead of going down, we would go up?
The only way you could do it is if you were able to make a hole that passed, from your zenith direction through the center of gravity of the Earth, and then came out on the opposite side of the globe, and then you could jump in. And if you jumped in, you would come out of the hole. Well, you would get to the other end. And stop at the ground surface at the other end, assuming that the elevations were the same. And it would take you about 90 minutes to do the trip. And then you go back.
Then you got to go back the other way.
But of course, that would require you doing it in a vacuum, really, to keep bouncing backwards and forwards, because there would need to be.
And I think even then, the conservation of momentum would not kick in, so that you would never get quite back to the surface on any one given pass, and eventually you would just wind up in the center.
Yeah. Would
you get dizzy?
Well, it takes 90 minutes trip.
If you're a skydiver, all right, no, you wouldn't get dizzy. You'd be having a blast. You're talking about a 90-minute free fall to go back the other way for another 90-minute free fall. No, that skydiver would be in heaven.
Well, yes, that's true. He would be, but would you get dizzy?
No, but you might not be. You might be a little unhappy skydiving down a very narrow tube for that long.
And how fast would he get going if you head down?
You're in a vacuum, so air resistance is moot.
Would he reach past terminal velocity?
No. Because terminal velocity is based upon a column of air that you're riding. If you're in a vacuum, there ain't no air. So what are you going to be traveling at after you fall 3,600 kilometers? What's your speed at 9.8 meters per second at the center of the Earth? You don't have any friction to slow you down, so terminal velocity is not involved.
Can I just say, I think if you're falling towards the center of the Earth, your acceleration would reduce.
I think you're right on that. Yeah.
Because more of the Earth would be above you at some point.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the pressure is very high at the center, but
But remember, you're in a vacuum. You're in a tube that is a vacuum, so pressure is moot, and terminal velocity is no factor either.
I think what would happen is if the tube went right through, I think you just ping pong backwards and forwards for quite a long time.
You would.
You would. But each
assuming
it's
you
going to be a little shorter.
Yeah.
But if you make the tube a little bit longer, so that so you can seal it off, I would think that you would literally ping pong forever, because there's no frictions. There's nothing to stop. There's nothing to stop you, because the force is provided by. Well, it's a gravitational force. So the only reason a pendulum slows down and stops is because of all the frictional forces, of the air resistance on it and the frictional forces at the pivot and what have you. This would be a completely frictionless pendulum, a very large.
Yes, but you have gravitational effects that are going to be basically reversing themselves as you pass through the tube. Somebody said that you've got a greater portion of the Earth above you than below you as you pass through that tube.
Yeah, that's
so you're
why
going to have a tendency to slow down as you go out the other side. You're never going to quite reach the same altitude as you did from where you started, and that's going to be the same on both sides. Eventually, you're going to wind up in the middle of the Earth in free fall.
I would completely agree with you if you were in air that was if you were in air that was at an air pressure that matched the surface or whatever. In an atmosphere, I agree, but in a vacuum, I think I disagree.
Well, I think you'd burn up in a vacuum, wouldn't you? Like your blood would boil and you'd die.
Well, you're assuming you're in a suit that will allow you to be in a vacuum. There's some assumptions that are going on here.
Yeah.
Let me
Some
ask you this
very,
question.
very, very large ones.
Can I just say one moot point is the fact that you're never going to be able to drill through the Earth, and two, if you did, any tube you put in would be instantly crushed.
Yeah.
So
that's called assumptions.
Yeah.
What formula do I use to figure out? I figured out changing the radius of the Earth to meters, but how would I figure out how fast, 9.8 meters per second square, you would end up by the time you hit the center of the Earth? I think it's past the speed of light.
Oh no.
How do I figure out that formula though? What do I do to figure out what speed you would be at when you hit the center?
It's an interesting mathematical thing to work out, isn't it? Because as I say, as the closer you get, what would the gravity be at the center of the Earth? It would be acting in all directions at the same time on you, wouldn't it?
Right.
It would be zero G.
I've just posted links to the answer in
there you go.
In the side chat. And I will then post the other one, which actually has the absolute details of doing said.
There we are. It's this guy. He's quite good. He knows
Parker.
his stuff. Matt Parker. Yeah.
Yes. Stand-up maths and his various other. Of course, he also does a comedy. He does stand-up comedy doing maths. He did do a show called something as a he actually does this sort of stuff comedy wise. So that will give you that gives you all the answers you need to know. And it actually turns out it doesn't even have to be through the centre of the Earth, if I remember rightly. You can make you can make the hole through any bit of it, and it still works.
I'm sorry you guys are hearing me do the dish. But I forgot to silence it before I came over here. So what happens when you're old?
Yeah, oh, don't worry. Disequilibrium of disproportionately disaggregated dust. Thanks, Rezu.
Okay. Oh, I put the chat away. Doggone it. The YouTube chat. Is that a link in the side chat that I see?
Yeah, that's a link to Matt Parker's stand-up maths channel, where he tells you how to mathematically calculate a fall through the earth.
There's a comment. Was it? Imagine you fell all the way through the earth and came out alive on the other side, only to get obliterated by a tennis ball going the other way. Oh.
Yeah, you know, or a Coke can, because you know there's going to be some dumb kid that's going to throw that damn Coke can in that tube.
You fool of a toque!
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to think though, how hot you'd get on the way through.
Yeah,
Because there'd be a lot of radiation. Yeah, and of course the exposure to radiation in the core as well. I don't think the excursion would be one that you'd come back from.
No.
Now, we are not talking about pleasantries, other than the fact that you're free falling for that length of time.
Or not free falling at all. Because, well, yeah, I mean, this all presupposes you can actually make a damn hole through the middle of it, which of course you can't.
Yeah, but you line the core portion of the tube, you line with unobtainium so that radiation can't get through it.
Here's the problem though, you'd start to generate an atmosphere as you were going through it.
Well, no, because you're in a self-contained environment. You're in a suit, a space suit.
Oh, okay, all right, cool.
And we've evacuated the tube, haven't we?
That's
Indeed.
And unobtainium isn't going to sublimate because it's unobtainium.
The average person would evacuate something else on the way down. So,
but it's in your suit. You get to enjoy that essence yourself.
Indeed. Well, as I always say when people propose these things, primo te, dopo io. You first, in other words, yeah.
I'm going to say I don't Russian.
Just sounds nicer in Italian.
Oh, was that Italian, was it?
See.
Oh, sorry. I, for some reason, it sounded somewhat Russian to my ears, but I'm not good at foreign languages.
Спасибо, товарищ.
About all I can do is say good morning in Korean.
Well, go on then.
No, 안녕히 주무십시오.
Okay, when are you doing the Korean thing?
I just did.
Oh, sorry.
안녕히 주무십시오. Now the thing about that is have a happy day, merry day, a good day. If you change one consonant sound to 안녕히 주무십시오, it winds up merry death, happy dying.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
I was a mess
I can just
officer in Korea, and I had some cooks that just absolutely loved teaching me the language.
best I can do is good afternoon in Japanese.
Which is?
Konnichiwa.
But if you say Gonichiwa, I have no idea.
My
I can't
response to that,
remember.
my response to that is Akimashite omedetou gozaimasu.
Oh God. I'm trying to. I recognise it. I just can't remember what the hell it was. Is in English.
Happy New Year. Come on.
Oh. That doesn't sound. That yeah. It just sounds really familiar, but not as that.
Neko wa niwa ni imasu ka?
Okay, so you speak bloody Japanese as well, do you?
Hon wa hondana no imasu.
Hyvää joulua ja hauskaa uutta vuotta.
That sounds a bit Finnish to me.
It is.
I've been learning Mandarin Chinese recently, actually.
Yeah.
I'm learning to write it as well. It's an uphill slog, should we say?
To me, English is the only language I speak fluently besides Finnish, but yeah, I understand a little bit of Spanish and German and French, little bit.
And you're still working on the Finnish, right? Because your English is very good.
Yeah, I actually I do write English better than Finnish, oddly enough.
I've been working on English for over 70 years and still haven't got it right.
See, that's the kind of fundamental honesty you get from a Globe Earth believer.
I mean, I'm not quite sure how I managed to get away with it, but I managed to get into university without the prerequisite English language qualification that you require for every university degree in the country.
They just made an assumption, right?
Well, they made the assumption that I'd done the. I had a level 3 tech certificate, and they made the assumption that I'd done the level 3 English portion. But because to get into the RAF in that trade required that you had 5 O levels, including English and Maths at grade C, which is what that qualification would be the equivalent of. You didn't get to do that bit. The only bit of the only section of the communications you did was how to fill in RAF forms, like the Form 700.
Excellent.
So yeah, I didn't actually do the do the required English bit because I managed to blag my way into the RAF again without the requisite qualifications. It's handy when you've met the recruiter a few times and he likes you.
No.
And I mean, at one point, I think he just got a bit bored and he had to fill in this form on this interview where it was a bit weird. But he basically gave me quick instruction on how you filled this form in and handed it to me. And I sat there and filled it all in and handed it back, thinking it was just another one of these tests that they give you. No, it was him. It was him being a lazy bugger, not actually interviewing me, because he was able to leave me alone in the room and go and do whatever. Go and do something more important, like probably smoke a cigarette and make a cup of tea.
it suddenly became quite quiet in every language. I don't know if this is a Tolkien original, but I like watching video game footage, and I was watching the Lord of the Rings game War in the North, and there was this reminded me of a riddle a character told, like what is so fragile that you cannot even say it without breaking it? It's silence. So I thought that was pretty
Well,
funny. That's why I wonder if it's
Excuse me.
Tolkien.
You didn't give me sufficient time to swap screens to unmute myself and say silence.
Ah, sorry.
I was busy eating peaches and ice cream when you said asked the question, but I knew the answer immediately. So.
Just as long as it's not silence in the library.
Fresh peaches?
No. Why would you do
Pretty
that?
sure this time of year in this country, tinned peaches.
If you had your choice between fresh peaches and canned peaches, which would you go for?
When I'm eating them with ice cream, it's canned all the way down.
Yep.
Oh, that's even
Same
for the
here.
good quality ice cream. That means you need fresh peaches.
No.
I guess what we really need to be doing is eating Georgia peaches in Georgia, and then maybe it might be different.
Nah, I'd rather eat them in Nevada.
You'd rather eat them where?
In Nevada,
Ah,
you can always get them fresh at a greengrocer. Well, when I say always, during the season you can get them fresh peaches in most stores, at least here. At one time over here, there was a threat that old people could make to young people. Is everybody familiar with the organization called ARP? Am I on by myself now?
so it's just that I'm going to guess this organisation is American, and therefore
Yeah, it's American Association of Retired Persons. At one time, the threat was that if you had some young snapper that was being particularly obnoxious, you'd tell them that you were going to give their address information to ARP, because then you start getting every month it's about you get new stuff coming from ARP. Well, I think there's a better one and you guys too. It's called the Neptune Society, which is cremation. Threaten them with the Cremation Society, because I get as much information weekly as I used to get from ARP. I'm a member of ARP, by the way.
I guessed you might be.
Now we're getting into nonsense.
Hey. That's it.
Oh, the guy's coming in. He's going to clean out my porch. Boy, he does that so quick, faster than I can do it with a broom.
Oh, that's not much good. Why do people have to post such tiny, tiny little pictures? And I'd like to know what's supposed to be wrong with the picture that Workman's just posted in the Discord.
Well, guys, I'm going to get out of here again. Y'all have a good day.
Okay, Gary, speak to you again soon.
All
Bob
righty.
here? Hey, Bob, can you hear me?
Let him unmute his mic.
I don't know if Bob's actually here, or about if Bob's actually listening or not.
Yeah, I am. I'm here.
Hey, Bob.
Here
So I've seen that now the Bevians have resorted to posting that video on on other channels now.
You mean like other YouTube channels?
Yeah. So a guy, one of the guys, I guess his name is like Mike Jones. He's
Yep.
got like 3 subscribers, and the only video he has on there is that video.
Mike Jones is a local guy here that used to be associated with a rival practice and has been stalking me for 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all that is. And quite frankly, I'm not ashamed of the video. I'm not worried about that at all. I just don't like the fact that he doxed me, and he didn't dox me in that video. He didn't identify my screen name here with my real name in the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not worried about him. You know,
I
the
just want
thing
to
that,
keep people aware of that. That's all.
well, the thing you got to think about too is that you never know. Wouldn't it be a great strategy to have a sock account? Maybe even put a little money towards some of these other accounts to kind of gain their trust on super chats and stuff, and then post stuff on, give them hints to stuff in a hope that they will republish it and get their channels taken down. That would be a devious thing to do, wouldn't it?
What does what does sock account mean?
It's a fake account. No subscribers, no videos, no views. They just it's a disposable account like a drop gun.
Right, but I don't have any videos or views. So is mine a sock account just because I'm on my own account?
So it would be if you created another account, like you have your main account and you created another one just for the hell of it. That's a sock account.
So and that means I've already got those just because of where YouTube works anyway.
Right.
Well, no, you use it. It's a disposable account that you use specifically to post things you don't want traced back to you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like a sock puppet.
But thanks for the heads up.
Plus, it's generally used by people to kind of attack either channels or and they will constantly create like different accounts constantly. They're just like because they know they're going to get a banned, so like they'll have like maybe 10 or 20 sock accounts, so they can attack. Like they usually use that in chat for some reason. I don't know why, like, but
I got
they
you.
use it to they use it to spam chat mostly.
Yeah, I was just wondering why the term sock.
Well, it's basically to do with sock puppets. You know, a
Yeah, it's
cheap and nasty puppet.
yeah, it's a sock puppet account, but it's also a form of spamming as well, I think.
I mean, I'm now desperately trying to get into my sock account for YouTube, just so I could demonstrate it. But it's a pain in the ass because I'm not very good at doing that. Because you have to open an incognito window, sign in. Hang on, and of course it's not going to remember my
your login
that's the
details.
problem. It's not going to remember my login details, and so I need to find my
Yeah, that's what I don't get. Like, I mean, how do they do it? I've seen this in action where
You know, here's the thing. I've been on the internet for at least a couple of weeks, and I've only ever seen sock accounts mentioned in here. not in this channel, but in this, you know, the whole Flat Earth videos and Craig's channel and Mr. Sensible, that sort of stuff. Never heard of it.
Oh,
before.
you don't follow any political kind of
Hell no.
YouTube channel. Okay, so yeah, that's where they kind of generally pop up.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Right. Yeah, no, I avoid those things.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But that's generally where they pop up, and they kind of use them to troll either the channel or people on the channel.
Right.
Which I don't get how they do it, because I actually watched one at the weekend where this guy had like multiple sock accounts, but he was like switching like super fast between them. And I don't know how that's possible, because obviously you have to have like an email address or something registered to that account.
Yeah, there may be some little app that you can write for doing that.
Yeah, possibly.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I mean, it's
I think Fred knows the answer.
YouTube. And
anyway, how are you guys doing? Like, I just jumped in there. How are you all doing?
Well, we've been sat here for hours waiting for you to show up, for God's sake, man.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because you know, we need fresh blood to come and chat on here, don't we? Because even me with my super duper really boring propensity to talk far too much has run out of stuff to say.
Can't say I've ever noticed, Alan.
Well, you know, I'm going to be fashionably late because I'm a fashionista, like, you know, so.
Oh God, I've got to subscribe, haven't I? Right, how long have I got to wait now? 5 minutes, isn't it, before I can post?
What do you mean? Oh, what? Because of the well, there's the explanation has been given, Alan. There's no need to delve.
I know, this is the problem. This is how long it takes me to get into my soccer account. Yeah. It takes me a long time to put my shoes and socks on in the morning.
All right. So, say the other day, a friend of mine who's just got his PhD in physics. He and I were watching Craig versus I think it was Craig versus Raichi.
I watched that one. Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, he and I were arguing with each other in live chat. So he was pretending to be a flat earther, and his PhD is in lasers and fiber optics. So if anyone knows how ring laser gyro works, he's your man.
It was actually quite a good debate for FTFE. He had
yeah, there wasn't many.
He had a moderator on.
Yeah,
that was good to see, actually. Usually that kind of stuff kind of devolves into a whole pile of back and forth
Well, as in Craig's most recent one, it's horrendous.
Is that really? Which one's that? Sorry.
Listen, the dumpster fire was fully alight before the intros were done with. No, seriously, and I'm talking about before the intros. You know, it was that bad. It was
that bad.
Anyone should right now go and watch the first, section after Craig's graphics are done and everything. Just watch the first few moments of the.
Is that the Rachie one?
No. That's the most recent one.
All right, I haven't seen that one. Okay.
It's it was so bad I couldn't watch any more of it. It was just awful.
Yeah, no, I like Craig, but he does need to come down or have some kind of moderator on there,
No. It was moderated. Craig was brilliant.
Oh, was it?
He was super calm.
Oh, right. Okay. So
it was just the monsters in the shed the other side. It's just horrendous.
Yeah, I stopped being able to watch Craig a long time ago, just because of his shoutiness. It's just like
He's calmed down quite a bit lately, so
I think that's why he's got moderators on as well.
Yep. But he was getting screamed at by the other people for them being muted, and it was just a case of them not actually listening to why they were muted, when they were muted, whatever. There was no. It wasn't a two-way thing. It was all, yeah. But I got out of there pretty quick. So.
Yeah, I kind of have to. I used to watch a lot of his debates.
Let me see what. I did post it. Go on, Karen.
I did used to watch a lot of his debates from beginning to start, but then it just got to the point where it's like, I can't watch this anymore. It's just a shouting match, so.
Yeah, the past couple things I've seen him do is much calmer than it used to be.
Yeah.
Let me go to my history, and I'll just tell you the comment I put up on there. Hang on. What happened there? That was weird. Okay. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Hang on. I can't YouTube.
Apologies if I keep coughing. I'm just kind of getting over the cold and over the worst of it. But.
Okay. Here we go. History. So. Yeah, 5 versus 1, and my comment on there was. No, stop talking, Craig. My comment was. There were 2. One was this was a dumpster fire before the intros were done, and the other comment was at FTFE, you finally found some flirts that make Sleeping Warrior look good. Just saying how bad it was, yeah.
that is saying something.
Yeah.
Anyone see Bev's latest video about Bob?
Nope.
No, I don't watch Bev and Bob.
Do we want to see that?
Not really. Not really. It's just a montage of clipped sound bites and played over some music.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to Bev anymore. I mean, they don't have anything to bring to the table. All they want to do is try and make fun of other people. They don't have an argument, basically.
What's the deal with him? Psychotic or mere narcissist?
I would say both.
Well, I have heard that every psycho is a narcissist, even though every narcissist isn't a psycho, apparently.
With Bev, I get the feeling that there's real deep rot going on there. I mean, not Nathan Oakley is a prick and an asshole and a narcissist, but I don't think that there's brain rot. With Bev, I think that I don't even know if there's brain rot. I don't even know if there's bats in the belfry. The bats in his belfry have brain rot.
The basis of his argument is he thinks that there's no such thing as spherical geometry, that we can't use any other geometry except for Euclidean geometry, and that level is horizontal, which is completely opposite when it comes to surveying. That's his only argument.
What is his evidence for a level being horizontal?
He can prove it. He says he can prove it logically. Even though when you look up anything in surveying, there's a difference between a level surface and a horizontal. But they think it's the same. For some reason, they think it's the same thing. Sorry about the kid in the background.
But it's level, straight, and horizontal. There's three different things that they kind of misunderstand there.
I'm sorry. I sort of pushed the discussion towards Bev, and if you don't want to, I don't. I was just curious if people had seen it.
Yeah, I don't watch. I don't watch Bev,
really,
so I can't comment.
He's a really distasteful person. But the thing is, I try to assess how dangerous some of these people are. Right? Like, what is the probability that Merle Beauregard has several bodies buried in his backyard? I think the probability for Merle is relatively high. I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I would. Are you talking about the same Merle? Yeah. Yeah, that guy. He definitely has some issues going on. I would say bipolar, probably, because sometimes he's okay. I've had conversations with him that were kind of pleasant, but then again, some days he just completely goes off the rails. Now, Pete Shea, on the other hand, crazy as a bed bug, but probably a very harmless guy. You could probably sit down. You could probably sit down and have a pint of ale with him. You know, I don't. Maybe not, because I heard he's been banned from the pubs in his locality because he keeps talking about flat Earth. but bearing that, I think you probably could. Although I would get a dark beer, not a pale ale, because you don't know what that is if you're drinking it with Pete.
How about a good traditional British bitter?
I don't think I've ever had a good English. I don't know what that is. Here in the States, it tends towards IPAs. We tend to have a lot of IPAs or maybe stouts, but I don't see too many British bitters here in the States.
It's basically a watered down Guinness.
No.
It's not as dark and thick as a stout. You know, you can still just see through it, but it is nice and dark coloured.
Yeah, so, Alan, have you ever heard of Banks's?
Yeah.
Have you ever bothered trying it? Because when you see the price of it, you think it's got to be garbage, right?
I mean, yeah.
It is
in my time, I've drunk an awful lot of beer.
Right. Well, here's the thing: it's half the price of some of the other bitters, and it is the equal of many of them. It's really bizarre.
If if it's cheap as chips, then I've obviously drunk it. Come on. When you're the type of person who might drink, getting on for double-digit pints of beer that start with a 2 in a session.
Yeah, I've never done that.
You can end up drinking cheap beer.
Yeah, I would.
It's when you've done chasers with half of them that you have to start worrying.
Yeah, I would struggle to drink 2 pints.
Yeah. Add a 0 to the add another digit to the end.
No.
I struggle to drink 2 pints now as well, by the way, and I'm somewhat inebriated after I have done so.
Right.
But once upon a time, I used to be able to drink for the Royal Air Force. Well, you know, I was a member of a Royal Air Force drinking team. It was the drinking team with a shooting problem.
Wait, a drinking team?
A drinking team with a shooting problem. Yeah, as against the drinking team with a football problem, or the drinking team with a rugby problem.
Oh, goodness.
It's better than a drinking team with a flying problem.
Oh, there's that.
Yeah.
That could be very bad.
Well, yeah.
Well, then there are the drinking teams with the drinking problem.
Oh, double dipping.
I'm a drinker who has a problem of running out of drinks.
One of my friends the other day said he was having a problem with too much blood in his alcohol system.
Yeah. It gets like that. I tell you how, although the worst thing about being in the RAF drinking team with a shooting problem was the fact that there were quite a lot of officers about. So one ends up drinking gin and tonic by default because that's what they bloody well give you.
What was that?
Well,
who messaged me?
That's criminal, I think.
What? You drink whatever you get given, didn't you?
That's true.
You soon learn to like it.
No, you don't.
You soon learn to put up with it.
That's
There
different.
you go.
I don't mind gin tonic. Then again, there aren't many alcoholic beverages that I don't like. That's the problem.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I can introduce you to a couple.
Well, there was this Brazilian, I think it's called Tito or something like that. That was an interesting taste.
Sounds dangerous.
Have you ever tried Buckfast?
I've heard of it because Big Clive is always mentioning Buckfast.
Doesn't ring a bell.
It's a fortified wine made by monks.
Well, now
I think they're trying to ruin the rest of Earth by humanity, actually, by creating it. Like, but anyway. And there's another I can think of called Sanctifex, which is like a poor man's version of the same thing, but for some reason it tastes like beef.
That's because you're drinking Bovril.
Fermented Bovril, yeah.
I know there's a very obscure Italian liqueur that basically gets sold in a small area of Italy, and I think it's somewhere Lancashire, because one of the regiments that fought in the Second World, fought in Italy during the war, were home based from that area, and of course they got a taste for it, and they started getting it sent over to the UK when they came back.
Okay, what was that then?
Oh, I don't know. I can't bloody remember, but it's a bit. I think it's a bit like that Buckfast stuff.
All right.
That Buckfast Abbey stuff. It's one of those sort of 45 whatever type.
They have. I've got to tell you, they have extraordinarily strange drinks in Italy. For instance, they have a thing called Cynar, which is a liqueur made from artichokes. Yes, that's a thing.
Artichokes?
That is a thing. I'll
Wow.
spell it. I'll spell
Well-
it for you. Hang on, guys, so you can reference it. Hang on, where's the? I've actually had it. So hang on.
How do you spell that? Buckmast? Well, what was it?
Buckfast.
Buckfast.
Yeah, and,
Buckfast.
here's the other one.
From Buckfast. I think it's Buckfast Abbey.
Yeah.
In
Now, I'll put the two names in there for you guys. If you want to look up Cynar, and that is the correct pronunciation.
Yeah. So I think Buckfast Abbey is down in Devon somewhere.
I found a Wikipedia page talking about Buckfast tonic wine. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That'll be it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I remember finding this when I was searching for tonic wine because in a special episode of Dad's Army, they were giving tonic wine to Corporal Jones because he was having a malaria fit. So I searched tonic wine, and I think I bumped into this page then.
Probably.
Hey,
Or
no. I was about to say there's somebody in the house, and I was looking at the wrong Discord channel. So
I have a question. I wonder what flat earthers think of flat beer.
it's the devil's work.
Must be.
yeah.
It's a
I
hologram.
mean, even the
It's a
allegedly
hologram.
flat,
Clearly.
even the allegedly flat beer of Britain isn't actually completely flat.
Wait a minute. Is that shrimp on
Exactly
that
right.
beer bottle? Oh my god!
No, beer is naturally carbonated to some degree. To make it flat, you almost have to make it flat. But don't ask the American here. I don't drink beer like you drink it.
Yeah, I drink it occasionally.
We take perfectly good British beer and cool it down to about 40 degrees and drink it.
That's about right.
It's probably a crime, but hey, they're not going to swim over here and hold us to account. So we will abuse their beer any way we see fit because we are Americans. Thump chest, thump chest.
I was going to say, you want to bet Alan becomes the first person to swim the Atlantic.
There you go.
Maybe that was why they burned the White House in the 1812 war. They were angry at the Americans abusing their beer.
That's exactly what it was.
Right, guys, you're straying into the area of politics now.
No, I think that's
Yeah,
not
we're
really
building the White
area
House out of wood.
politics.
Yeah,
I mean, at least it didn't properly burn down, did it? It had something left. to
Mostly
paint
did burn down. There were a few standing walls. That was about it.
I can say that I was really surprised when a British beer that I like is Spitfire, and which is appropriate. Appropriate because we were watching those pictures earlier. But I had heard that British like to drink warm beer, and I tried it out warm, and I gotta say that it works. It works with British beer.
When you brew beer to be drank warm and drink it another way, it doesn't taste the same. And a lot of Americans have drank British beer and say, that's lousy stuff. Well, they didn't drink it the way it's brewed to be drunk.
Yeah, but here's the other problem, right? Room temperature in the States is not like room temperature in the UK.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I was gonna say that. Like, yeah, exactly.
You know, we think
It's not
Bob is
even room
a long ways
temperature, is it?
north. Well, the
It's,
UK is a lot further north than that.
yeah, and of course it's cellar temperature. It's not room
Yeah,
temperature.
so what you have to bear in mind is that the south of England is at the
So
same
what is your
latitude.
cellar temperature? About 62 Fahrenheit?
Sorry, the south of England is at the same latitude as Calgary.
Yes.
Yeah, things are cold over here, so we
Only-
don't need refrigeration.
The only thing in the United
Oh.
States at the same latitude is Maine.
Yep.
Oh, Alaska, but that doesn't count.
Yeah. Tessa, I have to say that Spitfire is also my favourite beer at the moment.
Wow.
Glad to hear it. Yeah, it's like my favorite beers come from Germany, but Britain is the close second.
Thank you.
Old Crafty Hen isn't bad.
Yeah. I say I really got a. I've always liked Shepherd and Neame.
Yeah, that's okay.
I know it comes from the wrong side of the River Thames for me, really, because it comes from Falkshire in Kent.
Yeah, that's okay though.
We did have a pub near where I grew up that served it that I quite liked. So I do like the Spitfire, and of course they give a little bit of money to the RF Benevolent Fund, don't they?
I'm not sure. All I do know is that
Yes.
for me, it's something you have with a decent meal. I don't go drinking beer for the hell of it, you know.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I also found Marston's from sort of Burton on Trent way.
Yeah.
Have a beer now called Lancaster. Lancaster Bomber.
Yeah, we're kind of spoiled for decent bitters and things, aren't we? And IPAs and that.
Yeah.
Pale ales, regular just pale
Yeah.
ales, and yeah.
Well, they do the standard Spitfire ale, but they also do a blonde version of it, as they call it.
I'm not really keen on things like Weiss beer. It's not a thing that I'm keen on. The German stuff, made with wheat.
Oh, Weissbier.
Yeah.
The white beer, yeah.
Yeah, das ist schlecht.
Das ist schlecht. I don't mind a bit of white beer, but yeah, that's I'm kind of moving more into the kind of local breweries and the.
If you ever get the opportunity, I posted a Wikipedia link about Finnish beer. If you ever get the chance to taste it, I highly recommend it. It's I think the best Finnish beer.
It has a major problem.
Hmm?
It's not in a bottle.
Yeah, I also prefer bottles. I think it comes from
Is it a can or is it a can?
Can, yeah.
That is, it does mention cans and bottles, so I mean, as far as I'm aware, the only beer that should be drunk from a can is
Foster's.
No. Double Diamond, because it was designed to go in a can in the first place.
Is that something you can even buy now?
I have absolutely no idea. I mean, they used to make it at the Ironcoop Brewery in Romford, which is again, basically the area where I grew up. So that was one of the local beers. But yeah, Double Diamond was actually designed to go in cans. But they brewed. What was the lager they brewed there? Heineken. They brewed Heineken. They brewed a couple of different. But the one thing I used to hate was every now and again when they were cleaning out the things they used for doing the mashing, and it would just blow out this horrendous sort of yeasty, malty
Stench.
smell.
Yeah, well, I was about to say that.
Stench. That is the correct word.
Yeah.
Stench.
When I was a kid, I got a guided tour of the mash tuns in the Whitbread Chiswell Street Brewery, and the smell is still with me now. So it was
Well, yeah,
horrendous
I mean,
as a kid, you know.
yeah. I mean, oh yeah. And I don't know if you. Oh Christ, what's it called? Cod liver oil and malt extract. My parents used to feed it to. My parents used to try and get us for me to eat it as a kid, and the smell is revolting. The smell makes me physically gag, and they're trying to shove a spoonful of this down your throat.
Sounds like it'll
And,
cure anything,
yeah, that's the point. It's supposed to cure anything,
including
my
life
parents.
itself.
One of my parents' dogs loved the stuff, and and my mum and dad was like, because whenever whenever they were going to give the dog this stuff, I would literally leave the room for 10 minutes. And I was talking to my mum about it, and she said, "Yeah, the smell literally makes me gag." You know, I said, and when you tried to force me to eat that stuff as a child, that was verging on child abuse. Because, yeah, I didn't make the fuss I made because I wasn't keen. I made the fuss I made because vomit.
Could you actually take it now though?
God no! I mean, there's literally, I have to. When my mum used to when they used to get that out to feed the dog. I mean, this was only like 10, 11 years ago. I used to have to leave the room because, yeah, otherwise I would have probably chucked on the carpet.
If you pretend it's like a beautiful lady, could you take it now?
No, it's not a beautiful lady. It's.
Where's this going?
I mean,
where is this going?
Remember, this is supposed to be a family-friendly stream.
Okay, sorry.
I'm trying to keep it under control. I'm trying to keep the what am I trying to say? Anybody know what I'm trying to say?
No, we never know what you're talking about.
Not a clue. Not a clue.
Fine. Good.
What just happened? I'm still in K mode. What's going on here? Oh, I'm losing it.
I guess I was kind of going down the whole kind of fast show, kind of Swiss Tony kind of route, you know. Everything relates to a beautiful woman.
It's gone bad. It all went bad. I broke it.
Gone bad.
I broke it.
What you broken?
Well,
What your blender?
yeah, you see, I'm trying to. I'm used to using a mouse.
What you using? Oh, let me guess. You're using a laptop and a trackpad.
Yeah, it's just kicking my ass basically. Here we go. That's it. We're on the way. We're back on course now. It's a bit of a shaky course, but we're back on it.
Okay, I think I'm going to duck out for a little bit, and I'll be back later.
Okay, see you later.
Bye.
Adios.
Yeah, it's almost 11 in the evening, well, 11 in night here, so I don't think I'll be staying up too long because I have managed to keep my sleeping pattern somewhat normal and I try to keep it at least until Christmas. But I won't be popping out just yet.
Okay. Now, my big question is, has MC2 got an idiot for tonight?
Has he got a what?
An idiot. You know, a flurf. Has he found a flurf or some other idiot to have on his stream?
Don't know. I mean, he has had plenty before, but I don't know if at the moment.
Well, yeah, the trouble is that they keep running away now, don't they?
Oh yeah, there's the live stream that's supposed to have someone, but
Oh, that's not right.
apparently he has skipped the test call. The video
Oh,
will
yeah.
start. It will be 2 at night here, so I don't think I will be staying up for that anyway.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
If it's 2 at night for you, then that must mean it's an early one because that's usually 2 o'clock for us when he begins.
Ah, come on. Oh, come on. That's not right. Come on. No. Come on. There's no what? Ah. Why is it snapping? Oh, right. Where's the control key? No shift. Why is it? It's overreacting. Come on. That's not right. Come on, Blender. Don't let me down.
Some people talk to the TV, some people talk to the blender.
Yeah, that's me. Ah.
Well, I can't really blame me because I often curse at my computer.
I think everybody curses at their computer, Tessa.
Yeah, you know what it's doing? I know what's going on. It's jumping to the clipping for some. Ah, I found it. Yeah, it's the. Grr. Okay, I think it's the.
Did you turn on something you shouldn't have turned on?
No, there's something on by default when you're using the mirror thing, and if you're close to the merge point of an axis, it'll just snap. Gee. Yeah, come on, stop messing around. What? It doesn't like. I will fix it when I've taken the mirror modifier off. That's the trick. Yeah. Or I can. Yeah, that's not nice. Okay. Why is it doing it such a gross movement? Even when I'm holding down the control key. No. Oh, I know. I must have snapped. What's going on? Leave it. Do it later. After the modifier's put on. Gonna sneeze. Oh.
Actually, I think I will try now and get some sleep. So, good night or day, everyone, wherever you may be.
Good night.
Galinixta. Oh, he's gone.
Well, guys, is the audio working okay?
Well, I can hear you.
Okay, well, it's working okay. Hang on, not supposed to put that over here.
We're now getting some echo.
That's me.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, well, it's working okay.
That's me. Hang on.
Not supposed to put that over here.
My bad.
That's me. Okay, well, it's working okay. That's me. Hang on. Not supposed to put that.
All right, that should take care of it. No more echo. Well, I finally went out and announced the new live stream. I did an update for the channel. Kind of brought everything around, introduced all the channels that are running right now and what's going on with them and how to navigate them.
Good. I've just had this searing thought cross my brain. I think you have to restart the stream every 12 hours.
That's kind of what I'm thinking about too, because it seemed to kill the stream at 12 hours.
Yeah, or even just a fraction short, because I've had a couple of streams killed at like 11 hours, 50 something minutes.
Well, the question is though, if you stop the stream and restart it, doesn't it give it another address?
No, you can make it go to the same.
Really?
You can make it go to the same. Yeah, if you use the default key, it should go to the same address.
Oh, we can try it. Let's go see.
He says, but he's not 100% flipping.
Well, I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? The stream will fail and we'll have to restart it. Let me see if I can restart it downstairs. So the procedure would be to stop the stream and then restart it.
Again, I'm just Googling for it.
All right.
Well, at least for the default stream key.
Because I don't change the stream key with every video or with every upload. Because that's a pretty good question. I wouldn't mind finding out from some of the people that run 24-hour streams. How do they deal with that default?
Yeah, I only discovered it. I discovered it one New Year's because
is it Discord or is it YouTube?
No, it's YouTube.
All right.
Because when I woke up this morning, I saw that there was I thought the stream was still running, but instead of having instead of having my slideshow showing, it just had the default. I think it had the welcome page showing, and the top of the welcome page at that. The welcome to.
That's weird.
Not that.
Okay,
not
so it
that-
does say that there's a default live stream.
Whoa, that's not good. So that's all. Ah,
So yeah, it looks like apparently there's no time limit, but videos will be archived and split every 12 hours. And each time I've got up to the 12-hour limit, it's killed the stream for me. Which is a little bit of a pain in the butt. That actually, I think I'm talking out of my bottom. Sorry, Bob.
Yeah, it says after you've stopped a stream, it cannot be restarted.
Yeah, I tell a lie. I just remembered what killed the stream. I was using Zoom, and Zoom has a 24-hour call limit, and we were doing a New Year, and of course we started with New Zealand, and we went for 20. We ended up doing 24 hours, and Zoom stopped, and of course it stopped sending data to. It stopped sending data to YouTube, and I had YouTube set up to kill the stream if it stopped receiving data. Because having the stream set up so that it doesn't fall over if there's no data is probably a good thing if you're going to do this 24-hour stream or continuous streaming.
whoa. Okay. This is getting a bit tricky. I'm just got to be on subsurface.
Hmm.
Oh wait, what have I done?
Have you done something daft?
Yes, I've just read. No wonder. Okay, my bad. I think this is easy to fix. I forgot when I extruded, I was adding faces underneath. And of course, that was messing up my subdiv surface. Yay, okay. Right, we're back in business. Let's get this weird pulling effect. One more.
Oh, I can see here is that you have to wait 24 hours for your first stream.
Nice. Ah, right.
I'm just a little disappointed that you have to have 1,000 subs in order to live stream from your mobile phone.
Okay. Is that going to help? Right. Turn the mirror on. Mirror. Subdiv on. Okay. 2 on there.
I kind of like your
Now it looks
thumbnail.
like you can do it with some paid third-party software.
Sorry, I was just going to say I like the cover image for your December channel update there, Bob.
Which one's that? Let's have a look. It's on. Is it Bob the Science Guy or?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, it's on Common Sense Science. It's
Common Sense. Okay.
It's there, and in the VC text.
Okay.
And now, of course, you can. Oh, if you can see the VC text, you'll see the image, won't you?
Yeah.
But it was just that image that I was.
Well, you like it because it's got one of your pictures in the background.
Well, of course, I like it because it's got one of my pictures in the background.
Sorry,
Sure.
Bob.
Yeah.
Plenty of choice.
What's the one of the signs we look for narcissistic tendencies?
Well, have you ever seen QE? That's basically narcissism personified. I'd have to look up the exact criterion.
You obviously haven't met my ex, have you?
Okay. My soon-to-be ex is currently hot air ballooning in Qatar.
Yeah, I really should turn her properly into my ex and not just be separated from her. It's not like it's difficult to get done either. We've been separated that long.
Hey, at least the kids are happy.
Oh, they are now. They haven't spoken to us for 10 years.
Maybe not too much personal stuff on here anyway.
Yeah.
What was the 6-engine version of the Lancaster called?
There wasn't a 6-inch version of it.
Oh, you don't know about that project?
There was a. The bigger one was the Lincoln, which was still 4-inch. But
The Lincoln was
British.
just a Lancaster, wasn't it?
The Lincoln was a bit bigger and had I think that had Griffins with contra-rotating props.
I was hoping Bob would leap in and support my.
I'm here for you, man. I'm here for you.
Because that would have Alan looking for all the reference material, because he's probably got like thousands of aviation books.
No, my name is not Farmer's Boy. I don't have much of a library anymore because
So Bob, what aircraft have you flown? Because you say you've been a pilot.
Oh, just small aircraft.
Oh,
Singles
don't just say
singles and
just.
white twins. Yeah, singles and white twins.
I've only flown gliders.
Never flew a glider.
So had one interesting flight in a K-13 where I was in the front, which is obviously the passenger seat, but we were pointing very steeply towards the ground. Our angle of attack was very negative, and we were going up at a rate of knots because of the cloud above us was like sucking us in, and it was it was whistling. This thing was whistling as we tried to get away from this cloud. It was a bit hairy. It was over Dunstable.
A dumpster ball?
Dunstable. Dunstable is a town.
Oh.
It's Bedfordshire?
Yeah, it's where the London Gliding Club is. It was that was an interesting little flight in a wooden glider. Yeah. And I've actually a friend of mine has just discovered a picture of me when I was young and handsome and slim, sitting in a Slingsby T21.
Yeah.
Which is a side by side open cockpit glider made of wood.
Yeah. I think that was also known as the Sedberg, wasn't it?
Yeah, Slingsby Sedberg, yeah.
Yeah.
So
or by the Air Cadets as the barge.
Yeah. So is that tricycle stuff or tail dragger, Bob?
What?
The aircraft you flew, were they tail draggers or trikes?
Yes.
What both?
Yeah.
Oh,
I flew
okay.
Cetabrias in Alaska and
which is aerobatic backwards.
Yes.
Yep.
And that was a fun little it's a little front and back seater. Yep. That's a tail dragger. And then
Belanca?
Yeah, Belanca, yep. And then I fly a Mooney. I fly a Mooney here.
Oh, okay. That's quite fast, isn't it?
Yep. 160 miles an hour.
Damn.
And mine's the manual one. I've got a Johnson bar. My suspension is hockey pucks. I don't have Oleo struts. But I wanted everything I didn't want anything that was mechanical or hydraulic or electrical. I just wanted, I put the gear down myself.
It's more reliable though, isn't it?
That's why I got it that way.
Yeah.
It's got a Lycoming engine and 180 horse. So
that's the 4-pot, is it?
Yes.
Nice.
Burns about 9 gallons an hour.
So twin mags.
Yeah. Twin mags on every cylinder. All planes have those. At least
Yeah.
all that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, you don't want to have a cylinder go out as you're taking off, you know.
So
'Cause
how
you
much
gotta-
how much maintenance are you permitted to undertake on that yourself? Because
I could wash it. I don't do maintenance on it. I don't have the skills to do that.
Right.
I'm not a car guy. You know, what I do is I get it annualed and they say you need to do this, you need to do that. And I say, okay, well, how many zeros do I have to write on the check?
Right.
And then they get it done and I get a new airplane for a year.
Ah, I subscribe to One Brown on the Blanco Lirio channel as well. I don't know if you watch that at all.
No, I haven't.
He's up in Northern California. He does breakdowns of accidents and that sort of stuff, and gives
That would be
updates.
kind of an interesting thing to do. That's a good idea.
He's an airline pilot.
Mm-hmm.
So he was just recently in London, and he was doing a walk around down in Kensington, so near Harrods, all that kind of stuff. He's a really interesting guy, and he's also collaborated with Dan Grider.
I don't know him either. I don't really follow much aviation on YouTube. If I have any questions, I just call up John. Yeah, the guy in my unit's a former F-15 pilot. Probably one of the most academic pilots I've ever met in my life.
So One Brown is ex-military and then current airline pilot, and then obviously he's got his own light aircraft as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, John's a corporate pilot. He used to work for Dow. Yeah, that's a Mooney right there.
Did you post something on this? Is it in the stream?
Yeah, there's a stream.
Yeah.
Let me switch.
I don't know which one that is. Mine's a 63 with speed mods, the mod 21.
That one is a 231.
All right.
Hang on, I've got an ad running. I've got to wait for that to break out.
There's a really interesting thing about Moonies that a lot of people don't know. Most aircraft, if you look at their elevators on the tail, they have what's called a trim tab on them.
Yep.
And you have a little wheel in the cockpit that you use to adjust that, and that's used to adjust the trim. Not on a Mooney. Not on a Mooney. The entire ass end of that thing is hinged. So what you do is you move the entire tail up and down. And, there's no trim tab on it. The whole tail moves.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you take the loads off in flight?
Well, you have a wheel that moves the tail, and the whole tail moves up and down. So,
Just changes the incidence.
yeah, it's the same thing. It's like the whole tail is now a trim tab.
Okay, gotcha. Right.
But there's a pivot on it.
Is this because it's inherently fast that it needs this AMT?
No, they just did it that way. I don't know if there's a particular reason that required them to do it that way. That's just the way Moonies are designed.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons the tail looks funny on a Mooney.
See,
It looks like the
some
tail's
models-
on backwards.
I think some models of them have an all-moving tailplane.
Yeah, that's what mine has.
Okay, so yeah, I mean this one's got this. This is it's a 231, which is I think is also known as the M20K. And
Yeah.
this one looks like it's not got the all-moving.
It does. You can see if you look at it closely, look at where the tail surface is coming into the plane. There's a seam there.
At the rear of the empennage.
And no, the forward part of the empennage. But there's a seam right there.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah.
I can see there's a gap.
Yeah, it's not blatantly obvious,
Yeah.
but that's what that gap is.
But if you actually look
at the tip,
if you look at the back end of it, it's actually got an elevator on it.
Well, yeah, it's got an elevator. Yeah, of course it's got an elevator. No, the adjustment is for the trim, not the elevator.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another
Some
interesting
aircraft-
thing about some Moonies too, and mine's included in this. You see the little step at the back of the starboard wing there?
Yep.
That retracts in mine. There's a wheel on the left side of the cockpit that you pull that up and get you another 2 knots.
I was going to say it's about another 2 miles an hour, but you just 2 knots, yeah.
Yeah, but you can do it though.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, they were thinking a lot about the performance with that thing, weren't they? And I've heard it can be quite economical as well.
Yeah, mine's about 9.5 gallons an hour at 160 miles an hour. 145 knots probably.
That can get you to Costco and back pretty fast, yeah.
Yeah, I mean it approaches twin speed. You know, you look at like a Cessna 336, the Skymaster, or Mixmaster, as you may say. That cruises along about 155 knots. This thing here will cruise at 145, almost 150 knots. And that's with one engine. It's a little cramped. You know, it's a nice 2-person airplane.
Okay, so what have you got on the panel?
Nothing. Steam
It's all basic
gauges.
stuff. Yeah.
1963 era steam gauges. I've got I have 2 VOR heads and the radios.
And a couple of iPads, right?
Yeah, a couple of iPads.
Yeah.
I'd really like to get GPS in it, but I looked at the cost of upgrading the panel, and it's like $20,000.
Yeah.
I mean, ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, aviation stuff don't come cheap, does it?
No. Now, it was an interesting thing. I was flying over Gaylord once, and I happened to look down. My CO monitor was black, and I'm thinking, that's not good. So I opened the window and landed at Gaylord, where they have some repair shops, and went on in there and says, "Oh yeah, you got a crack in your manifold right here." Oh, that's not going to be cheap. Oh, it's really not going to be cheap. They don't make them anymore. We have to have it manufactured. Oh, screw me.
Oh my God.
This thing's going to cost me more than the plane did. And it was not cheap, but my CO meters are now working fine.
Hey,
nice and yellow.
It's better than dying.
Yeah. Well, we had a guy in a Mooney die out of Gaylord once. He made national news here. He was a endodontist, and he was famous for having this turbo Mooney that he had. Well, he was flying to a conference in Atlantic City, and he took off from Gaylord, and as soon as he got to 25,000 feet, he stopped talking to everybody. And they merrily followed the plane all the way over, and he ran out of gas in the Atlantic, and in he went. He was dead already, I'm sure. His pressure system failed, and he got hypoxic and died.
Yeah, so don't in the military they give the pilots training to understand when they are getting hypoxia, because hypoxia symptoms are different for everybody, aren't they?
Yeah, sometimes you have no idea what's going on, though.
Yeah.
I don't think he wasn't a military pilot, and I don't think he had that level of training. He was trained enough to fly a pressurized cockpit. However, he missed it on this one, and it cost him his life.
That's some scary stuff.
Yeah.
So, of course, when you saw that thing was black, you knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, land. Open the window and land. And if I had my right mind with me, I would open the door too.
Yeah, get it out really fast. Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't have a headache or anything, so I don't. I just happened to notice it in my scan.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember in the photo rotation, there's a Gloucester Gladiator, and having spoken to the pilot that usually flies it in the displays, he always flies it with the cockpit open. Because if you don't, the cockpit is very, very prone to filling up with CO and other exhaust gases. Even though the exhaust comes nowhere near the cockpit.
All it takes is an eddy, man.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, those eddies are really strange too, because, you know, on the P-38, the Lightning,
Yep.
they had an eddy that if you tried to open the window, it disrupted the airflow over the elevator. And so you never could open the window on it.
What you mean?
Even
You
though
would
you've got
make the
window.
aircraft unstable or uncontrollable? Wow.
By opening the window. You don't open the window on those things.
Holy moly.
And of course, nobody thought to put a vent on it or anything. You know, at least my plane's got a vent on it, but I can open the window too. I can't on the Twin. You know, I can't on the Twin. The Twin goes too fast, but.
I was talking to a fellow user of the VR system, and he was describing problems he was having with his kit aircraft that had a Subaru motor in it.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, yeah, you know, it will fly the thing, and then it will start misfiring and cause, you know, all sorts of weird stuff. And then we investigate it, and we can't find anything wrong. And I just kept asking him questions. And eventually I said to him, it's to do with the fact that your aircraft's got a carb heat lever in it. I said, and what's happening is you're overheating the ICU of the, you know, the actual, the ECU, the engine control unit. I said, I think you're directing hot air over the damn thing. And they investigated exactly. So
You're cutting out pretty bad. Are you using a compressor or anything, or noise reducer on your mic?
No.
Did you check the sensitivity of your mic in
I can look at
Discord?
that. This isn't my best mic either, so.
Oh, okay.
I do have.
Think this.
Go ahead.
I think Discord is having problems tonight.
Right.
Because the last 3 days I've been able to use the microphone with the audio coming out of the monitor speakers, and the microphone and the monitor are right next to each other, and it's been fine. And then earlier on, I'm now on the headset because earlier on I was getting feedback through, wasn't I?
I'm just going to check.
We're at 96 hours so far today.
Right.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That helps with that. That helps with your watch time, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So it turned out that he was accidentally directing hot air over the TU and causing horrible problems.
Well, the inside of the engine compartment on an aircraft is not exactly known for being cold, I don't think.
That's right. Yeah. When he was describing some of the things he was doing when he was flying, I said, as a friend, get rid of the aircraft. He's one of these people that's a bit cavalier with, you know, the type of guy that will arrive with just enough fuel, that sort of thing.
I got a couple that, you know, think that you can just walk into the plane and turn it on like you do a car and off you go.
Yeah.
I've seen pilots like that.
Yep.
Which is unfortunate.
So it's one of the things that holds me back from wanting to get a pilot's license. I've done a lot of the reading up on it. You know, I went out and bought the pilot's books and everything. I just feel that I might make a silly mistake.
That's what they have checklists for, my friend.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
you know, I've made my share of silly mistakes. I never took off with a PIA tube cover on or anything, but I have had a couple of doors pop open on me because they hadn't been latched properly.
Does that make you feel angry with yourself?
Yes.
Yeah.
And stupid. because
yeah,
when you land, everybody's standing at the side of the runway laughing at you.
yeah. But you're embarrassed for yourself as well, aren't you?
Oh no, that's the primary one. Yeah, I can't believe I missed that.
Yeah.
You know, but there's a baggage compartment door on the back of a Mooney, and on the Arrow, the way the door works on it, it has to have a secondary latch on the top, and if you forget to latch that on the ground, you can't really latch it in the air. Then there are some design problems with it. Like, for example, in the Cessna 177, it's a beautiful airplane, high wing, no struts. But the door on it, the handle to the door, it's a long door, and the handle is about 6 inches from the hinges. It's on the wrong side of the door. So if that thing ever pops open, there's no way you can get it closed again.
What you mean? You just can't reach it?
No, they can't get the leverage to pull it shut.
Oh, okay.
And I took off on a night flight with my instructor when I was getting my instrument rating. I took off from Merle in Anchorage, and we were going to fly up to Talkeetna, which is north. And the damn door popped open. And, I said, hey, do we need to land on this? He said, no, it doesn't matter. Here, I'll show you. And he opened his door. And then, being who we were, what I did was I just neutralized the controls, and we steered all the way to Talkeetna by alternately opening one door or the other to make the aircraft bank. This is what happens when you got to build hours and, just do your practice crap.
Oh my God.
So we steered up there by opening the doors.
Jeez. Okay. So do you have instrument rating?
Yeah.
Excellent. And you're a person that trusts your instrument?
I'm alive, aren't I?
Yeah. Well, you know that a lot of times light aircraft
I
accidents.
wouldn't be. I wouldn't be if I didn't, because I had an incident up in Sault Ste. Marie once where I got spatially disoriented in weather at night on a turn and started tumbling on approach.
Ooh, shit.
And the other problem that you ran into is there were towers out there 2,200 feet high, and I was at 2,400 feet. So I had to get control of that PDQ, or else I was going to be below the towers. And, I knew for a fact up was this way, and my instruments said up was the other way. And I went with the instruments and leveled it. And by the time I got control of it again and started climbing, Toronto's watching this all happen. So they gave me a call and said, how you doing out there? When they saw me level off, they saw me start going straight again and climbing. And they said, how you doing out there? And I said, well, a little better now. Thanks for asking. Says, why don't you go ahead and just stay straight, fly straight and climb up 5,000 feet. We'll try it again.
Wow. So
And I go,
your training
okay.
really, your training really kicked in, yeah?
Had to. Well, the other thing is Toronto did the right thing too, is they left me the hell alone. The last thing I needed to do is try and answer the radio while I was trying to get the plane under control.
Yeah.
And, they let me do my thing. And I was either going to hit the ground or else I was going to recover. And there was, they didn't need to talk to me in one case. The other one, there'd be time to talk to me when I had everything together. But at least they knew where to mark me. But yeah, I managed to get that up. But no, I was tremendously sick. I didn't know which way was up. I made too tight of a bank, and that was what set it off. And that's how quick it happens.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you feel yourself being pushed into the seat, and and your ear is telling you that everything's hunky dory, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, they're not necessarily. Yeah. Well, the problem that you run into is that all of a sudden you can't figure out which way's up.
Yeah.
And you have to really control your bank. That's why they have standard rate turns. I was a little bit more, and it didn't take much more.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was kind of a, one of those times I was really glad to be on the ground
Yeah.
because I had been flying enough that night.
And so, having had that experience, what's your way of making sure that never happens again?
Don't do stupid things like turn too tight.
Excellent.
I just reevaluated my procedures and vowed not to do it again.
So what so what? It's 15 degrees, is it you use?
The standard rate turns you, I think, in 4 minutes.
Yeah, 4-minute turn. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
complete circle,
the bank changes depending on your speed.
yeah. That's
So
yeah.
there's no real number of degrees.
Well, it's kind of within a range, isn't it? There's a certain.
Yeah, there's a formula for it, which I can't recall right off the top of my head right now, but it's not that much. It's not that much. The other time I did something really stupid was in Ashe County, North Carolina. I was flying in the Appalachians, and I got, I needed just a little bit of a break because I had been bounced around for hours, and I needed some fuel, and I needed to sit down and stop bouncing for a few minutes. And Ashe County, let's see if we got that. But Ashe County, had an extension put on it. And here it is right here. Let's see if I can bring this up. But here, that's Ashe County Airport right there. Can you guys see that?
I'm seeing a B.
Oh, you know what it is? I know what I'm doing. I forgot I'm not on the server that's doing this. My bad. Never mind. My
I
bad.
was going to say, if you're putting it onto the YouTube stream, we'll have to wait for it to.
Now, the problem that I ran into is that I'm not on the server right now. That's Ashe County right there.
Here we go.
All right. Now look at that. That's on a hilltop. And what they did under the 2.8 there is
where am I looking at this?
This is Ashe County, and under Bob the Catman on the side.
Oh, hang on.
See the live?
Yeah, I got it now. Yeah.
But Ashe County Airport's located on a hilltop, as you can see. That's the far end of the runway. On the near end of the runway, on the near end of the runway, they built that up, and it sticks out like a diving board. So this is the way I was coming in, and I was going to land on runway 28 right here. So I'm bebopping along, and I'm coming in for a normal landing because, I'm an expert pilot. I'm going to grease it down right on the numbers, no bounces, no nothing.
Yep.
And then I hit a downdraft right at the end of the runway, and the next thing I know, I'm looking up at the runway, and I'm heading into the end of that hill. I had to apply full power and climb to get out of that downdraft and climb up to the runway to land.
Oh,
so
it
the correct technique.
It was a wind shear, was it? Or?
Yeah, it's wind shear. It's a roller
microburst or something. Yeah.
Well, it's a roller. It's this is hill country here, as you can clearly see.
Right, so it's type of turbulence, yeah.
It's a rolling turbulence. It's a rotor. And,
yeah.
And
that's the word, yeah.
The correct technique for landing on this, had I had my mountain flying hat on, is you land up where those white things are.
Yeah, not on the numbers.
Don't land on the numbers. You land up where that 1,000-foot white thing is. I mean, it's a Mooney. I'm going to be stopped and have to power on taxi to get to the airport at the other end anyhow. It's not like I need it's not like I'm coming in on a 737. I need every inch of runway. I could get currency on a runway this long. I get night currency, do my 3 complete landings to a full stop.
It literally looks as though they built like a dike to put the runway on top.
Yes, that's exactly what they did.
That's a lot of earth they moved.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that there was probably a ridge there, and they probably just smoothed off the top of it. In Kotzebue, Alaska, they actually cut off the top of a hill to make the approach a little bit better.
Yeah.
But in any event, that's my war story. But that's Ashe
Well-
County, North Carolina.
Well, if you do wind shear, I've experienced that myself on a flight from Amsterdam to Heathrow, and just before we're going to land, we're fairly close to the ground. Planes hit with wind shear, and the pilot had to take some evasive maneuver. It felt like your stomach was going to come out through your throat,
Yep.
and 2 people behind us puked all over us.
Yep. My daughter did that once to me when we were landing in Kalamazoo. She proceeded to vomit as I was 100 feet off the end of the runway, covered my instrument panel, the back of my head, my windscreen.
I have-
kind of interesting.
I've got 2 Heathrow stories. One was landing in really heavy crosswinds, and we had a very hard landing, and I would say the port wing tip got within a foot of the ground.
Oh, it's
And
just bounce.
I'm not exaggerating on that one. And on another one, I was sitting behind the port engine and enjoying all the various parts of the wings opening up for landing. And I just watched this 4-foot-long component just slowly detach itself from the aircraft and flew off backwards.
Yeah, it's always a fun time.
And I thought to myself, I'm not going to mention that to anybody. So I waited till we landed, and I went up the front, and I said, you might be interested to know that the port inboard upper spoiler air seal is in somebody's garden in Hounslow. And he walked me around, and I pointed out. He goes, how did you know what it's called? I said, don't worry about that. I said, one thing I did know, I said, was we didn't need it, and it didn't hit the tail.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure next pro. Do you remember that storm, Denise? Is it Denise? Dennis? And we left England the day after that. We were lucky that was all the flights and most of the flights the morning before were all canceled. But there's video of these A380s trying to land in that insane wind.
Yeah.
And just like you said, the wings are the plane's just turning and turning, just like flapping and flapping. It's amazing how some of those pilots, a couple of the Emirates ones, I thought they were going to just hit the ground. It was amazing how the pilots took them out of that and got them stabilized just before they were going to hit the ground.
Yep.
Scary.
Well, you don't get extra points for making difficult landings you don't have to make.
Yep.
Come around, do it again.
Why
Well, several people did it. Several of the planes would come down, and they get close, and they go right back up again.
Wait a minute. What do we got going on here?
Plenty of videos of it on YouTube.
Is the stream frozen?
No. Unless it just froze.
Check.
No, it's not frozen.
On YouTube, it's not?
I just saw it change to what looks like some kind of a rose flower.
Yeah, a little white flower. Okay. No, I thought I saw the little wheel there. And that caused me some concern. Yeah, it's this thing here is really holding the stream, and that's good. I haven't figured out how to get past that 12-hour limit yet without having to redo it, but I've been quietly doing that crap in the background, looking around for it. But in any event, life's good.
Oh, so monochromatic light source asked a question about the 6-engine Lancaster. I was just joking about 6-engine Lancasters.
And until somebody sticks up a Although that actually looks more like a York than a. Sorry, it looks more like a Tudor than a Lancaster because it hasn't got the turrets and everything. Because the Tudor was the Tudor was basically a Lancaster airframe converted to a transport aircraft.
Aha.
But I see it does indeed seem to have 2 Merlins, 2 jet engines, and a pair of rockets underneath to
Just for good measure.
get off the ground. Yeah.
So it was eight engines. Okay.
Oh yeah, look, you know when you see the solid rocket, the rocket boosters for short takeoff that they hang on the
Rato.
side of things like Ratos.
Rato units.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a couple of Ratos underneath the rear of the fuselage. Plus,
Did someone put a link to it?
Yes, sorry. There's a link to a YouTube video in VC Text.
Oh, VC. Why is VC Text doing that? Oh yeah, look at that. It's got Rato on it. Yeah. Wait a minute. It's got 2 prop engines, 2 jet engines, and rockets.
And yeah.
Just because you want to have multiple sources of fuel that you have to use, all of which are incompatible with each other.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well,
That's the military for you.
I think the Ratos are probably solid rocket boosters, so you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking around. And on the B-36, the jet engines ran on avgas.
Whoa. Okay.
Well, there's nothing stopping you running a jet engine on anything you want, really. They are kind of they kind of from the way they generally work, they're kind of pretty good for multi-fuel use. So
Sorry, one of my students just sent me some code she wrote. I was doing air quotes around the students thing. She's written a function called connection to God.
Oh yeah.
I hope it doesn't. Hope it doesn't end the world.
No, it's a function that always returns undefined.
Oh.
Well, I put those announcements. I put those channel announcements out today, and seems like a lot of people didn't realize I had a particular channel, and they're all running over there
Did
now.
anyone take a look at that video that Tessa posted
When was that?
of the dog farting?
Oh gosh. Yeah, it's
There's
not
a
my
cat. Yeah, there's a silver tabby on the bed with the dog. It's really short. I've seen this before. It's absolutely hysterical. And you hear this farting noise, and the cat gets this look on his face and goes over and just whacks the shit out of the dog. And the dog wakes up from a deep sleep, like, what the hell? That cat acts quite the wallop, Dr. Bob. You should take a look at that video. I think he'd give or she would give Otis a run for his money. Carry on.
Had somebody put something up the other day. What was it? Otis for POTUS? He's finally discovered that he has a heated cat shelter at the front door.
Oh,
So
yeah,
when
I
he
didn't know,
goes out,
Alan. I didn't know you took such pretty pictures of nature. I thought you just took pictures of planes in space.
Take pictures of all sorts of things.
You're a multi-talented dude.
he's a polymath.
Thank you.
Renaissance man.
This has a heated house.
Yep. He's got a little
Judy?
heated cat house. Well, guys, I got a few things to do, so I'm gonna bid you all adieu for a
Any
while.
more snow in Finland there, Judy?
We still have snow, but hasn't melted yet. Oh, yesterday I got the Lee McIntyre book.
That's a really good one, Judy. You'll enjoy it.
Yes, I've been reading it.
I don't know who Lee McIntyre is, so you'll have to.
He did the How to Talk to a Science Denier.
Oh,
That was
yeah,
one
okay.
of his books.
Okay.
Yeah, I was slightly confused because I was thinking of Michael McIntyre.
Dr. Bob's done a series of videos.
Yeah,
uh,
no, I've seen those.
about
Yeah,
that.
yep, gotcha.
So
Very
a
quite
lot of it was
interesting.
based on this book.
Well, Judy, we expect to see a video out of you next week.
Nope.
You can
When you
post
were
it at the
talking
Orange
about
County.
when you were talking about wind shear, I'm not a pilot, but I was in a plane that we experienced quite a downdraft. It was a sightseeing plane over the Grand Canyon.
Oh,
We
yeah,
hit
yeah,
we hit a downdraft and ended up inside the canyon.
yeah. That's kind of expected there, isn't it? Haven't they, or didn't they for a while stop
I think
tourist
they,
flights?
yeah, but this was many decades ago.
Right. Where did
In
you
the
fly out
80s.
from to get there?
Kanab.
Kanab.
Yeah, Kanab, Utah.
Oh, okay, cool. I've actually walked in the Grand Canyon. That was quite fantastic.
I've only flown over it at 35,000 feet, whatever it is, a few times.
Yeah, it was clearly made in a week because it was only made out of loose sand and stuff, and got immediately after the flood. It must have been.
No, it was dug out by giants
Ah, okay.
to make the moon. Didn't you? Where have you been? You got to keep up with the news.
I tell you what I did like. I saw a little sign down there. Desert dies by the foot and grows by the inch.
Well, I get all my news from Flat Earth Aussie Jesus, or whatever name he's going by these days. You know. It's as reliable as Fox News.
I'm a great fan of Tucker Carlson.
Well, lucky you.
I get all of my news from him.
He rails against vaccinations. Is he vaccinated?
Yeah, Tucker Carlson, right?
Yeah, Tucker Carlson's vaccinated.
Yeah.
Probably he's probably vaccinated 5 times.
Yeah. He is.
Despicable.
Yeah, I mean that show
He
should
is.
come with a health warning, literally.
Yeah, well. Well, after that news last night that all those some of the texts that they released to Mark Meadows during the January 6th, we call it an event at the Capitol building.
Right.
Please, any insurrectionists that are listening in, amazing when you get an insight like that into real time feelings, and then people go on TV and just make shit up.
Yeah. Oh, by
It's
the way,
really
name a group of Americans who have a 100% unemployment rate.
people who've died from COVID.
No, the Cuomo brothers.
Oh, yes, they did. But don't worry about the Cuomo brothers. They have plenty of money. You know, I'm not feeling sorry for either of them.
Yeah.
You know, keep your hands off keep your hands off women. That come on. What's with these people?
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's like you shouldn't have to force yourself on people when you're in that position. It's your position's a pussy magnet, for one of a better term. Sorry, Judy. It's ridiculous. I've been in D.C. at functions down there, and I see what goes on down there. You don't have to force yourself on anybody.
So what about is it Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy?
Yeah, Mr. My Pillow. Yep.
Jeez.
Boy, he's a joy. That guy. Oh my God.
Forget about the evidence.
Yeah, I don't think it's going. I don't think it's going to end well for that guy. He's delusional. No, he used to be addicted to crack.
Yeah.
Now he's addicted to Trump.
Yeah. Is that a frigate bird?
No, it's a little turn.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not really that knowledgeable of those things.
They're little.
Yeah. Oh, look at that! Wonderful colours.
Indeed. Although starlings abroad are even more colourful.
Mm.
Especially the Australian ones. What a surprise there.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, you've got MTG as well, haven't you?
MTG?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, sorry.
And who's the other one? Who's Lauren Boebert? Yep. Isn't it necessary to have at least some sort before someone can be a representative? They should at least know something about politics, for instance.
Oh. I'm not sure that applies even in this country, does it?
Well, clearly not in the case of Boris, but there you go.
Although, considering the number of elections he's won, he must have something going for him.
Large bank account?
Yeah, that always helps.
Bro, have you ever flown aerobatics?
No. My
Alan?
daughter has.
Loops, barrel rolls, and stall turns in a de Havilland Chipmunk.
Ah.
I
Now,
was able to fly
if
in
I
a
can
pit
get
special once. That was lots of fun.
A pit
if I can
special?
get my weight,
Yes.
yeah, they're
Wow,
nice.
okay. That's impressive.
Because it's surprising the number of highly competitive aerobatic aircraft that they make two-seat versions of. I'm saving up for a trip in an extra 300L,
Oh, okay.
assuming
Now
I
you're
can lose a little bit of mass.
Yeah. What about a Spitfire flight?
I don't. The 300L is like under £200 all in for everything,
Yeah, it's only about
including getting some smoke coming out the
yeah,
back.
yeah. The Spitfire's a different proposition.
Yeah, they start somewhere north of 3 zeros on the end, don't they?
Yeah. My friend's going to do it. I just don't feel the need.
There's a photo group on Facebook. So I can't remember aviation. It's called Aviation Photo Crew. I wish I could afford to buy a seat for, ideally for Greece, for the big national air show in Greece, Athens. So the Greek equivalent of
Farnborough.
Riyadh at Fairford.
Oh, Riyadh.
Well, it's not Riyadh, but they do Riyadh. But I would like to do the Greek one because they're doing air-to-air photography from the back of a short Skyvan.
Yeah. My daughter's a big fan of Riyadh, so we had to get refunds this year.
Yeah, I went to the very, very first Riyadh. It was at what was formerly RAF North Weald.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
But and of course it wasn't Royal at that point.
Yeah.
But no, because the Greeks have still got Phantoms, haven't they?
Aye.
And you invariably get a chance to do air-to-air with a Phantom, and I really want a chance to do some air-to-air with a Phantom. But it's one of those things where if you have to ask how much it is, you can't afford it.
Yep. You know, I could go and buy a light aircraft right now, but I wouldn't trust myself. You know, even if I qualify, I still don't think I'd trust myself. You know. Okay, what are we going for? Is that an idea? An isotropic? Will that work? No. Sport. That one. Attack. Sorry, I'm just making a steel material. A preview. I think I'm going to have to adjust the roughness down a bit. I want my 32-inch IPS monitor when I'm doing this. Where's the roughness gone? Come on, seriously. Oh yeah. Oh, there you go.
Alan?
Sorry,
in
Julie,
the
you keep
60s,
cutting.
in the 60s, my brother, as a teenager, worked for a company that made small airplanes, and they were covered with muslin, and he had a job there of doping the muslin.
Right.
Oh,
And the
hires a kite
owner of the
time.
company would take those who were the dopers up on the first flight of the plane.
Right. Oh, I see what you mean. So to make sure they did a good job.
Make sure they did it right.
Yeah, I realised where that was going when you said that.
Yeah, I've actually got 3 squares of doped Irish linen that was cut off the wing of a tiger moth
Yeah.
when they stripped it to recover it. So I have. They were given to the kids when the kids were little.
What am I going to do with?
I can't believe I'm gonna ask this.
Hello, Stingray.
Okay, so this is how crap Windows is. So right now I've got an executable running in the background at 1% CPU usage, 2 gig memory. It's video locked. I can't switch to it. When I do, it just displays nothing, no hardware overlay playing, and there's no interaction. When I Alt-Tab to any other running app, including the desktop or pressing the Windows key, everything works as you would expect, except no mouse interaction, which means I can't, although I can pull up Task Manager, I can't click on the thing to say End Task.
Alt
I
F4?
can... no, still nothing. I can fire up a command prompt.
Right.
In Windows, there's task kill, isn't there? What's the name reference? Is it just the executable name reference? You don't have to specify anything else.
Oh, it might even be the process name, right?
Oh,
but I'm on Linux at the minute, so I can't help you. So, yeah. I'm enjoying the benefits of not Windows.
Yeah, now process not found. Bollocks.
I'm making a leather principled shader material of a nice deep brown color.
Yeah, for £20 or £19, I just bought the PBS spec library. It comes up with a quick panel in Blender, and you just say, make that leather.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Cheap, easy. You get a preview as well, which is quite cool.
Yeah, I've got preview. I'll switch the preview panel on.
No, I meant on the library as well, on the UI of the library.
Yeah, that's a good plan. So I've made progress on that Kotlin course, by the way. It's not rejecting what I'm typing in anymore, so
nice.
That's useful at least. Maybe it's just I've not been in the right frame of mind to watch it, something like that.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Too old for coding. That's my picture.
Nothing's working on this computer at the moment.
Right, well, the icon of me on my Discord.
Yeah.
Is me.
Wait a minute. I can. Okay, so 44.
It's nice of you.
You're in your 40s, or are you in your 50s? You got a young voice if you're above 45.
Okay.
This is annoying now. It really is annoying.
What can I say?
No, I don't mean your age. I mean the fact that I couldn't type anything in VC chat. It's just this. Nothing's interacting at all.
There you go. No need to make that public.
Yep, Cat. Wish I could click on something. Wish my mouse worked in Windows at all. Really do. Tell you what, I'll have a look when I've managed to kill this process.
An excellent idea with just 2 minor drawbacks.
How do I list running processes in Windows? I use Windows.
There's a secret to end all processes. Turn off power, turn them back on.
Yes, didn't want to do that.
That's super
the woman's
useful.
way out. Yeah, that's the woman's way
Hey,
out.
you can't say that.
Oh, sorry, that's the shortcut that everybody should take because it's sensible. The man's way out is continually ramming your head against it until it moves, which is what I'm wanting to do.
Yeah. The trouble is, is this an actual physical Windows box, or is this Windows running as something inside something else?
This is Windows running. This is Windows 10 running on my gaming rig. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you on it now.
Okay.
With my 3090.
So
All right. Okay. Stop
sorry.
right there. I hate you now. I hate you
Sorry,
now.
I wasn't aware you owned a PC as well as all the Apple stuff that you love to blab.
Oh yeah, God yeah. Oh God yeah. What the hell would I run real-time ray tracing in Unreal with?
Don't know.
Well, certainly not a Mac.
Shall I use annoying? Shall I use? Oh. I should be able to stack. Can I? Oh, that's a point. I can't. Can I mix?
Shaders.
I just want to just quickly make a sort of a bump to normal, and I wonder if I could just mix two textures to do that. I'll just try it. It can't hurt, can it? So Shift D. That's a nice thing about Blender. Unlike Maya, there's certain things that are really quick in Blender that are not in Maya.
I doubt whether that's true.
Well, so all the shortcuts for doing things in Blender are consistent across all kinds of windows. Just saying. So shortcuts you'll use in the 3D window will work also in the node editor, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, they do. Because actually the 3D window in Maya is no different to the node editor. It's all just nodes.
Oh, so okay. So I just never worked it out then. That's all because I'm useless in Maya.
Well, yeah, no, I mean the dependency graph, the dope sheet, the keyframe editor, the 3D viewports, every view in there is just a visualization of the DAG system, which is the node system in Maya. So,
all right.
Well,
I say when I get my workstation back out of storage at some point, I will and then upgrade it a bit more. I will probably delve deeper into Maya because what you showed me, I found.
I wouldn't. No, honestly, Autodesk have killed Maya.
Right.
They started killing it 6 years ago. They've almost finished now. I used to be able to model anything incredibly quickly, and now I just think you've screwed this up. I want to write my own. It's certainly not what it was when I used to use it.
Write your own?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. First principles, write my own 3D editor.
That's kind of how Blender came about. But so the one thing you have to bear in mind about Blender is, according to Tom, Blender is for artists, not for technicians.
No.
No,
well.
he says that. That's the principle. So I'm going to need a mix. I'm going to need a mixer. Hang on. And
That's not exactly true.
okay.
Wait a minute.
No, but no, hang on. What I'm saying is that's what he said. Whether it's true or not, it's what he said. Huh?
No, I don't have grep or anything in. Oh yeah, I do. Do I? No.
No.
Oh, God damn. How? I can list processors, but I can't scroll up because I've got no.
Right. What can't you get PowerShell up? Do it from there.
PowerShell installed. Wait a minute. Oh, Control and up arrow scrolls up a command window. Oh, brilliant. Why did they not list these in alphabetical? Jesus.
Because Windows, right?
No, that's balls. There's got to be a way. Task list. What are the options here? Oh.
Socialist worker drone, are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How are you doing, Judy?
It's fine.
I am.
I heard Hunter too.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Okay. What's SVC host? Why have I got 35,000?
Well, that's service host, right?
Oh, right. So it could be anything. I can't find one.
Oh God, come on.
Oh no, Lyle, I think you've won.
What?
Said I think you've won. I'm about to do the equivalent of reading the damn manual. Oh my God, no, I've got it. Ah! No, wait a minute, I can do this now. Right, okay. I can kill you. Task kill.
Wait. Why is it doing that? Well, oh, come on, let me. It's not letting me do that. Come on. How'd you do that? Come on, Blender, don't mess me around. No, try that way. That's it. Broke it. Oh, it's not supposed to do that. That was weird. Must be there.
No, Lyle, you've won. What's the command for I guess it's just shut down, is it?
Sorry. I don't understand what's going on here. It's not good. I don't want to get rid of the noise. Oh. X, right. Add texture to magic. Ooh. Why is it doing that? Strength. That's not right. That's okay. Oh, okay. Hang on. Oh, here. Whoa! What happened there? Why did that? Aha. Okay. No, it's not a disaster anymore. Not doing anything either, is it? So let's put 250 in there. Nope, nothing. Help. 200.
You randomly just entering numbers.
No, I'm. So one of the weird things about Blender is when you do like a noise texture, the default number in it is 5, and that's huge. It's bigger than most models, sort of thing, it seems. So, and I'm not at the moment. I've not unwrapped anything or anything. I'm just kind of like, So I just mess with the that number, so I see what I like. So I'm only doing something, just doing something quick, and I've not used Blender in a very long time. Let's see. Effect a bump. Right, I'll put a bump in there. I'll drop that on there. Go on. Huh? Oh, okay. That was moronic. Come on, seriously. Why is it? Ah. Thank you. Let's do that again. No, it goes nuts. Why?
I'm gonna set up a real-time ray tracing scene in Unreal because I think I can.
Are you going to use Nanite?
What's Nanite?
You don't know about Nanite? You got Unreal Engine 5?
Just, and I'm just gonna fire it up and say.
Yeah. Nanite is superb. So you can have like ants crawling all over the scene, and you just give them some basic parameters, and they just go off and do their shit for you. And you can have like millions of rocks, like millions, and they're all dynamic. You know? Are you going to share your screen?
Can do in a minute.
Excellent.
But yeah, I'm only gonna have a play. I've played with this in Unreal for whatever real-time ray. 427, real-time ray tracing and the new way to do it. I don't know what the difference will be in Unreal Engine 5. So that'll be interesting. At the moment, it's compiling shaders. 970. I'm down to. They're on 12th generation CPUs now, aren't they?
Yep, on laptops.
No, on desktops.
Okay.
I've got a i9 10900K in this.
I saw an interesting little, Anthony on Linus Tech Tips.
I know Linus Tech Tips, but I don't know.
He's the big guy.
Oh, right. Yeah, now I do then.
They've just done benchmarking of a 16-inch maxed out Macs, basically. I think it was maxed out against a particular laptop, or a Windows laptop. And on some things, the Windows laptop slaughtered the Macs. But when it came, it was a kind of a shock.
The Mac will kill it on video editing only, and only on the inbuilt accelerated codecs like what Final Cut uses.
Yeah, it seems that is its raison d'etre.
Oh no, it is. Well, No, well, there's two things. There's that and machine learning accelerated tasks.
Oh yeah, okay, give you that.
But beyond that, like I say, this you know that the first thing when the M1 Pro Max came out is it rendered the classroom scene in Blender in 8 minutes, something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
First thing I did is after seeing that number, is I looked over at my my Mac Pro, thought, "Yep, we're having it." Fired it up and rendered the same scene with the same settings in 2 minutes 10.
Right. Yeah, because you've got a bigger GPU, right?
Well, no, that was just purely CPU based.
Is it all Xenons?
Yeah, 28
Blimey.
cores of them. So real world wise,
What sort of L1 cache have you got on those? Then?
I don't know. It's the oh, I'll tell you what it is.
Lots, probably like 4 megabytes per unit, probably.
Yeah. Is it the W9? Oh, right on it.
The other thing that makes a big difference in the PC world is how good your motherboard is.
Hmm.
Why is that doing? Okay, let's go straight. Hmm.
Wow. Okay, that's well. So I've got in mine is the Xeon W3275M with 66.5 megabytes of cache.
Oh, way more than I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty stunning.
Yeah, that would do a pretty good job running a CATIA system, wouldn't it?
Still, Jesus. Compiling shaders, 4,000 now. And all I've said is start a new project.
What the hell? Maybe there's a run once thing that happens after install.
Right. I had to look at the Unreal 5 experience on the PS5. You know, the Matrix experience.
Yeah, I saw the thing for that. Yeah.
It's stunning to fly around and have a look at. You've got all the different display modes as well, so you can see like real-time tessellation, deferred segments, and all this kind of stuff. And it's just fascinating looking at it.
You'll be doing all the stuff that you're currently doing, but in Unreal Engine.
No, I mean, I want to just. I mean, this is not what I do anymore. I don't give a crap about 3D engines, but I just want to play. Like I say, I'm writing well, besides the stuff that I'm doing for work, I'm writing a small business management app at the moment. I'm designing the data models, which is screwing with my head. Is Bob still doing his test of the live stream continuous then?
Indeed.
Has SE come back on?
No. I don't know what the plan is. I mean, I think he's got a purpose, and it's not to get his questions answered.
Well, yeah, I want him to look at what his paradox, not paradox, that I did. want him to respond to it because I think he's just terribly mistaken. Terribly mistaken.
I'm still here, guys.
We're not talking about you.
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm still here. I'm lurking.
That's okay, bro. We're talking about somebody else.
Well, I'm gonna make it about me because it's about me, not about chemo.
Who? Okay.
It's always about chemo, even when chemo's not here.
Yeah.
It's
So-
not about chemo. He'll tell you that.
So, bro, just where'd he go? He left.
Yeah, you upset him.
Why? Why did I upset him?
Just the way you were talking to him.
What do you mean? What did I do? I didn't do anything.
Oh my god! Wait a minute, it started up. Way. Well,
I literally didn't do anything. I'm just confused now.
No, you're taking it too seriously. Interesting. Not
We're two nations divided by a common language.
Oh my goodness, 3,400 odd shaders. I didn't even say create starter content, so I don't know why it's.
Oh, excellent. Directions. I'm going to watch that in a bit.
I'm getting annoyed with my other half at the moment. She's supposed to be giving me a baby any time, any day now, and it's just annoying.
That's a weird thing to say.
Well, I'm impatient at the best of times for even tiny things.
Is this something you've done before?
No. Which makes me even more impatient because the first time I do anything, it's like, yep, need to do it quickly now.
Yeah, that's going to change.
Yeah, I'm going to say, you're going to have the rest of your life to.
I'm watching what Six Spider did. It's quite nice. Gonna watch that big later. Thanks, Six Spider, if you're listening.
What was that? Sorry.
No. Six Spider posted something. Was that looks like Maya? Is that Maya?
Yeah, that's me, Maya. Yep.
Yep. It's
Here, I posted another one for you to see. I made another video for them to see, like, where is south in flat Earth?
yeah,
Like,
but I mean, dude, I'm not being funny, but that's CGI. Just saying. Or as Creaky would say, CGI.
You asked for it, you got it. Check out the chat.
There it is. Hey, there it is. Yay. CGI. Here we go.
But we've only got CGI of the flat Earth. There are no real photographs.
That's not true. Oh, the flat Earth. Oh, sorry. Yeah, flat Earth. Yeah.
Flat Earth, yeah.
Yeah.
There isn't a single photograph of the flat Earth. Just CGI.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what?
They can't even provide one image that we can say no. that's CGI. They can't even provide that.
Wait a minute. Six Spider. Do you want my textures?
I created. I build textures for flat Earth, and Earth not flat. I have high res. Thank you. I got the textures. Thank you. This is just a demonstration for the spin.
Yeah, I mean, I've got 8K textures for normal, glossiness, diffuse, and 2 types of different cloud layer for the planet.
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, sure.
Are you giving those out?
Well, it's so long as I paid for them, they're commercial, but for the purposes of education, I can say I bought them for education and we are all educating fuckwits. So therefore, so long as you don't use them commercially, there should be no problem if it is just for the, just for...
Well, we're working as a team, aren't we?
Yes, I'm looking for the NASA, oh, there it is, solar textures. Just a second.
So what am I doing wrong?
Well, I'm gonna
deleted.
I'm gonna join back in a second. Share my screen.
Oh, cool. Add input. Geometry.
Oh, where did he go? I wanted the textures.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
Oh, okay. Okay, check out another video that I made for them. This is to show perspective.
Alan just died, I think.
Back when.
This is a video that I need to redo. The perspective one will be uploaded in a second. Yeah, so if you see in the chat now, this is a perspective video that I created, but it's very low quality, and I need to make something like that again to, try to explain Flurfs what perspective is.
Are you trying to indicate that Flurfspective isn't real?
Well, it's not really an indication. It's a blunt out yes. I'm not hiding anything, I guess.
Oh my gosh! Some of the stuff they come out with, they seem to they'll say one thing which contradicts another one of their ideas. And there's no way that the moon shadow could ever land on if they say that the sun is 4,000 miles up in the air. It's just, and the fact that if you watch if you follow the tip of a shadow as the day goes along, it's a straight line. It can't happen on flat Earth because the sun's going in a circle. So the shadow tip will go in a curve, not in a circle, but it will go in a curve.
Yeah. No, but it does on our plane of existence as well, right?
No, the tips of shadows go in straight lines.
The tips of shadows go.
Yeah, if you just plot, say you got a pole and it's casting a shadow, you put a coin and you keep putting coins or stones, you get a straight line.
Really?
Yeah, that's one of the classic ways of finding east and west.
Oh, I did not. I can't believe I didn't know that.
Yeah, so think about it, because we're rotating, right? You effectively get a straight line.
I thought it only did that on the equinoxes.
No. It's happens all over the place.
Wait a minute. Are you ready? So, I can test that with a model.
Indeed.
So, wait a minute. This is my. Oh, well, that's a flat Earth thing that I'm doing at the moment. But
do you need textures? I built some. I'll check it for a second. Do you need textures for the flat Earth? Good ones?
No, I am fine.
You're good?
Yeah. So with this, let's have a look at the sun and enable the sun again. There we go. Yeah, these are the 8K. Well, I've got many 8K textures for these, and they are incredibly detailed.
Oh, nice.
Like you can see the rivers in Madagascar. How cool is that? But anyway,
I've actually met a back end guy, back end programmer from Madagascar.
wait a minute, Madagascar's only got like one village in it, and it's
Honestly, I was cycling in Battersea Park, and there was a guy on a mono wheel. Got
I
talking to
thought
him.
you meant the animated movies. That you met someone from the crew of the animated movies. That's what I thought.
Oh no! Actual person. Yeah.
Yeah, I understood. I got it totally wrong.
so if either of cat talk. But if either of you two, oh look, this is what I always put on my examples. A model is a way for us to visualize, test, predict with what we know. It allows us to validate predictions, often used when the scale or practical test is beyond a practical test is beyond our ability to test.
You can make the camera icon a bit bigger.
Camera icon.
It's showing a little camera. Isn't that a little camera it's showing there?
Where?
Isn't that what that is? That green. I'm watching the video with the. Oh, what is that green thing?
What's
You
green?
talking about my video?
I'm watching a video where there's a little domed earth and there's a green
Yeah, that's
gizmo.
No,
yeah,
right, no,
that is the camera.
yeah, I wanted you guys to have a look at this because I'll give you this file if you want. I was just going to show you how to use it.
Yeah, he's talking about the video that I posted.
Oh, where are we now?
Let me know when you're watching this.
I'm watching.
I'm looking at the edge and back. Yeah.
Now I've gone live.
I've just had a.
Have you, oh yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Next week,
Let's watch.
he's streaming.
Go watch. Yeah, watch Stingray.
I've just had a. Hang on a second, Dean.
Holy moly, it's looking very tech.
Hey,
Yeah,
CK, did you recreate the solar system, or is it just Earth, Moon, Sun system?
I didn't bother with the solar system. I've done Earth, Sun, Moon. I'll show you the Moon in a sec. I don't mind giving these away because so long as people don't use them for commercial purposes, I couldn't give a rat's ass. And on this, all I've done is
What am I getting?
I've got the
Wait, that's Blender.
yeah.
Bugger.
So you set the time of the year. So where are we at the moment? We're 14. So we're about smack in the middle. There we go.
Nice.
And then what you do is on this widget. I mean, you can eyeball it if you want.
Oh yeah.
Which is absolutely fine. But you set your lat long based on this widget. So let's just put it where I am, which is about. I'm guessing about there. All right, let's have a look. Oh, so close. And that was eyeballing it in the dark as well. So let's say I'm about there. And then what I've got here, this here is just a view dome. I've got 2 rotations. Careful not to call them days. And the viewer at this point sees these, and these are 5-degree increments, and it'll just tell you where the sun's going to rise and where it's going to set.
Right.
And that's the path through the sky that I'm
And
experiencing.
then
at the
you
moment.
can actually experience that in real life and see that you're seeing what this thing shows.
Yeah. Anywhere on the planet right now, I can tell you at what degrees it's going to think. And it's not because I historically know it. It's because I've got a 1,000,000 away sun over there.
Yeah, okay, actually, I got a question about the sun. So I know obviously you have a directional light there, but the actual sun, what you made a sun, how many units is it far away from Earth? Just in Blender, how many units?
Right. So, very importantly, I've got it constrained to an axis based only on the viewer, where the end of that axis is 96 million miles away, but the sun, for clipping reasons, is only that far away.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I meant. I wanted to know how far it is in Blender. I know the light is obviously directional light. Okay, thanks.
But the actual ball is only there, but it sticks to this tangent line, which is actually a point vector constrained to. So from this viewer, they're always getting where the sun is, because it's actually, if you look, it's actually moving through the day, it moves along this vector. So the apparent position is correct.
Yeah.
If you get me.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, if you don't place that exactly 93 miles away, measure it with a tape measure, it's not a real physical measurement.
Where's the ruler?
Well, yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. You could do this. Oh, that's another thing. God damn fucking Blender. So, local transforms.
Yeah.
Local transforms.
Yeah.
I want to locally rotate this
Yeah.
on X by an amount.
Yeah, you can do that.
Wait a minute. No, by Y on an amount, let's say.
Right.
Right. So how do I locally do it?
So you need to set up a local transform first of all.
Left.
Because I'm on local here.
Yeah, no, but you have to actually create a local.
I want to
make-
numerically do it.
Yeah, no, you have to. Right. You have to make a local transform, and select that transform. So there's actually a way of doing. Give me a second.
So you're actually on about
He
making.
needs to group it and then use that group's parent transform. Just
Oh, that's
local.
ridiculous as shit.
No, that's not right.
I was asking. I didn't say. By the way, Stingray, you have on the left, on your main view, you have the system. If it's local or no, up.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. Yeah.
No, not this one. On the left. Up. There you go. This one. No.
Right. Okay. Stop. You can create a local transform which records a particular angle, right? And then you select that local transform. You can have several of them, hundreds in a scene if you want. Yeah. And I've just got to remember how to do it. 'Cause you got to understand, I haven't done this in ages. So
I'll leave it with you, but it's a ridiculous proposition considering that this should know its local transform to be able to get to this right now.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is, you do have to record a local transform, use it. Yeah. So I've just got to remember what to do because last time I did it in 2.7. Really.
Well, in Maya, this is a piece of piss.
Sorry.
Can I just say it's a piece in Blender? Piece of piss in
No,
Blender. If you can
isn't.
remember it.
Millions of clicks is not a piece of piss.
All right, you just come on, seriously. You're comparing a piece of software that costs thousands with something that doesn't cost you anything to buy.
I bought 28 licenses of Maya when they cost £17,000 each from a studio.
I feel sorry for you.
I can tell you right now that changed. Wait, Stingray, are you trying to collect the local transform, or are you trying to modify?
No, so in Maya, I can numerically alter the local transform here.
Yeah.
I could just say rotate in Y this amount. Now I can do it with the widget here, and I can pull that there, and that's fine. Yeah, I can actually do this. However, my argument is that in order for this object to actually result in resolving the hierarchy and ending in the way that it is, it still needs to work down local transforms. So it's a case of, right, great, where are they? And they don't exist in a user editable sense anywhere. According to Next, I have to create them. It's like, what?
No, you basically select it. Right, okay. I can't control your anger. I'm sorry, but at Blender, but you have to understand that there are, all I'm going to say to you is the average person who's just come to Maya isn't going to know how to do what you're talking about, right? You're an expert in Maya, right? And you're not talking to an expert in Blender. You're just talking to a regular user. So I think that's a little unfair. So let me just find out how to do it.
It's not important. I get by without it anyway. So, but yeah, I'll pass this file to you to use in examples if you want. If you ever have to bring it up.
Could you pass me where you bought the textures? Don't feel bad for passing me that, but can you tell me where you bought them from?
If I look up at my receipts, yes.
I would love to see what they have.
It was part of a wait a minute, CG Trader, I think. Give me 2 seconds. Let me log in.
What the hell time is it? Oh, time to take my medication.
There's some nice stuff in this.
Okay. So yes, it was. Oh, actually, 16K textures. There you go. So it was the photorealistic Earth 16K textures that I bought for $33. Wait a minute. I shall even paste the link.
Sorry, I found photorealistic Earth 86K.
Nice. No, that's why I just pasted it in the VC chat.
Okay, so
Wow, it's $175. Nice.
No. Oh, you mean the one that you had? Yeah.
oh come on.
But like I say, if we all agree it's for educational purposes, I don't mind distributing these anyway. So.
Panel.
I can give you my word. I don't do anything commercial with. I do enough with Maya at work. I don't need to do it at home.
What is it that you do, if you don't mind me asking?
We work with Maya.
In a particular industry? You don't have to say.
I'll say film and TV.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, that was awesome! The one with the ships that you made, that was great.
Yeah, you can have this. Anybody can have this.
And I don't know. Do you know Critical Think? Critical Think made a few similar to those in a very weird application. I don't remember which one. But this one that you made is just awesome.
I find it
okay.
interesting.
Right.
God, is here.
Okay, here's what you do, right?
Oh my God.
So, look, I'll show you how long it takes. Okay, I've got a cube which is at a particular orientation.
Have you gone live or something? Are you showing us on your screen?
No, I'm just telling you, it's so easy, right?
Oh, okay.
So I've got a cube.
Yeah.
And I'm in object mode, and I go up to the transform orientation panel at the top, click on it, and then click the plus button. Yeah, and then I can give it a name, or in this case, this one's just called cube. And now I've saved a transform orientation that I can now select, and that will be all my gizmos and everything will rotate based on that orientation. Takes 1.5 seconds to do.
Right. Okay. So now, you're still watching my my thing.
I am now. Yeah. So yeah, go up the top.
Yeah. I've made cube.
You've done it. Yeah.
I made cube. I've switched to cube.
Yeah, and that'll be So now go into normal. Yeah. So that's fine.
Now, does that look like?
What's happened? Hang on. Is it actually selected to be? That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I can do that, but I want to numerically change it like this and not have that happen. This actually takes 2 matrices calculations to even rotate this in world space.
Yeah, it looks like it's world space right now.
Yeah.
So
let me do this here. Let's just go solid. Okay, I'm on the object. I'm set for cube. Yeah, transform orientation for cube. I'm going to go into rotate mode. Yeah, that has taken that orientation, definitely.
Right now,
if I go global, yeah, that's definitely taken as a cube, yeah. But what is it you're after? So
right, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh,
Look at
hang on, give me a second, because you understand I've only got a small screen, so I can't do 3 things at once.
Okay. So we see the big ass cube, yes?
Yeah. Okay, I'll watch yours.
Right. So I'm gonna rotate like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you have to
Right,
make a new.
So wait a minute. So you know this. I mean, in Maya, I can even align this to a normal or edge direction or just anything I want. Now,
all of these things are possible in Blender.
Yeah. Wait a minute. So now you see what I'm doing with the mouse?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So I'm moving this round.
Yeah.
I'm wanting to say over here on this rotation.
Yeah.
In Y, I want to rotate in Y, but that's not rotating in Y. That's global Y.
Okay. That's interesting.
Because if I want to tie this to
hold on.
something.
Yeah. Give me a
Yeah.
second. Give me a second. So if I'm just going to observe what happens here. So I'm going to do the X on here. It does just do the X. Right. What does that do? Oh, that's an animate thing. Okay, that's weird, because when I do it, it is doing it correctly. It is rotating it in that object's local X.
Well, over here in your panel.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's working fine for me.
Yeah, but you've rotated it out of its normal axis, right?
Yeah, that's what I did. I started off and saved. Right, you have to understand. I saved the local transform of it in a particular position.
Yeah, but
Right.
same. So look what I'm doing. I create a cube.
No. Then I rotated the cube to the position I want to save the orientation.
Oh,
right.
what?
Then you create the custom. That's it. Then you just add that, and it will remember that transform. Just do the plus. Yeah, that's it. Now that one will work on the right hand side.
No.
Well, it does on mine. Isn't that weird? It works absolutely fine on mine. So, which is odd. So what's going on? What's the difference?
Say,
So I'm just.
would group work?
Whoa,
the
hang
same
on.
in Blender? Groups. If you're putting a group above the cube that has a different walled space or global space,
We don't need to do. We have no need to do that for what we're doing.
Okay. I'm asking. Yeah. Okay.
You still get the same issue.
Hang on. No, hold on. I'm not. I'm seeing something that's not right as well.
Sure.
Oh, hang on a minute. What's that? Okay. So what we've got here, you've got a box underneath called mode, which has got quaternions and axis angle and various Euler modes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder if you've got to change the So I've changed it to axis angle, right?
No.
No, that's bizarre. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay,
No,
that warrants more further investigation.
Yes, I'm glad we've established that Blender is a little bit shit and it needs some fucking quality control.
Oh come on, you can't call it shit. It just doesn't suit you. People are doing fantastic stuff with Blender.
No, it does suit me. I like it.
Yeah, but why do
And
you
I
call it
can
shit? I think that's unfair.
No, I can call it shit.
I got a question. I got a question for Stingray.
Maya's shit as well.
Okay. Yeah. Computers are shit.
Maya's a lot less shit than Blender in a lot more. Anyway,
Okay. All right.
sorry.
Next
Call
door,
me
you
cynical, but I
Blender.
call me cynical, but I detect that you're not happy with tech in general. What am I doing?
What was the reason, Stingray, that you said that you did like Blender the other day?
Cost. It's free, and it's got a very nice production brute force renderer. Which means
Eevee or Cycles?
Sorry?
Eevee or Cycles?
Cycles. I mean, Eevee is a fantastic real-time engine. It really is. It's better than Arnold. Well, it's better than Maya's viewport system by a metric shit ton. It supports full PBS spec and adaptive things that Maya doesn't. But Cycles is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Might not be as capable as Arnold in some respects, but my God, for zero cost, like I said, Brandon, I can fire up. I don't know. Well, I don't fire up hundreds. We probably fire up 20, but we fire up 20 instances of Blender to render for like 4 hours, 5 hours at a time. And that costs us software-wise and license-wise nothing. Whereas it would cost me probably £5,000 monthly if that wasn't the case.
You do that all on a single machine?
No, God, no. No. I fire 20 machines.
Yeah. So,
have a network renderer that doesn't.
Sorry, say again.
You network them together because it doesn't come with a network.
No. I don't need them networked. We have a distribution and job manager in Google Cloud, and we fire up Google Cloud Compute VM instances. Well, actually, we don't even use VM instances for this. We use Docker. We use Docker to fire up many images of Blender that then through Fast API take a job and render it, and a job manager that we've got in the cloud actually says, "Hey, you do this," and then when it's done, it says, "Here you go. What do you want me to do now? Here, you do this." So we have our own job manager.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's about this stuff.
That's all right.
And you find that better than Cube or Pipeline? Rendering?
Right, I sent you off on a wild goose chase. So what happens with the custom transform is that custom transform is it's just those are rotation axes in the 3D space saved as custom transforms. And if you rotate an object away from that, and then do other rotation objects, it's going to use those custom transforms. It doesn't worry about the object. If you want it local to the object, you just select local. That's it.
Yes, I know, but like I say, I can numerically enter rotation values without actually having to rotate it first.
Yeah.
Using a widget, and that it just annoys me. It's a pet peeve.
I say it's all doable in Blender. Someone will have done something for doing that. It's just there'll be a plugin for it almost certainly, because it's just a programmable thing, isn't it?
This is one thing that I can. So grid unit distance, grid unit accuracy.
Yeah.
When doing this, can you see the jitter that occurs on this in a second?
Hang on, I'm not looking at. I've only got a small screen. Okay, so okay.
Yeah, that's your poly evaluation. What about clipping plane? Try to change the clipping plane.
Well, I can, because this is the actual distance it needs to go.
Oh, I see what
I could dynamically do it, but what I'm saying is it seems a bit jittery. It's floating point precision for 3D space at the sizes that you have to demonstrate things.
Right.
I mean, no 3D program is good at that because it doesn't expect like hundreds of miles.
So what units did you set up for this?
God knows. Jesus.
Actually, for what he said, I don't think the units would matter because the distance will still be so large.
Right.
Units
of the camera
units
just gonna
units in every 3D program are just conceptual. You have one 3D unit equals a millimeter, a centimeter, a meter, a mile, or 20,000 miles. It's up to you. But when you get enough of them and in enough distance, you've only got a resolution of grid between start and end or this camera. And it just gets a bit floaty and inaccurate. And it's the same way like the other thing in Blender as well, which is terrible. In fact, I'll tell you something. I'll give you a bit of homework, which will be interesting to you. So I want you to create a 345-mile stretch of water and bend it exactly 5 degrees. How simple is that? Simple, right?
No.
Is it not?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Well, here you go. Wait a minute. So let's just try this, shall we? Because it's a It's a fantastic exercise, this. So we'll have a plane, and we'll make it. I don't know. We'll make it.
You're gonna make it out of a NURBS surface.
No. Because there are bend modifiers in Blender which do suffice, except there's a little caveat that they don't tell you about, and it doesn't warn you about this. So I've got this now, and all I want to do is, in fact, let's give it some. Oh, piss off. Let's give it some subdivisions.
Well, hang on. You only need to subdivide it one way.
Yeah, but
right.
It doesn't matter. This will be better to demonstrate the point.
Yeah.
So now I want to bend it, and to do
the bend
that,
modifier. Yeah.
Well, simple deform is what we want to use with bend, right?
Yeah.
Now bend inherently does nothing, even though I'm saying bend 45. When I'm clicking all of these, it's like, okay, fair enough. So yes, I shall now use a helper object, which we'll use this cube. So this cube here now can be a helper object for the bend for this, which I disagree with because this ain't required in Maya at all.
Right.
But now I've got a bend, which means okay. So now now I've got an empty. I can now control this bend with. Okay, so fair enough. So now I'm getting my bend. Awesome, wicked. This is looking so fantastic, isn't it? Can you tell the sarcasm in my voice in a minute? So now I'm bending it up. We'll just bend it up for the sake of it. Or we'll bend it down, actually. Okay. Right. So now I want it 1 degree. Okay, wicked. So I'll decrease the angle. I'll just decrease the angle. I'll decrease the angle, and we'll say 1 degree. Awesome.
Are you assuming 69 or miles or
Yeah.
60 nautical miles? Yeah.
So let's say I now need. I want to increase scale on this. I want to make sure that it's going to work. So for the sake of it, I'll just disconnect this for a second and say, right, okay. So I want to bend. Oops. I want to bend something that's a lot longer now. Let's say I'm going to bend this 2 degrees. Make sense?
Yeah.
I'll actually apply a simple deformer again, just to go off it and say, yeah, we will choose my.
Why does it twist like that?
Sorry?
Why does it twist like that?
Oh, because it's twist by default.
Wrong.
Simple deformer has got twist mode by default.
Yeah, it's on the X.
Yes. We'll have this here, and then we'll say yes. Let's go grab that. I mean, I don't have to do this in Maya, but yes, now we'll say it's in there, and we will rotate it around. Awesome. This is looking so good now.
Is that actually part of a circle?
Yeah, it actually is.
Okay.
It's fine. It actually is. The issue that I started getting, I'm going to see if I can replicate it here. And this is, wait a minute. Yes, okay. So now, so this is the gotcha, and this is fucking annoying as shit. So I've got this now. Let's tell you what. Let's get to the end of this so that we can see it a little. We can see the effect of what's going to happen a little bit easier. So here we go, and if I do that, yeah, here we go. So can you see this section here? Yeah. So I'm bending it. Wait a minute. Let's move back so we can see. Oh, where the hell has it gone? Oh, anyway, we'll see it here. Right. So I'll put it to 2 degrees. Yeah, everything's fine. I'll put it to 1 degrees. Hang about, that's not 1 degrees. Okay. Well, I'll put it to 1.3 degrees. Hang about, that made no difference. Okay, I'll put it to 1.5. Oh, that did make a difference. How annoying is that?
What's all that about?
Oh, I'll tell you what, let's put it to 0.8. Does that work? No, that's 0.
Do you know, have you considered reporting that as a bug?
I only use this to demonstrate flat Earth shit, so it doesn't really affect me that much.
Yeah, but I know, but that seems like a bug, doesn't it?
It does. Now, what it is it's a coordinate transform. It's a coordinate transfer bug, and it's all because in Maya, the deformation is based always off the bounds of the object as an initial thing, except when the way that this modifier is set up, we had to create a helper object. Well, hang about. We can now fix this. This is ridiculous. I don't fuck it. I love this. So if I want 1 degree of curvature, that's flat. That's not 1 degree. But if I want 1 degree of curvature, what I can do is I can scale the crap out of the helper object. And did you see that? And it's a coordinate transform issue.
Right.
And there's little things like that that are just like, please, someone.
Oh, well, hold on a second. Hold on. Stop. Right. No. Select your object.
Oh, wait, I'm going to reset the problem again.
No. Just select your object. Yeah. Apply scale.
Apply.
Because you scaled it. So up the top on the object, apply the scale.
Oh, you mean set to transform, apply delta in it, apply scale to delta.
Sorry?
What do you mean? Apply scale to delta.
Right, you've scaled the object, right?
Yeah.
Now apply the scale because you're right. Actually apply the scale.
Yeah, so I'm 0'd at 1 now.
Okay, now apply now do your transform thing.
Yeah, will not matter.
Did you put 1 degree in?
Yeah, 1 degree, and it's flat.
Nothing happened.
No.
Okay.
But if I scale this, it does. Like I say, it's not an ordering issue at all.
Right.
And it's not an inheritance issue, which what you would have with
yeah. So can I ask you to report that as a bug? Could you make the effort to do that?
Gonna make the effort to do that? I don't know. It's a lot of effort, isn't it?
Well, not really. Just send them that file and tell them what's going on.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to convince flat earthers, and I need miles of curvature, and this isn't working.
Yeah, there is another way of making that curve exactly correct.
Is there?
Yeah.
Make a huge sphere.
No, without even doing the sphere.
A huge sphere wouldn't do it either.
No. So what you could do is you could do when you sweep something, which we call spin in Blender. You just make a line and then spin it with the radius of the Earth.
Oh right, okay, yeah. I normally use that's Revolve to me, and I was looking for something like that.
It's called spin. Right,
Yeah,
and then, so you set a line up, and it's out the altitude of the line is you can set the thing where you like, but you just make it the radius of the Earth away from the center.
I've never drawn curves in Blender.
No, you just make a line, or you can just just make an edge. So basically, just make a square.
What? Just a mesh square?
Just to make a square, yeah. Okay. And it's just scale it up massively so you can see it. Oh, where have you got it? It'd be nice if it was in the middle of the scene, wouldn't it? But,
it would, wouldn't it? Shall we do that?
Okay, yeah. And then, so now just do, say we're going to spin it around the x-axis. Do Control R and cut across the middle.
Wait a minute. Don't I want just one edge? Don't I want one edge?
Just do Control R across the middle. Across the x-axis. Go across the x-axis. Control R and touch one edge.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm on a Mac though, so it's not Control R.
Oh, Command R then, whatever it is.
What in face mode?
It's just in edit mode. Now, see that line there, but you want that's it. But you want to do it across the across the x-axis. Across
Well,
the
yeah, what axis I do it across?
just touch the other edge. Touch the other edge. No, break off. No, just press escape and do it again. No, you've already. Oh, it doesn't. You don't, right, you see how you did that there? Just do it, but touch the other edge when you do Control R. That's it. Yeah, Control R.
Command R.
And it should just.
No, it doesn't.
Are you in edit mode?
I'm in edit mode on Edge.
It's just weird. Why do you have problems with this? Anyway, well, we'll just use the y-axis instead. Just just delete that very quickly, and then on the other side, just no, stop. Select the three outer edges, and then just delete the edges only. Yeah, just press it. So just select 3 edges that you don't want. So you just leave one behind. That's probably a quicker way of doing it. So you left one edge, right? You got an edge to.
Yeah.
That's it, and then we'll just do a spin modifier. So now let's put that up to the radius of the Earth. Please.
Well, can't we just have the center of it somewhere else?
Well, yeah, but okay. So move the 3D cursor down, minus the radius of the Earth.
Oh, is this going to be where it starts?
No, that's where you're rotating it from.
Yeah, the 3D cursor. That's terrible.
Why is that terrible?
Why
Right, stop.
Why do I need to move a 3D cursor anywhere? It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't care if you think it's ridiculous. That's how you do stuff in Blender. That's the design of the program. Yeah. So just set the 3D cursor. Yeah. All we had to do was type in where you want the 3D cursor to be. And
yeah, where do I do that?
So if you look on the right hand side, there's a panel called 3D cursor.
All right, yeah.
Just right. So zero it all out for the minute, and then just set the Z in a minus the radius of the Earth.
And we're in meters, aren't we? So what is it? 6 million. Well, anyway, this will do. 6 million. That'll do.
Right. So it's
In
disappeared.
meters, it's 6,000.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Why have you got an object over there? What's that object over there for?
Which object?
Right. So just select your edge again. Now select your edge.
Yeah.
Now select the transform point to be the 3D cursor, which is up the top. You'll see up the top there.
No.
Right up the top in the middle. Right, that one. Yeah. No, run to the right. Just select 3D cursor. Yeah. Gosh. Right now, let's. We want to press the view that along the y-axis from the side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And now we want to get a spin tool. So and we're in edit mode. We've got edge selected. No, it's not a modifier.
Oh.
It's a tool. It's a tool. On the right hand side, there should be tools listed somewhere. Is there spin in there somewhere?
No. No.
Hang on. Sorry about this.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Right. Give me a second. You understand? I've been using Blender for nearly 2 years. So
This isn't the easiest flow to do this.
yeah, but like I say, look, you're hardcore user.
I'm not.
Spin. Right. Edit mode tool. It's on the toolbar. So it's in edit mode. Toolbar spin. Yeah. So let me just get an edge up very quickly.
So it's in edit mode.
In edit, you've got to be in edit mode, yeah.
Yeah, I still don't get spin.
I'll just select an edge. Tool. Yeah, I don't see one there either.
Oh, spin.
Is it on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
It's on that main. There it is, right down there. So
Yeah.
and then you just tell it how many segments you want. So you can do it in degrees, and then how many. So you got a total number of degrees, and then a total number of divisions.
What's total number of degrees?
So that's steps, isn't it? right?
Yeah.
Hang on, and then so you got steps, and you got what you need to understand is I don't know what your screen resolution is, but this piece of shit laptop I'm on is 7. So yours is just a blurred mess
Yeah.
on what you're doing, so I can't see what you're doing really.
Oh, wait a minute. If I do.
Yeah, that'll do. So spin. Why doesn't it tell you how many degrees to do?
No idea.
There it is, rotation 29 degrees down the bottom
Well,
there. Go down lower. Oh, it's object scatter, isn't it? I don't know.
yeah, no, that's not. Forget them.
Steps 360. That's not right. Options. There's more options normally. Oh, you've got to understand. So, or 2.8, and it just doesn't look like this when you're doing it. But normally you have the option 3. So you've selected 300 steps, right? Yeah. And you've selected 300, and the y-axis is correct, based on the well, maybe object scatter is something the active.
No, I don't think so.
Right.
Like I say, this is a bit interesting.
Yeah.
Normally, what I do is I could create a cylinder and just sweep it 1 degree with 1,000 divisions.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly what you'd normally do in Blender, but for some reason, I'm not seeing that option on your screen.
No, but I mean, it would be part of the cylinder for me. Yeah.
Well, you could make a cylinder with the right number of divisions and.
Yeah, but why isn't there a sweep in this? Interesting, huh?
It's just making a cylinder. That's just a tool for making a cylinder.
Yeah, well, the way that you have a cylinder is you have a radius and a height. That's all you need. Now that radius can have sweep.
Don't use Blender. Because you're going to bitch about everything it does, and it gets tiring.
Yes. Well, I like things.
It's not for you. Blender is not for you.
It's all right. It's fine. I'm forced to use it, so therefore I use it.
I fucking hate Cinema 4D.
I haven't tried Cinema 4D.
There's quite a few that I dislike. I hate Maya. Really hate it.
Maya's awesome. Well, no, Maya's not awesome anymore.
It might be just because I'm really tired at the minute. What is it? I don't know what time.
Yeah, Maya used to be good.
Yeah.
It ain't anymore.
Yeah. So I'm used to working on a big, nice 32-inch IPS monitor, and I've got this crappy laptop at the minute because all my stuff's in storage.
I'm going to have an extension built onto my house 2 months after a newborn child, while also doing some pretty serious deadlines. And I'm going to lose pretty much all of downstairs for 6 weeks, then only regain half of downstairs after that, and the work's going to go on for about 3 or 4 months. So I'm going to be in an awesome state.
Ouch. Okay, start again. Right, A.
Steering array, I'll try to build something like your boat scene in Maya. It's something I wanted to do for a while, actually.
I did do one in Maya. But I deleted them all when I kind of left Flat Earth kind of stuff.
You're not a flat earther anymore, then.
No, I'm still a flat earther. Just left it. Kind of.
Okay, right. Let's go. Control I, X. Remove all the edges. Okay, that didn't take long at all. Right, I've got an edge. I'm going to move my 3D cursor in my view. So what was the? Can somebody give me the radius of the Earth in meters, please? Is it 6 million something?
Yeah, 6.5. Yeah, 6.371 million. I just went 6,500,000 because somebody else looking up the number.
That's a negative number. So 6.37 million, yeah?
Yeah.
I think I did it a bit too big. Okay. Yeah, that did it. Okay, and then I'm going to go. No. 1. Wait, what? What's going on? Okay, and tool over the left, spin. Axis X. Oh, it does unwrapping for you while making. Okay. What's wrong with this?
You're asking the wrong person.
Is it they didn't test this when they were?
The problem is that it's the same reason why GIMP is inferior to Photoshop. One's incredibly commercial with a huge user base that's very demanding, and you have dedicated test resource and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
The other's free, and people contribute to it, so it's a collection of opinions.
It's definitely not a collection of opinions.
Everything's a collection of opinions.
Then Maya is as well.
It is, but it's a commercial focus direction collection of opinions. So it has more of a requirement to be consistent. For instance, you can't in Maya you wouldn't just be able to come up with a feature and go, "Oh my god, that's a really good feature. Let's do it." Whereas in Blender you could. Now, whether you should do it or not will be part of a product team going, well, we're going to have to go out to the market and test this because it's going to have wider implications and it might not be consistent and blah, 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 blah. You don't have that kind of quality with GIMP or with Blender or just insert open source project here.
So you're disparaging the programmers now.
I'm saying the last thing you would ever want, being both an artist and a programmer, the last thing you would want is a programmer making decisions about features and whether to do them or not.
Okay.
You want a product owner that's very close to the problem and the industry that doesn't know programming, making decisions, well, not making decisions like that, but building a roadmap for that.
Well, we can look forward to using your one that you make.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. I wouldn't have the energy to do it, you know. I mean, if you can do it.
We've already made one that requires little to zero effort in modeling, texturing, UVing, shading, and optimizing.
Oh, that helps a lot.
and it works.
I'd forgotten to switch to 3D cursor as my pivot. That wasn't helping having a local transformer. But I don't have the same options on my screen that you had.
I'm on 3.
I'm on 3 as well.
Okay.
And I just don't have the same things, that all that scatter and everything that you.
Well, I've been looking at geometry nodes, and I've enabled some of the UI panels for that and extras, but I've not disabled anything.
It's just bizarre. Why is it? What's it doing? It's the tool is, for me, completely unusable. Whereas before I would use this all the time.
Well, software sometimes can just get worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, and Linux updated it to version 3. Give me. Which was nice of it. That's annoying.
Sick. You called? I did. I just messaged you.
Who are you talking about?
Both files, including the ocean one.
Oh, okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Again, like I say,
that's amazing on Blender, and I have 2.8 installed. But
yeah, just get 3 installed. But you can export them as FBXs anyway, including the tankers that I use. Again, I bought them, but for educational purposes, we can use them. Just don't hand them out.
Sure. Thank you.
I'll take them. You want them as well next?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a look. I'm just. Do you know what? You're actually putting me off Blender, because this should not be hard to do. What I'm trying to do, dead
There's
easy.
a lot of things that should be hard to do. No, Blender is amazing for the price. It is unrivaled for the price.
It'd be amazing for $100.
Now you're asking me to. Don't know now. Yeah, money. It suddenly got real. My opinion starts getting more critical now. Yeah, I've sent you them as well.
Thanks, man.
Well, I do update them every now and then. And if I do, I'll send you updates if there's anything that is serious or not. Wait a minute. Shit, forgot your name. Bollocks. Oh, yeah, Spider. I'll call you that because sick is just like really weird. What you can do in Blender, the Blender's got a resource packer. When you open the file in Blender, you can actually go to File, Data Management, Assets, and Unpack. And it unpacks everything, including textures and shit like that. So then you've got access to them.
Cool.
Thanks.
I pack them because it's just easier to distribute. That's also why they're a little bit big, because some of the textures are a little bit big.
Yeah, a bit massive. No biggie.
This is quite bizarre. I've actually got a bug in Blender, but I would say definitely this is just odd as hell.
Everybody's got a bug in Blender.
Yeah, the tool is. There's just no way of using it.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm back in a sec.
Sure. Okay, let's break out of the tool. And just wait. Bizarre.
Oh, here's an interesting thing. If I go live now, what is it that you guys are seeing? Ah, right, you're not seeing the project window. Damn.
Thanks for those files.
Yes.
Oh gosh, I'm so tired. I'm making mistakes after one after the other.
Here we go. Lumen. Global tracing.
What's this? Oh, that looks like Unreal.
Yeah, and I'm just turning on supported hardware ray tracing, which is now telling me I need to bloody restart. Well, why didn't you detect that in the first place? And
Oh. It's, you know what's really nice to know, Stingray?
what the?
I'm not the only one this shit happens to.
Yeah, no, I just well, the thing is, my VR system keeps firing up every time I fire up Unreal, and then every time I fire up Unreal, it also wants to recompile every shader under the sun for some reason, even though it's the same project. It just built all the fucking shaders from.
Oh, it used to drive me nuts. Like you'd fire up Steam and it'd turn your VR headset on. Because it would just assume you wanted to do VR because it would launch Steam VR. You know,
Oh, here's a good you'll find this interesting. My office is nowhere near my VR space. My home office is nowhere near my VR space. My VR space is so with the lighthouses in the largest room in the house, which is the living room. And I've got a wireless VR. I've got the HTC Vive Pro with the Intel 5th generation 30 gigahertz fucking wireless adapter thing.
Yeah.
But the issue is that card is a PCIe card. And the cable that comes with it, to connect the card to the actual transmitter, the focus beam transmitter, isn't very long.
So you can't get it outside the case.
So I bought an adapter, PCIe adapter, which bridges all pins to a USB cable, routed the high quality USB cable into the living room, and put the PCIe card in the living room while connecting it to the transmitter. And it works. It works awesome. I'm just saying, it works awesome.
Doesn't that introduce some sort of laser?
No,
fuss
no.
Okay.
Well, what kind of latency are you talking about to go down a copper wire 30 foot? Not a lot at all.
That's 30 nanoseconds.
Yes.
You guys pulling an all-nighter?
No, not really. I'm an insomniac.
Well, you have an excuse then.
I'm sorry, but you are definitely Manny from Ice Age, and I don't mean that as an insult.
I've been. Somebody said you sound like Jordan Peterson, and they got banned for that.
E-Y. Right, okay, I've got some geometry, right? Okay. Press 3. I've got my geometry selected. Yeah, I'm in edit mode. I've got my active tool up, and it's not showing on the screen what you had. What the hey? No. Spin. Yeah, it's just not there. half the options are completely missing. What's going? No, I've got no way of setting the angle of the spin.
There you go.
No, that's not it. It's just broken.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
What's happened?
Compiling 4,900 shaders.
Oh, what, every time you launch it?
Yeah, well, all it said is I went into the project settings, I turned on Lumen Global Ray Tracing, and then enabled RTX support for the 3090 that I've got. And then it
Right.
says I need to restart.
Yeah.
Yep, restart, and now it's compiling all the shaders again. 4,600.
That's
it's gonna be.
ridiculous. Oh, don't you hate it when you start typing in caps? Yeah. Officially, I think I'm still one of the Blender website editors because they never told me I wasn't anymore. I just haven't had time.
Start putting in hints to Flat Earth.
Well, you gentlemen have fun. I'm going to have to go do some mod duty for MC Toon.
Oh, is he got something going on?
In about 10 minutes.
Yeah, if the
Oh.
guy shows up.
Oh yeah, another runaway. Show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had a few of them.
Yeah, I'm going to go over there and watch that in a minute, but I shall leave. I shall leave the pretty pictures running for Dr. Bob, so he's got something. So at least he's got something going into the stream. If we're not,
Wait. What? Hang on. You can't need to. What? You can only spin things in the Z-axis. That's not right. No, you can select one. Oh, okay. What's going on? Oh, what a moron. Yeah. Blaming you for that. Right.
I've been punished enough with these 4,000 shaders still to compile.
Yeah, the spin axis is the viewport center for some bizarre reason. So when we move we actually, you know what I said about raising that geometry to as far away from the center of the other? I think that was, never mind. It's just one of them things. I'm going to investigate this, and then I'm never going to do it again as long as I live. Just kill me now.
Yes.
6, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0. It's gone. Okay, set the cursor on the. Oh, what happened there? Where's that object from? Oh, yeah, so this little tool shows up when you do this.
You're going to share your screen.
Sorry. Hang on. So, this screen, Blender. It won't be very high res. You see this?
I will switch to you and watch the stream now. Yes, go for it.
Yeah, I still haven't got all the stuff though.
How come I didn't get the tool to show up?
Because the default position for the tool is at the center of the screen, not where the 3D cursor is. So I've put the geometry up, yeah, and I moved the cursor to here, and then it appeared. So let's see what happens. So I clicked on it. I can rotate. Oh yeah, and I'm getting all my numbers down here, which it's for some reason mine's come over here. So I'm going to put the angle in now. How many degrees do we want? Is it just 1 degree for 69 miles?
Yeah. Let's have 5 degrees.
Okay, so 5 degrees. And how many steps do I want?
345.
I want 345 steps in 5 degrees.
Yes, because then each one would represent 1 mile.
Okay, 3, 4, 5, yeah?
Mhm.
Okay, got 345 steps, angle of 5 degrees.
Mhm.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Let's see what happened. Let's just go. What's that?
Yes, let's see what happens.
No,
shall
well,
we?
here's the problem. I didn't put the correct spin axis in. That's where I went wrong. I put the wrong spin axis in. Let's do that again. Okay, so now the spin axis is selected X, and now I've got to go back to the middle. Shit. How the fuck do I do that? How'd you get back to the middle?
Well, the middle, what, the center of everything?
I've never been this far from the middle before. I don't know. I'm pressing minus. What's going on? Surely that's zooming out, right?
No.
Come on.
Yes,
I hate you so much, Blender. Blender, I hate you. I hate you so much. Oh, I can't find it. A. What's that? What is all that? I have no idea what any of that is.
That's the grid not being able to adapt to the units that it's displaying.
Yeah, 10 centimeter grid, look.
Looks legit to me.
Oh my god, let's just keep zooming out. Look at it. I'm just starting to hate on Blender for the first time in moments.
So wait a minute. Do you favour my create a plane and bend it now?
I'm gonna learn Maya. Oh my god, what is going on? Is this really this difficult?
Like I say, Maya's not good anymore. It really isn't.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan.
but here's the problem. I'm really desperate not to screw up this file that I'm working in. I should never have done it in this file. What? Select, you dummy! Help. How'd you reset the view? I know.
You can
you know,
go
I'm
view,
gonna-
view
That's
to
right.
3D cursor, or you can just create another object.
View to 3D cursor. Is that? Are you sure?
Yeah. There is one with camera control.
Oh, I'm gonna go-
You don't do it in object mode, and you want your menu
no.
back.
No, I need to go in
See you later,
object.
guys.
See ya. I'm
See you
gonna get
later.
rid of the plane.
Yeah.
Go X.
Oh,
There you go. Now I'm gonna go A, and then zoom into. It's not doing it. Come on. It won't let me zoom in. What's going?
I am now actually sharing
Ah, that's
your
it. Phew. Okay.
screen to the
Got my stuff
YouTube
back.
via my webcam.
Wait, what's missing? Where's the helmet? Oh, where's the helmet gone? Oh, come on, you're having a laugh. Lots of Control Z. Oh, don't tell me I've lost the bloody helmet.
I'm down to my last 1,000 shaders.
Where's the fucking helmet gone? I'm swearing now. I'm really myself.
A minute, let me have a look at the image.
The helmet's gone. It's just not listed. That's the sword which I hadn't at that moment named. Damn it.
It's not lying under the image by any chance, is it?
No, if you look on here, it's not listed.
Ah, okay.
It's gone. So, and for some reason, I'm doing Control Z and nothing's coming back. Get back in object mode.
Yeah, but if you go to the edit menu, does it actually show that there are any more undos? Yeah, so go to yeah. So
Undo
there's still-
history.
Oh no,
it's just ridiculous. You know what I probably haven't done on this.
I'm going to say something that you're not going to like.
Yeah. Give
Maya's
up.
got unlimited undo.
I can set very large numbers up.
No, I didn't say very large. I said because it's a node dependency
hang on.
system.
Right,
it's
listen.
got unlimited.
I heard what you said. Right, I know the difference. I'm just saying. Right, you know.
Yeah, you can set large
numbers of undos, and I didn't, did I? Because it's a new install. That's great. So I've actually lost. I'm just going to salvage the pieces together. So I'm going to just cheat like that. Annoying as hell. Oh no, it's okay. Everything's fine. I'd opened another file. You see, I'm so tired. I didn't realize I'd actually opened another. Good. I didn't lose the helmet.
Nice.
Phew. Excellent. Right. Good. Because I was working on this thing here, file recent. You probably know this one. This thing here, like F12. So quick, just knocking out a quick one of these. See, anytime soon. Anytime soon. This is only an i5. Yeah. It's rendering slowly. Hello? What's going on?
It's not working. Oh my god! So I've opened the scene now, the blank scene. After it's done 4,000 thingies, and now in the bottom right it says compiling shaders 11,872.
Oh, for this. So everything we're doing tonight is just.
This is ridiculous.
Full of bugs.
Oh, wait a minute. Bob's got it so that it does actually share people's full screen things now. Do you know that?
Alan is being very clever and is sharing.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm sharing it full. I've got it full screen on one monitor.
Yes.
And I'm sharing that screen through OBS via its virtual webcam. Because I realised I was thinking to myself, hang on, how do we get the audience to see what the hell you're all talking about? And then I thought, well, if I stick it full screen, it should work.
Yeah. No, I thought
So it kind of
Bob had figured it out.
That was me doing it manually with what I had to hand because Bob wasn't here to do it.
Okay. Oh, well, I don't know.
It's just I was trying to watch MC Toon as well, and it's just I'm kind of overloading the whole. Kind of overloading my system. I'm just going to have to bung that from for a moment, just so that I can shut that and shut that for a second, and then I can full screen it back out again, and hopefully that kind of fixes some of my issues with too many tabs.
What's it doing? It won't let me in. Am I in? Oh, I'm working. Okay. That was a full-blown crash.
You just had a full-blown crash.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I couldn't move my cursor. Not I could. Well, I could hear you continuously repeating the same thing. You were just
No,
like,
no, that's just me in general.
no, that wasn't. You were just like it was just like the machine was locked up in some weird way. Oh, okay, back recovered. Do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Try that again. Let's do it. Is that going to render this time? There you go. Look, I was making Sir Six helmet.
So here's the thing.
Is that still sampling? What's it doing? Yeah, it's still going. I'm going to stop it.
Yeah, I mean to model something like that in Maya is really, really quick.
Yeah, it didn't take long in Blender.
I'm talking like 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
Yep. No. Listen. I used to be able to use Blender lightning fast when I was actually getting paid to do it. But
I
it's not
want to.
something
I want to use Blender Lightning Fast. I really do.
Yeah, no, but you have to understand, I've literally not used it in a long time because of what I'm doing these days. It's just not something I've had any time for. So it's like I feel like I'm just rusty on everything, you know. Anyway, that's working, so that's good. Nothing's broken there. I didn't lose the file after all. Don't save. There we go. Did that just? What's it doing? So my screen. Okay, that's good. Excellent. No, I mean you know you're a hardcore Maya user, and I admire that. I just
I don't think I am a hardcore Maya user. Not anymore. I'm a hardcore developer.
Cool.
And I don't like what they've done to Maya. Oh, you'll be able to see this, won't it? Look at this. I'm still waiting. Share my screen. Let's share that one. Go live. There you go.
Did you check the message I sent you?
Yeah.
You're surprised.
Little bit.
There you go. There we go. Let's watch this.
Yeah, well, 9,000 shaders to go.
Nice.
And I bet I can't do any. I'll tell you what. So let's add.
You're not doing this on a Mac, are you?
Oh God, no! Jesus, you can't do that. What, on a 3090? Let's have.
Can you not plug a 3090 into a Mac?
No.
I wonder why.
Because NVIDIA doesn't support it.
I know.
Well, Mac doesn't support NVIDIA, right? So there's my post-process volume. Let's go and make some slight changes.
Is that a TI, by the way?
There isn't such a thing. 3090 is the top thing that you can get.
So has it got? What's the VRAM on it? So
32 gig.
Okay, on the card, yeah. Okay, that's
Yeah.
one hell of an expensive card.
It wasn't when it was 1,600.
Yeah. Oh, that's affordable.
Yeah.
And now they're not.
I think I could sell it for about $2,500 now if I really wanted to.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like I've got what is it?
Oh, here we go. Lumen. Yeah, there we go. Ray tracing, global illumination.
I've got a 1070, and it's worth almost as much as I paid for it still.
Nice.
It's crazy.
Not screen space.
Whereas most hardware you buy just plummets in value, doesn't it?
Ray trace, ambient occlusion. No. Translucency. Bang. Yeah. And not raster. Ray trace. Here we go. Look at this.
Do you not consider opening one of the default scenes that comes with it?
This is gonna. No, that's not a way to fucking learn anything. Right. So let us add a shape, which is a cylinder, and actually, let's have a sphere as well. I reckon this is going to turn out.
Hey, look! It looks like Povray.
Right. So, and I've got this is the sun as well.
Yeah. There's no point in making it look like a chrome object. There's nothing for it to reflect.
The floor.
Apart from that, which is mostly white.
So where have they put material? No, material still the same, and new material instance. Call it my glass. Crap. Fuck it. There we go. That'll do. So let us go grab this and put this in here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Looking good. Blend mode.
So
translucent.
My first experience of 3D graphics was using scene description language. And I used to be able to. That's all right.
Give me 2 seconds, because I've got to. It'll only take me 2 seconds if I remember how to do vector parameter, and that's fine. Have spec slightly. That's a single parameter. What's a single parameter? It's not a constant. Well, it'll have param in it. Single scalar. There we go. And I want this just a little bit above 1, and then opacity wants to be scalar and a little bit above 1. Come on.
An opacity of more than 1.
A little bit above 0. I could fucking look at.
Oh, but right.
Refraction is actually the indexer for refraction, so that's scalar.
You're making a crystal globe.
So this would be 1.33. This is going to be water.
Okay.
Why are you not showing up? There used to be an apply button here. Oh, wait a minute. Live update. all nodes. Oh, there is an apply. Damn it. Except it's still doing the shader shit, so it's probably not going to show any of these. It's going to put this at the back of the queue. Piece of shit.
What on earth is it doing?
Well, the main scene's still doing that 10,000 shader bollocks. Oh, look, at least it's trying to teach me something in the top right corner. There's a learning hat thing. Aha, okay. So, but that isn't distorting.
I can see it.
Yeah, same here.
There's no refraction taking place. And no
Default
reflections.
fine. Yeah, calm down. That's fine.
Calm down.
Hey, calm down, calm down. Hey, there we go.
Look at that.
It's getting there. It's getting there. Yeah, wait a minute. Index of refraction. Pixel normal offset, actually. Thank you very much. Oh, actually, no. No. Well,
Do they still have a thing
index of
called
refraction.
caustics?
Well, it'll do that. Wait, it won't do that real time. Everybody just fakes it without putting a blittered map out of the surface. I think this is right. This is all done. So if I do this now, although, like I say, compiling shaders 8,000, it won't get a good result yet. 8,000, it's still screwed.
There's no reflections on your ball.
Yes, I know. It doesn't matter at the moment. It can't do anything. It's doing 8,000 shaders.
It's
Oh, no,
you've got too much power. That's what it is.
7,000 shaders.
Maya can't handle the excess of power.
This isn't Maya. This is a Windows desktop
Sorry.
machine. And Unreal.
Unreal can't handle the excess of power.
Well, while this is doing that, if I do set reflections, yeah, well, what's that file gonna? Oh, reflections.
Have you ever
Lumen, I guess.
written code to actually write to the screen directly using the CPU?
You wouldn't use a CPU.
No, I'm saying I've done it. It ain't fast.
Yeah, no, yeah, you wouldn't use a CPU.
No, sorry. When you're learning stuff, you do.
No, you don't. You use the GPU and you do a command buffer, and you send it. You send it in command segments. And
when you set out to deliberately write code which writes to the screen using the CPU.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
That's how you do it. That's because you set out to do that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Whether it's the right thing or not.
Yeah, the CPU is not for writing to the screen. GPU writes to the screen. So I reckon this is going to look okay when these compile. Oh, there used to be right. Build all levels. Wait a minute. Let's see if it does it before it compiles all these shaders. Okay. Huh. No. That's one thing that is it's. I'd love to have an atmospheric refraction simulator. It's fucking impossible.
Is it impossible?
No. Given today's resources that are available to me, if I didn't want to spend £100,000, it is not possible for me to do.
Is it not possible in Maya then to do atmospheric refraction?
It's not possible in any 3D program to do accurate atmospheric refraction in any real-time or pre-baked or render engine or rasterization engine or ray tracer. Well, I say ray tracer.
Ray tracer should do it.
No. There was one in Mental Ray. There was a limited effect that I could do, but it was an approximation. It wasn't real. And no, there are no real atmospheric refraction simulators or calculators that are, that are common. I'm sure people do them as research and computational tasks, but they probably won't produce visual results. They'll produce predictions or
Yeah.
It is. I don't know whether you know what Fermat's principle is. It is just not something you can do. Well, obviously it'd be a volume effect, and that volume would be huge, and yeah, it'd just be it'd be horrifically terrible to do. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Oh God, damn it! You'd be able to do it with a voxel renderer easier than you would a ray tracer or a rasterizer.
Right.
But it'd have to go in reverse, which would be weird. It'd add more steps to a voxel renderer, but yes, you could do it with a voxel renderer. That's interesting. So this is stuck at compiling thingies and not doing anything there. And thus, my foray with Unreal 5 ended as abruptly as it started. Damn it. Yeah, if someone could do an atmospheric refraction plugin, it'd get used absolutely nowhere except for flat Earth stuff.
Ah. Oh, there are NVIDIA simulating diffraction.
Diffraction does not equal refraction.
I know.
No one has got a atmospheric refraction simulator. They don't even do volume refraction. They do boundary condition. So, yes, I can have a fucking lens like this piece of piss, but that's boundary based. So it's only doing two intersects. The light on this side and the light on the other, and that's really simple. But if the medium changed in the middle of that sphere, what resolution do I start to calculate it then? Even if you do it 20 or 30 or 50 or 100, and then do it for each ray cast through it, and then think about the distances that would be required where you'd be tracing this, it'd be horrific. You'd be path tracing. Yeah, it'd just be horrific. And it's the backward way of doing things as well, and that's the killer. Because normally in a renderer, you get a view frustum, you say, right, great, what do I need to do given this projected bounds? I don't give a shit what's outside of these projected bounds at the moment, unless some method requires me to give a shit. So I'm just going to calculate this. But you can't do that with refraction because that might not be what you're looking at. So now what you've got to do is you've got to go the opposite way. You've got to say, God, I've got to fire test rays out from the camera and calculate this because the view frustum's fucking irrelevant. It's going to distort. So, yeah, it's not good.
It's an AI problem.
No, you can. No, I don't think you can get AI to solve it.
See, here's the thing, right? Surely, right? Okay. You'd only have to. Oh, you're still there? You gone?
Yeah, no. I'm just going to crash Unreal because it's now stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a better machine. That was a joke. Surely, though, you'd only have to like take a cross section, like shooting out from you, vertical cross section, and then use that to make all the adjustments for the pixels either side, kind of thing. I'm trying to think how you do that. I'm going to give that
No,
some. I'm going to give. Well, hang on, you don't know how my brain works. I might be able to work that one out.
I assure you can.
No, you can't assure me of anything because you don't know how my brain works.
So all you'll be thinking is, can I layer it? Can I just figure out from a viewing plane? And it's not about a projected viewing plane. It's about insert n number of boundary conditions here over n distance. And when you start doing that, the issue that you've got is it will be a bidirectional thing, because you now, don't get me wrong, you could fake something. You can fake it, yeah. So you can add distortions, you can add whatever, but actually using sample data, saying that this is the atmospheric density here because of these temperature fluctuations and all this kind of stuff, and this is the motion. So basically using something like a Navier-Stokes equation to run a fluid simulation within a volume and then tracing through it. That's how you do it. But the issue with all of that is it only makes sense doing it to the nth degree over huge distances. It's not something you do over a meter. Something that you do over.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of doing it that way at all. I'm thinking, why don't we compute the distortion that would be needed in the model so that you can then just render it and then distort the model and then do the render?
Because that's cheating. I said that's not the way. That's not a simulator.
I just want to see what you're missing the point.
So what you no, I get the point, because I tried building a compound shader to do exactly that.
Right.
So I thought to myself, well, and this was in Maya, and I would have had to composite it, but I don't know about Blender's composite system. It might actually be better for this. I thought, well, I could run, because the thing is, you need to render. So first of all, because you're starting out at the wrong thing, you need to render a hell of a lot more than what you need, because you don't know what you need and you don't know where it's going to be. Yeah. Because that's going to be based off some principle. Let's say it's looking through. Let's say it's a view inside this, but you need all the other stuff because you're going to start moving the other stuff, and you're going to move it based on X. It doesn't matter what X is. It could be a gradient with a few parameter inputs, and a noise value for mapped to the ramp as well, or something like that, a gradient. And it became complex and fuzzy when I started doing that in Maya, and I just thought, yeah, I can't be asked anymore. Kind of pissed me off a bit. I did think of something similar, just doing a shader to fake it. But if you can, you'll be very, very popular. Simulate it in Blender.
No, I just think you should just physically distort stuff in the distance, right, by the calculated amounts, and then just render it and say this is what it should look like.
Not yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's kind of.
But you can show that the calculations equate to the same thing.
So let me ask you this: why not just distort the geometry?
That's what I'm talking about. That's literally what I'm talking about. Because
that doesn't get you it. You'd have to distort the pixels. So in a shader sense, you got two components of a shader. because the shader can distort geometry as well. You can have a vertex portion of a shader that actually does transforms on each vertex. But the issue with that is you'll never have enough density to be able to distort it to however you would want it. So therefore, you're going to end up doing the second part of a shader, which is a fragment section, which then says, well, the input is a single pixel. So then you're going to have to start remapping single pixels and stuff. And yes, you can do stuff like that, but I don't think it'd look good. But by all means, I would be very interested if you tried it and did it.
Yeah, you're just putting me off doing anything. I've gone off Maya and I've gone off Blender.
No, you're going to finish your little helmet and you're going to be right proud. And
Sorry?
You're going to finish your little helmet and you're going to be right proud when you give it to.
Now you're
what's
just
his
being.
name?
I'm sorry. Now you're just being rude. Okay, you're just being rude, dude. I mean, you've got a machine there that doesn't even work.
I know, right?
It's a bit weird how Unreal Engine is not working on that machine, though, isn't it? It's just struggling.
No. Well, first time run. Yeah, I'm just running it again now just to see.
I don't recall when I ran it on my machine which has just got single i7 in it. Don't recall it struggling that much.
This is an i9, water cooled and overclocked to 5 gigahertz.
Yeah, I can do 5.
An all-core overclock as well.
Mine will run at 5.2, but I never do that. So.
I don't think I tried it. I don't think. Oh no, I go 5. I think it does just shot 519 on all cores. But it doesn't have to create some heat.
Indeed, melting amounts of heat.
Which is why it also sits underneath the main aircon unit in my office.
Yeah. No, you've made me feel very, very depressed about the future of computer graphics and Blender and everything else.
Well, no, Unreal is fucking unreal once it starts to run.
Who's that? Who's Wave M?
Wave M.
Oh God, someone's. So it's something to do with NFTs.
Oh, Jesus.
Which I stupidly didn't get on board with.
What happened to that Aussie guy that was a bit schizo? Was he all right?
So we're not. Is this streaming?
Yeah.
I'm not going to discuss it.
Oh.
Hopefully he'll be okay.
So it was just mistaken in thinking that everybody was just being quiet.
Exactly. So he's not angry with me, which is okay. But because I was very polite to him. Mostly I try not to swear and stuff like that when I'm in here. I mean, I'm much more likely to swear about my computer than any person, because so yeah, hopefully he'll be okay. But he, as you say, I don't think he realised that he was interrupting a live stream, and it's possible he just didn't get the message. So tricky.
Oh.
What's happened?
I've got an update for my car.
Have you got a Tesla?
I've got a lovely, very powerful Tesla Model S, not a shitty Model 3. Let's have a look at this.
Has it got ludicrous mode?
It hasn't actually. It's the one below that. So Ludicrous is like 700 brake horse. Mine has 520 odd.
It's all about the torque, though, really, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean it ain't that far off. I can do 3.8 0 to 60. Well, you get a second quicker if you get the Ludicrous thing. But I had a Ludicrous. Wait a minute, my computer needs to restart. Oh, piss off. I'll tell you something. Unreal's now crashing every time. Unreal 5's now crashing every time I try and run it.
It's because you've been using Blender.
I've been using Blender on this machine.
I'm gonna drop over and watch McToon, see what's going on. MC Toon, sorry.
Oh, is he having a debate?
Is it starting or ending?
I'm actually going to get to bed. I've got work tomorrow very early. So.
All right.
But anyway, good chat, and
yeah. Well, I learned stuff from you, which is good. I learned stuff from Bob, which is also good. But,
yeah, I don't mind this channel.
But a man's got to know his limitations.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that was a movie, wasn't it? Sorry.
Running Unreal 5 seems to be mine, isn't it?
Sorry?
I said running Unreal 5 seems to be mine.
Yeah, Unreal 5, yeah. I thought I kind of heard on Real 5. Yeah, and I'm thinking, what real? We're not doing a movie. So, yeah. Well, cool. So, yeah, I know how to use the spin tool now, so that's at least good.
Well, good is a very subjective term. So, yeah. Sorry.
Hang on.
I had to put that in there. Oh my god, I'd love to show you. Wait a minute, I'd love to show you.
One moment. Sudo, because it is do, not sudo. It's sudo. It's sudo apt uninstall Blender. There you go. Yeah, it's removing all the dependencies, and it's finished. There you go. Don't have to do that anymore. Whew.
To be honest, Blender on Linux, I've never had a lot of. I've ordered a Linux box.
You lunatic.
No, to run a little server and Docker thing. It's only an i5, so but it's a micro thing. I think it's like Lenovo, or I might have ordered an HP one. But it's like the tiny little things.
All right.
With decent SSD. It's to go in my rack, So I'm going to run Linux on it. So yeah, I might need some advice. I'm going to go away and reinstall Unreal 5 now.
What on earth is that? Right, so whatever he was doing, it's not happening now, so...
Yeah, someone pretends he wants to debate. Should I pose as a flat earther? And
I say my my friend who's got a PhD in physics, specialising in lasers and fibre optics, was posing as a flat earther. So we were having a little argument in the live chat. It's quite hilarious.
I'm going to say, I mean, I built a flat Earth model. I worked out the light paths that would have to be the case, or the toroidal perturbation field for the light rays that would have to be the case to create reality from a circular, a sun following a circular path. I created positrons on why things go down. No, I really did, and it works. It absolutely works.
Wait, you've given them a working model?
No. Individually, everything that I came up with works. Put them all together and they're contradictory.
Yeah, of course they are. They have to be contradictory.
Yes. Yeah. The positrons thing that I had a debate with Bob on, I did like that. I really did. Because my entire thing was, I need to come up with something plausible whereby when people think about it, it's like, holy crap, I don't know what to say about this. And that's the only way I'm gonna kind of at all stand a chance. And it did. It worked. My positrons. Do you get the concept of positrons?
They're like the opposite of gravity, aren't they?
No. So imagine. Oh, you'll be able to visualize this because of the 3D stuff. So imagine my task, quite simply, is I need to come up with something that'll work on flat Earth that causes things to drop to the ground that absolutely 100% can be tested and replicated. Yeah. So the only way that I can do that is whatever I come up with needs to match gravity, but can't be gravity.
Okay.
So now I'm left with the following: in 3D space, in every so positrons are a fundamental force particle emitted omnidirectionally from space everywhere in every direction with the same force. It's at a quantum level, and it's the fabric of everything. Yeah. Now, the interesting thing about this is you can block them with matter. They'll pass through matter, but denser matter will actually take energy away from them, so that not a lot of energy will pass through, let's say, a lead ball if it was big enough, or a planet. So what you can do is you can visualize this really easy by having two big lead balls next to each other, and there's a gap in between. Now, the gap in between is shaded from a lot of directions because of the close proximity of these balls. So therefore, the balls come together because positrons on the outsides are exerting more force on the opposing sides of the balls than in the middle, because they're shading each other. So now you can think about it, it's just shadowing that's causing the attraction. And that actually, you can test it works and mathematically works out, to be gravity.
I'm not being funny. Have you run any calculations on this?
Yeah. Now, very interestingly, the only time that it falls down is towards the edges of the flat circular Earth, because obviously there's a bit of an issue there. Except we're not allowed to go there, and it's closely guarded, and that's probably why. So in the middle, you now get things because the ground is blocking all of the positrons from below you. You're only getting pushed down.
So if you were adjacent to a mountain, right, the positrons that are coming to your side, that's away from the mountain, will be pushing against you. And on your right hand side, on your side where the mountain is, there'll be lots of positrons being shaded. You'd get pushed towards the mountain.
Only very slightly. We're on about it's not you're thinking about it as a very, very forceful force. It isn't. It's exactly the same mathematically to gravity. You do get pulled toward that mountain, but do you notice it? No. Why? Because it's 1/1,000,000th of your fucking weight that it's pulling you towards the mountain. That isn't gonna make a difference to you stood upright. And it's the same thing with the positrons. The inert ability to block the force particles is exactly equatable to the mass of an object creating an attraction force, because that attraction force is just positron shade. So it is no different.
But it's not a force.
It's a force particle, fundamental force particle.
No. But the shade part is not a force. So there's no attractive force. It's pushy force.
Yeah.
It's pushy from the other side force.
It manifests as an attraction force. That's how you can. Apparently that's what it does.
But it's not a force.
Fundamental force particle. Yes.
But I'm being a flurf.